ang Senado at ang Blue Ribbon Committee. Maraming salamat po sa kanila, and I thank everyone for the overwhelming outpouring of support, information, and words of encouragement in this our search for the truth. Ngayon po talaga ay crucial moment in our history. We got that out of the way. Nag-file na po lahat ng certificates of candidacy ang mga tao at para makabalik po tayo sa task at hand, ay pinayagan po natin lumabas muna yung mga gustong tumakbo at makilatis ng mga tao. At ngayong araw na ito ay nagsimula na po ang kanilang pahayag. I would like to welcome Senator Pangilinan. I just saw him now. However, under these conditions, marami pa rin pong namamatay. And although bumababa at yan ay roller coaster ride ng pandemic, marami pa rin pong problema. Even in America, kamamatay lang po. And I commiserate with Secretary Colin Powell, General Colin Powell, who I had the privilege of meeting in a state visit with the President when he helped us try to get the veterans payments. And I have a lot of respect for him, and I think the world is lesser because he's no longer there. Let me just point out that hindi porke namatay siya dahil meron siyang bakuna ay nangangahulugan mahina po ang mga bakuna. Kailangan po magpabakuna pa rin ang mga mamamayan sapagkat yan ay nakakapagtanggol sa pagpapahina ng sakit at meron tayong kalasag na pwedeng gamitin kung tayo ay tatabaan para hindi masyadong mabigat ang tama sa atin. Ngunit talaga lahat po ng gamot ay hindi talaga mabisa at maaari mangyari na paragi kay puso o kay stomach problems or cancer ay wala pa rin siguro sa gamot. Pero itong ginagawa natin sa vaccination ay napakahalaga, kaya huwag kayo mawawala ng pag-asa at kayo maniwala na walang bisa yan. Dahil dyan, ay sasabihin ko lang po dito, ayon sa Bloomberg COVID Resilience Ranking ng Pilipinas noong September 29, 2021, ay sinasabi, the worst place to be in COVID po ang Pilipinas. Yan po sinabi ng Bloomberg. Pilipinas din po ang huli or 121 out of 121 countries, pinakukulelat po tayo sa Nikkei Asia COVID-19 Recovery Index. At ito po ang sinasabi lamang, ginabanggit ko lang ito para mabalik tayo sa konteksto ng ating investigasyon. Ang Pilipinas daw po ay na muling naging economic laggard. Masakit po ang pakinggan yan. Lumalaki po ako, nung bata po ako, sinasabi tayo pinaka mabagal sa ating bansa sa Asia. Ayon ito sa Bank of Singapore, August 10, 2021. At tulad din po ito ng mismo ng economic advisor ng gabinete na ang pinakamaagang pagbalik ng ekonomiya sa pre-pandemic levels ay sa dulo pa ng 2022 o kaya naman early 2023. At hindi ko na sasabihin mas masama sinabi niya na it will take us another 44 years to be able to get back on our feet. Malinaw po ang pandemic response ng gobyerno ay hindi mabisa at pumapalpak, and this administration's pandemic response has failed the Filipino people, and that is why nakikita natin itong investigasyon na ito ay talagang very, very relevant because ito ay naka-apekto sa investigasyon ng ating bansa, sa ating pandemya. However, enough is enough. There is demand from our doctors, and they're here today, of over several hundred medical leaders, including 5 former secretaries of health, to end impunity in the destruction and corruption of our healthcare system, and to allow us, thank you very much, the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee to continue its investigation into the fraud, waste, and abuse of public funds devoted for pandemic response, free from the threats of the executive. I would like to welcome also Senator Lacson in the meantime. Good morning, sir. And of course, ito po, alam po sasabihin ko pa, napakatapang at sipag po talaga ng ating mga healthcare workers, ang ating mga kumatronan, nurses, volunteers, mga doktor at lahat ng staff po sa mga ospital at clinic. Kung sino po ang talagang pagod, buwis buhay, nahihirapan, namamatay, nawawalan at di kaagad nababayaran ang kanilang mga sweldo at benepisyo, sila po ang nangungunang tumindig pa para sa taong bayan at sa katarungan. Napaka-importante po nung sinabi natin yan sapagkat kung sino pa talaga ang nasa frontline, sila pa ngayon talaga ang nagpapatunay na may problema tayo dito sa pagpapairal nitong pandemya at paggastos ng taong bayan, ng pera ng taong bayan na napupunta sa korupsyon. Tunay pong inspirasyon lahat ng ating mga healthcare workers, from the doctors to the comadronas to the nurses and the volunteers. Maraming salamat din po sa ating mga manggagawang Pilipina at Pilipino. Ang mga arawan po, ang ating pong mga economic frontliners na nagsasalba ng ekonomiya ng Pilipinas. Pati nga po ang OFW, ako po in-interview over the weekend ng mga OFW sa England at saka sa Europe, and they're expressing their support for the continuous investigation, at sila po ay naghihintay na talagang maparusahan ang dapat parusahan. We thank the expressions of support of our legal practitioners, legal scholars, universities, and job makers, including the Chamber of Commerce of the Philippine Islands, the Philippine Bar Association, the many schools, frontliner schools for that matter, who recently released their own manifesto saying that laws and common sense, for example, should govern in the DOH DBM COVID-19 accountability. We agree absolutely. At sa inyo pong lahat na sumusubaybay sa atin pong mga hearing, maraming salamat po. Shout out na rin po sa mga trolls na nanonood at nagre-review ng mga script nila. Alam po namin hanap buhay ninyo yan at ginagawa niyo po yan para kumita, para inyong mga mahal sa buhay, pero sana po ay magbagong buhay na po kayo. Marami pong trabahong marangal, hinihikayat po natin ang lahat upang sumama na kayong malaman ang tunay na katotohanan imbes na tumitinggit kayo ng 30 pieces of silver from government resources at managot ang mga may kasalanan at may balik ang perang nawaldas at ninakaw ng mga madarambong na sinusuportahan pa hanggang ngayon nangiilan dahil lamang sa konting pila na binibigay sa inyo ng ating mga nagpapanggap na mga pinuno. Ito po ang mga findings so far and moving forward. Kaya hiniran ko po ang talino ng ating mga kabayan na nagsabing, and I quote, "Our country's prosperity and respect is directly dependent on good governance based on, among others, the rule of law." Ang rule of law po ang pamamahala alinsunod sa batas. Rule of law po bilang principle of governance in which all persons, institutions, and entities, public and private, including the state itself, are accountable to laws. Procedural and legal transparency. Dapat predictable, consistent, may continuity, at transparent po. Ang nakakabahala po ay dito sa mga hearings natin na naisagawa ay na-discover natin ang kawalang respeto para at kawalang lakas ng pagpapairal ng rule of law. Tila inubuso ng may mga kapangyarihan ang kanilang poder. Bagkus ang pinapairal nila ay ang mga kawalangyaan, hindi pagrespeto sa batas at magpreso at mga proseso nito. In fact, mahalaga po ang usapan ito ngayon. Ayon sa Rule of Law Index ng World Justice Project, ang Pilipinas ay 102nd out of 139 countries sa Rule of Law o pamamahala alinsunod sa batas. Sa loob po ng 6 na taon, ang Pilipinas ay bumagsak po ng 50 ranggo. Kaya napakalaga po ng Senado na tinatawag natin Committee on Accountability of Public Officials. Napakahalaga sapagkat ito ay tumutuon dito sa pagbagsak ng rule of law. In view of the foregoing, meron pong gustong nagsasabi na tapusin na raw. Akala mo madali lang at pag natapos, mawawalan na sila ng sakit ulo. Kahit na hilaw, gusto nilang tapusin. At hindi lang yan, kinakantsawan pa na wala raw mangyayari sa COA, wala raw mangyayari sa investigasyon ng Senado, at manapa, ginamit pa ang mababang kapulungan. Ilan lang naman sa mga congressman ang humaharap doon na sinasabi palpak raw ang investigasyon. Yan ay violation serious ng interparliamentary courtesy. Natatakot po ba kayo sa bunga? Kampi po ba kayo sa korap? Yun lang ang tanong ko. Sa ating investigasyon, malinaw po ang unwarranted benefits. Malinaw na malinaw sa lahat na nanonood, nakikinig. Malinaw na po ang unwarranted benefits, advantage, or preference, o favoritism na binigay sa Farmali na meron lamang pong 625,000 pesos. Halos 11 bilyon ang binigay sa isang maliit na korporasyon na niwalang experience sa nitong mga nilagay ng Pangulo dito sa PSDBM na hindi malaman kung ano saan nanggagaling ang kapangyarihan niyan. Walang karanasan ng Parmali sa pagkikipagkontrata at nalugi pa sa unang taon ng kanilang pagpapatakbo ng negosyo ang Parmali. Pero nakakuha na po ngayon ng nakakalulang 8 billion to 11 billion pesos na kontrata sa PSDBM. Ang galing naman po ng korporasyon na yan at sobrang galing naman po nitong si Undersecretary Lau at ang kanyang mga kasama sa PSDBM na napakalakas ang loob sapagkat nagbibigay sila ng kontrata na walang legal, technical o financial capability ayon sa rule of law na hindi kayo pwede magbigay kung walang legal, technical or financial capability yung mga binibigay nyo. Lantaran po ang pagbibigay ng PSDBM sa pamumuno ni Yusek Lau sa Parmali ng mga kontratang manifestly and grossly disadvantageous to the government. Yan po ang sinasabi ng rule of law ng ating tinatawag na Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act. O mga kontratang luging-lugi ang gobyerno, talagang totally disadvantageous to the country, to the people. Yung gobyerno ay talagang sinasabi natin parang bika ng bayan pero ang tinatamaan dyan ay ang taong bayan. Talagang hirap-hirap ang taong bayan sa paglabag po ninyo ng Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act. Kaya nga nagimbal ang buong bansa. Kung maayos at malinis ang pamimili ay sana mas marami po dapat mabiling gamot, mabiling gamit, natipid na pera at nasalbang buhay kundi diretso ang mga kawatan ng suppliers imbis na bumili sa Parmali executives na wala naman pong manufacturing capability. Wala hong manufacturing capability. At ito ay ahensya lamang. Middleman, mga kapatid. Middleman lang po na ngayon ay napakasarap ng buhay sapagkat nakikita natin hindi makatiis, hindi pakita yung magagara at mamahaling kotse na ginagamit nila sa atin. Bakit nga naman sila didiretso sa supplier ng gobyerno sa ibang bansa? Samantalang pwede naman silang kumuha ng maraming makukuha na komisyon sa mga kickback na nakukuha dyan sa mga kumpanya na yan. Our inquiry in aid of legislation reveals unconscionable, unabashed, and unethical circumventions of our Republican way of governance. Na-discover po natin inuna ang kumita at makakuha ng komisyon at kickback instead of coming up with the right way to quell the pandemic. Ni ayaw, wala pa po tayong sa mga yan, kung talagang matitino yan, hanggang sa mga executives ng Parmali, nakita na natin umamin na talagang sinwindel ang gobyerno. Sa mga executives ng Parmali, umamin sila na nagre-regalo sila ng mga Lamborghini at umamin sila na hindi nila maipaliwanag kung saan ang galing yung perang pinangbili nila, pinang-import kung totoong nag-import. Lumalabas po sa ating investigasyon na ang nangyari ay nakapasok na po yung ibang mga goods. Hindi na sila talagang kailangan bumili sapagkat inunahan nila yung mga yan. At malalaman natin yan, kaya ipagpapatuloy po natin sapagkat hindi pa po talagang humahagupit ay meron na sapagkat may mga connection sila sa mga ilan lang naman na mga Chinese na masasama dito sa ating bansa at sa labas ng ating bansa. At ngayon pong nahuli na natin sila sa sarili nilang mga bibig. Imbis po na humingi sila ng tawad sa taong bayan ay narinig natin ang kanakakarindi at paulit-ulit nilang pagdadahilan. Malakas ang loob nila na back up sila na maraming troll. Malakas ang loob nila sapagkat hindi na alam nila na hindi mangyayari ito kung walang talagang konduktor ng tinatawag nating pandemic corruption na ginawa nila. Nasisikmura pa nilang magsinungaling sa ating bayan. Ito po ang dahilan kaya may narapat po ng komite na ituloy ang investigasyon, tuloy-tuloy, hanggang matapos po ito. The road is long and arduous, but we will finish it and we will finish it right. It is clear and categorical to us that this grand conspiracy could never have happened without the imprimatur of the executive from beginning to end. From meetings with Parmali to the appointments of selected people who are extremely loyalty to him is the basis for the appointment and not competence. At talaga makita natin hanggang sa uli, meron pa silang clean up na talagang ilalagay sa ombudsman para maharang ito, paglabas ito. Yan po ang nakikita natin ngayon. Sabi po ng Presidente sa kanyang talumpati sa PDP Laban Convention noong lang September 8, 2021, ang key diyan ay si Michael Yang. Yang is known to me. Kilala ko siya. I admit it, inaamin niya. And it was Yang whom I requested to lay ground or do the legwork of my going to China and getting into a new deal and new relations because of yung foreign policy ko. Nag-neutral ako para nakagalaw ako sa ibang. Kasi had I, you stick with America, then limitado ka because they would not enjoy you doing business. Galing po sa big mismo ng Pangulo yan. Hindi ko po siya inaatake. Inaatake niya ang sarili niya at siya ang nagsabi niyan. Si Michael Yang daw po ang gumawa ng legwork papunta sa China. At si Michael Yang ang pinapasok ng presidente bilang economic advisor na banyaga na may problema tayo sa bansa ng China. Bagamat kaibigan natin ang maraming Chinese sa mainland, hindi po natin kaibigan yung ilang mga naghaharing uri dyan sa China, sa Communist Party, na walang ginawa kundi pahirapan at kunin ang ating karagatan, sagasaan ng ating mga kababayan at iwanan sa laot, at pagkatapos hut-hutin lahat ang isda, pinaghihirap ang ating pagkakain at ang pangingisda ng mga maliliit nating mga isda. Why Yang Hongmin, also known as Michael Yang, citizen of China? Dahil po ba 20 years na silang magkaibigan? Yan po ang aabangan ninyo mga kababayan sapagkat tatanggalin po natin ang maskara itong si Michael Yang. Natanggal na po yan kaya kaliwat kanan ang pagsisinungaling niya. Kaliwat kanan ang pag-iwas niya sa komite. 2 beses ayaw pumunta at ayaw pakilapa-admitin na nakatira siya sa Forbes. At nung dumating siya dito, ang una niya sasabihin, wala raw siyang kinalaman sa family at wala na siyang kinalaman kundi doon sa sinabi niya na dinala niya ang family sa Pangulo, sa kanyang kaibigan na Pangulo ng Pilipinas. Tama po ba yan? Ay lumabas nga mismo sa mga bibig ng kanyang mga alipores. Itong si Lincoln Ong na ayaw sumagot na nakabuntot sa puwet niya, kaliwat kanan, doon pa lang sa family 2017. Na inamin dito sa committee na siya ay interpreter lamang di umano. Ngunit kayo nakatira sa magagandang mga apartment at ang kotse, mamahalin na kotse na umabot hanggang 25 million ang mga kotse. Isang interpreter po ba yan? At ito po, ngayon ay ayaw na sumagot sapagkat tinuturuan ayaw na sumagot. Tignan natin hanggang saan naaabot yan. Sapagkat gumalaw na rin po ang Senado, Senate President Soto, lahat kami rito, we are going to answer yung sinasabi nila na pinapahirapan raw sila dito sa Senado. Dahil po ba noong 2015, pagkatapos po ninyo mag-substitute ng candidacy para sa presidente at bago po magsimula ang kampanya noong 2016, ang Pangulo po ay bumisita sa Xiamen, China, kina Michael Yang sa kanyang kumpanya at kanyang mga kaibigan. Ano ba ang nangyari doon? Hindi ko na po aabala sapagkat bawal pong tumanggap sa mga banyaga. At marami pong mga larawan makikita dyan na naandun sa China bago magsimula sa kampanya. Tataka lang po kami at ang buong bansa, bakit imbis sa pagtanggol, ang bansang Pilipino na nahihirapan ang pinagtatanggol ay ito mga kaibigan niya, mga banyaga. Bakit pinagtatakpan niya ang mga appointed niya? Dahil ba may utang na loob siya dahil lang kampanya sa kanya? Ang utang na loob po ng bawat mamayan na tumatakbo sa bansa ay hindi sa mga kaibigan, ngunit sa bansang Pilipinas. What happened po sa ating executive branch? Department Secretaries of the Department of Foreign Affairs, Department of Trade and Industry, pinalitan na ba sila ni Michael Yang na siyang naging secretary na naging talagang break the record na ngayon lang tayo nagkaroon ng economic advisor ng Pilipinas na pinakilala sa buong madla at siya po ang nangyari. Ano po ang ginagawa pa ng ambassador natin sa China kung ganyan ang gagawin natin? Pag-isipan natin ito ng maigi, ang ating foreign policy, ang ating pivot towards China was determined, possibly, by a Chinese national named Michael Yang. Because Yang was an intimate friend of the president and was granted access into the inner recesses of the palace, of Malacanang Palace, at sa corridors of power. Mangyayari ba sa China na ang isang Pilipino ay architect ni Xi Jinping ang kanilang economic situation o ng kanilang foreign policy? Walang maayos na leader sa anumang bansa, sa anumang lupalop ng mundo ang maaaring mangyari ganito. Kaya ito po ang kailangan natin hanapin At makita natin kung anong possibility na maaaring mangyari sapagkat there is no such thing as permanent visa status. This is pahiram lang po yan, pribileyo lang po yan, at pagka ito ay lumabas, ay maaaring makulong at ma-deport si Michael Yang. At sinasabi ko na pong taasan yan. Yan po ang maaaring maging huling hantungan nito. Meron po ako mga finding na partial report. Papakita ko muna sa aking mga kasama at saka po natin ilalabas sa lahat. Ito po ay partial report at ayokong gamitin pang itong mitsa na sabihin, tapusin na naman ang investigation. Meron mo na, marami na po dyan na malalagay. Si Michael Yang, si Christopher Lloyd Lau, ang pharmaceutical directors and officers na kasama sila Michael Yang, ang pharmaceutical na si Grisel Grace Mago, Moy Dargani, Twinkle Dargani, yung mga fraud na piniperpetrate, nito sila Lloyd Lau, sila Warren Leong. Yan po ang preliminaries na nakikita natin or partial report. Yung perjury, false testimony na ginawa nila Michael Yang, Lincoln Ong, Grace Mago, yung falsification of public documents under Article 171 of the Revised Penal Code na ginawa nila Warren Leong at tinulak si Joyce Mendoza at Marvin Tangkintik na sabihin dumating ang produkto samantalang walang dumadating. Hindi pa nila nakita kung ano yung mga produkto na yan. Disobedience to summons. Ayan sila Lincoln Ong, sila Moy Dargani, Michael Yang at saka si Twinkle Dargani. Violation of bayanihan to heal as one act. Michael Yang, Lincoln Ong, Pharmaceutical, Lincoln Ong, Mohit Margani, Crystal Grace Mago. Disobedience to summons issued by Congress. Pharmaceutical, Lincoln Ong, Mohit Dargani, Michael Yang, Twinkle Dargani. Ulitin at tinawin po, hindi lang po yung mga yan, pati yung mga accountants, kapag dyan ay mabibisto natin ngayon. Ulitin at tinawin po ko po ito po ay panimula pa lamang, hindi katapusan po ito. Ito po lang po ang unang yugto ng pagpapanagot ng mga taong nangahas, magnakaw sa kaban ng bayan habang nasa gitna tayo ng karimlan ng pandemic. Sinusubukan po nila ngayon pagtakpan ang kanilang karumaldumal na mga krimen. Abangan na naman. Sapagat habang hindi nag-iimbestiga ang krimen, tumitigil ang programa ng Pangulo na ang pangalan ay Talk to the Senators. Hindi na po Talk to the People. Hindi na po ang kanyang ginagawa programa. Sumasagot sa Blue Ribbon. Hindi ko maintindihan kung bakit. Sa bandang huli, ang katotohanan ay mas malakas. At ito ang siyang magtatagumpay sa huli. Thank you very much. And I'd like to call the Senate President for his preliminary remarks, if any. Mr. Senate President, you have the floor.
I'm okay, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, sir. I think you are in.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
It's all right, Mr. Chairman. I am here to monitor. I'm listening. Thank you very much.
I already said that this is a continuation. I now formally call to order. I've already banged the gavel before the start. And we have called this meeting to order, just in case people have not heard those words, but I did bang the gavel from the very beginning to call this meeting to order. Are there any senators who would like to make any preliminary remarks? Now's the time. And then otherwise, I will start calling because we have a long list of witnesses that are going to participate this morning. The doctors have requested that they be allowed their say because they will issue their statements. Dr. Liachon, would you like to speak right away? Along with your colleagues? You're recognized. Before I call the other resource persons.
Mr. Chairman, good morning to the other members of the Senate.
Yes. Dr. Liachon? Well, Dr. Liachon is trying to get back the connection. I'd just like to ask Mr. Kimbo if we have any new folks that you have to swear in. Otherwise, all those people that previously attended are reminded they're still under oath. Mr. Kimbo?
Yes, Your Honor, we have new guests today. Dr. Carlin Pin. And one more, Your Honor.
Dr. Dante Morales, sir.
Yes, Dr. Dante Morales. And then from Zuzu Construction Machinery Group Import and Export Trading, Mr. Ray Isidor Lenogon Gulyeban is here for the first time. And then Dr. Dante Morales, past President, Philippine College of Physicians. Only those, Your Honor, are the new attendees.
Can you swear them in right away, please?
Those who are here for the first time, kindly raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm? Kindly turn on your camera so that things will be recorded. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? Dr. Morales? No sound.
I do.
Thank you. Dr. Pin
I do.
and Mr. Gulyeban.
Dr. Limpin and Dr. Morales has already been sworn in. And who is the other one? Mr. Kimbo?
Mr. Gulyeban, Your Honor, from Zuzu.
Yeah, this is the beginning of the other so-called suppliers. From Suhao Construction, who I believe got over 2 billion pesos, if I'm not mistaken. On 2 occasions, he's represented here by Mr. Gulyeban, almost at 2 billion pesos, 1,898,000 pesos. Mr. Gulyeban has been sworn in.
I don't. He's supposed to be present, Your Honor, but I don't see him right now.
Mr. Gulyeban, could you please put down your video?
Yan ba?
Makita ka nakaganyan ko.
He's currently present, but his camera is not on, Your Honor.
He's present. Camera is not on. Can you speak on the microphone?
I can see his name on the screen, Your Honor, but he neither speaks nor is seen.
That's not enough. We have to show that. There you go. Ray Isidore Gulyeban.
Yan na.
Okay, just call him on the phone, and when he's ready, we will acknowledge that he has been properly sworn in, if he has been sworn in.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
That is all, Your Honor.
Yes, we are in pursuit right now. If Dr. Mr. Gulyeban, I can see that you're on already.
Opo, Your Honor, naririnig ko na po.
Can you turn on your camera, please?
Sutsu Machinery Limited, Your Honor.
Please punch the button on video so we can see you. Pakibuksan niyo po yung video ninyo.
Bukas na po, Your Honor. Apo.
Nasaan po kayo, Mr. Gulyeban?
Nasa Quezon City po, Your Honor.
Ano yung opisina po ba yan ng inyong kumpanya?
Apo, Your Honor.
Dahan-dahan lang po ang pagsalita. Ano po yan?
Apo, opisina po, Your Honor.
Ng?
Opisina to ng company, Your Honor, na nagpa-part-time po ako, Your Honor, ngayon.
Part-time kayo. Nire-represent nyo ang Suhao.
Sutsu Machinery po, Your Honor.
Sutsu Machinery.
Apo.
Yun po ba?
Apo,
Yes
apo.
or no? Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, apo.
Thank you. We will ask you questions to be sure later on.
Thank you po, Your Honor.
Dr. Liachan, are you ready now? Or would you like to introduce your other colleagues who will speak?
I'm ready, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, pagkatapos po ng huling Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, 2 linggo nakakaraan, nakita ko po at ng aking mga kasama ang lungkot at ang hard work at frustration ng mga senador sa takbo ng investigasyong ito na para sa akin ay ang worst corruption in the history of the Philippines kung mapapatunayan po. Because it happens in the pandemic involving the lead health agency at ang Department of Budget and Management in charge of saving us in this pandemic and accountable for the huge funds for healthcare workers, medical supplies, and other needs. Isang araw pagkatapos ng ating Senate hearing, nakatanggap po ako ng isang mensahe at tawag galing po sa isang past president ng Philippine College of Physicians. Siya po ang dati pong secretary ng Department of Health, si Secretary Esperanza Cabral. At sinabi niya, ang mga past presidents ng Philippine College of Physicians, ang 10,000 medical group na nagbibigay po ng lisensya sa mga internists at adult medicine ay sumulat ng isang indignation o pagtutol na sulat at call to action sa mga members ng Philippine College of Physicians at medical sector at ibang mga healthcare professionals. Nabahala ang mga medical leaders sa halaga ng involved na galing sa Department of Health at napalipat sa PSDBN sa halagang 42 billion pesos. Nakakalula, nakakapangilabot at nakakasuklang. Dagling nagmobilize ang mga past presidents at mga medical leaders. Sa ngayon, 600 na medical leaders at halos napaiyak kami sa tuwa dahil 6 na ex o dating mga Department of Health Secretary ang pumirma sa open letter na to. Si Secretary Esperanza Cabral, si Secretary Manuel Dairit, si Secretary Enrique Ona, Secretary Carmencita Riodica, Secretary Pauline Obial, Secretary Jaime Galvestan, 2 undersecretary, si Undersecretary Susie Pineda Mercado, Undersecretary Madeleine Valera. At nung October 11, last week po, nagkaroon po ng press conference na malawakan at ang pananawagan namin ay ang pagharang sa pag-usad ng hearing na mandato po na nanggagaling po sa executive branch at hindi pinapa-attend po ang mga cabinet secretary. Ito at ang amin pong kinalulungkot ay ang pagsira sa reputasyon ng mga nag-iimbestiga ng mga senador at sa halip ay napapagtanggol pa kung sino po ang dapat pong akusaduhan. At may parallel investigasyon po sa lower house para po i-negate ang mga findings po ng Senate Blue Ribbon Committee. Alam nyo, ang mga doktor ay tahimik na professional, ngunit nag-iba ngayon. Kung hindi nyo napapansin, dati sumasali kami ng mga doktor sa mga protesta na hindi sa politika. Sumama ang mga doktor noong 2012 sa syntax advocacy. Sumama po kami sa syntax advocacy ng alcohol, soda at ng universal healthcare. Para sa mga doktor, ang trabaho nila ay manggamot, mag-alaga ng kalusugan ng bayan, tumulong umiwas sa sakit kahit saan man mapatakbo ang nagpapatakbo sa pamahalaan. Ngunit alam ninyo, sa pandemyang ito, marami ang naglabasan na hindi maganda. Nakakabahala, nakakalungkot, nakakasakit ng loob, at sa katunayan, masamang-masama. Kasi hindi lang hanap buhay ang nasasakdal dito. Ito'y buong mismong buhay ng mga tao na nakasalalay. Ngunit sandali lamang sabi namin, hindi na pangkaraniwang korupsyon ang nangyayari. Malaking salot o pandemya na ng bayan ito na kasing laki ng ating hong problema. Ngayon, nandito kami, nagingit-ngit, ngunit gusto pa rin namin pong tumulong kung meron pa ho tayong masasalbang pag-asa. Nag-aalangan na baka tawagin na walang respeto sa Pangulo at baka mapagalitan at mapagmura ng Pangulo o ng presidential spokesperson at sabihin hindi eksperto o gustong maghangad ng posisyon sa gobyerno o atakihin ng mga libo-libong mga trolls. Wala na po ang takot, wala na po ang pangamba, walang natitira kung hindi galit na napalitan ng bagong pag-asa. Hindi na kami nag-iisa. 1 week ago, ang Makati Medical Center joined in the collective call of medical communities for President Rodrigo Duterte not to block the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee into the Parmali Pharmaceutical Corporation. In that letter, signed by the Board of Directors, headed by Dr. Saturnino Javier, and Medical Staff Association, expressed their support to their colleagues to taking their stand on the ongoing Senate inquiry involving the Department of Health, the Parmali Pharmaceutical Corporation, and the Procurement Service of the Department of Budget and Management. May pag-asa ba ang bayang ito? May pag-asa pa ba kung ang mga doktor mismo ang ayaw pa rin makialam? Kaya ngayon, kami ay nakikialam at gusto namin po magsalita. Last year nang umarangkada ang kaso ng COVID sa first surge July-August sa mga hospital, hindi na kinaya po ng mga hospital, ng mga nurses, ng mga manong, ng mga nagsisilbi tulad din pala ito ng ating gobyerno. Hindi lang kaya kung hindi tayo pala handa sa ating global pandemic. Mga doktor at frontliners ang nagtatrabaho lang sa hirap at kahirapan nila ay sige pa lang habang lahat ng mga tao ay nasa bahay at hindi nakikita kung gaano ang sakripisyo ng mga taong ito. Masakit na isipin sa mga panahong iyon ay isang masamang plano pala ang isinasagawa. Tumawag po sila ng medical timeout at nagkaroon ng recommendation, pero inabot po sila ng mga verbal assaults. Noong isang taon, humingi ng doktor na ito, hindi madali ang paghingi nito, lalo na pirang pinasama at sinabing magre-revolution daw. Parang bang walang karapatan na ang mga healthcare workers humingi ng tulong o huminga man lang. Nangangamba ang lahat at nagdadasal hanggang ngayon umaasa na nawala na ang salot na virus na to at malamang mas madaling mawala kaysa salot ng korupsyon sa lipunan. Alam nyo, isang buwan na nakaraan, sa halip makinig si Presidential Spokesperson, Secretary Harry Roque, minura pa sina Dr. Maricar Limpin, ang Philippine College of Physicians, kasama si Dr. Antonio Dan sa isang meeting ng IATF. Kami po ay mamamayan ng Pilipinas at nag-aalok po ng tulong. Ngayong taon lalong lumalala at bakit? Kasi maliban sa COVID-19 virus, hindi na yata aalis at napabayaan, pinababayaan, pinauubaya sa mga tao na wala man lang malasakit sa kapwa Pilipino na nagkakasakit, namamatayan, namamatay, nagugutom dahil walang trabaho at dahil walang pambayad ng gamot dahil kapos na ang gobyerno. Alam nyo, hindi lang ho ito tungkol sa mga doktor. Ang ekspresyon ng indignation at call to action na ito ay hindi lang dapat galing sa mga doktor at health sector. Dapat galing ito sa lahat ng mamayang Pilipino, sa bawat membro ng Department of Health ng gabinete. Dahil ang sakit ng isa ay buhay ng iba. Dahil kung sakitin ng Pilipino, anong klaseng Pilipinas ang meron tayo? Kung hindi natin mabibigyan ng karapat-dapat na pansin at respeto ang kalusugan ng Pilipino, babagsak ang ating ekonomiya, ang ating seguridad, at katahimikan ng ating lipunan, ang edukasyon ng mga anak natin. Responsibilidad nating lahat ng pribadong sektor at ng gobyerno magtulungan tayo sa paglinis ng ating lipunan nang walang wastong maidudulot sa pag-unlad ng ating bayan. Linawin na natin ang ating pag-iisip, hanapin sa puso ninyo, iwas-iwas na nyo ang gawaing masama. Panghuli, sinusuportahan namin ang Senate Blue Ribbon Committee. Salamat sa inyo pong tapang, sa inyo pong hard work at pagsasakripisyo. Hindi madali ang ginagawa nyo. Sa pag-attend ko ng 12 hearing, nakita ko po ang inyong dedikasyon. Ayon sa Constitution, public office is a public trust. Ang pampublikong katungkulan ay pagtitiwala ng publiko. Ang mga opisyal ng gobyerno ay dapat managot sa mga tao. Dapat sila magsilbi lagi-lagi na may kahanga-hangang responsibilidad, integridad, katapatan, kahusayan, dapat silang kumilos na may katapatan sa bayan, hustisya, mamumuno na may magpapakumbabang pamumuhay. At ito ang inaasahan namin. Sana sobra o labis, wag lang kulang sa tamang moral values ng isang Pilipino. So let us help the good leaders and get rid of the bad ones. We have one chance to make a difference, and that is today. Once and for all, let's do the right thing for our country, for ourselves, for our families, for our children, and for our children's children. Namatay po si Secretary Colin Powell, ang dati pong Secretary of State, at sinabi niya na pangwakas ko pong sabihin sa inyo, leadership is solving problems. The day soldiers stop bringing you their problem is the day you have stopped leading them. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman at sa mga senador. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, Dr. Lechon. Before I pass it on to the others, I'd like to call Dr. Dante Morales. Did you want to make a statement, Dr. Dante Morales?
Magandang umaga ho at salamat ho sa invitasyon binigay ho sa amin. Gusto ko lang dagdagan ng sinabi ni Dr. Liacion. Alam niyo, hindi na nga 6 siyam na ho yung sinabi niya na galing sa DOH, no, pati Undersecretary, siyam na ho sila ngayon lahat. At over 600 nga ang pumirma na individually doon sa indignation statement ng mga past presidents of the Philippine College of Physicians. Pero hindi lang ho mga past presidents, pati ho mga iba-ibang doktor at saka nurses sasama ho dito, pati technicians, pati mga manong at manang namin ho, isasama na ho lahat dito. Gusto ko nang biglang diin ho na gusto lang ho na yung makita ang transparency at accountability. Makita ho natin ang mga katotohanan sa ginagawa ho ng Senado na pag-iimbestiga sa mga kinauukulang mga tao na may responsibilidad sa mga nangyayari. Gusto ko lang dagdagan po yung sinabi ni Dr. Liacion at 3 ang sinabi niya. Pang-4 po doon, kung meron marami na kayong testimonya at kung meron kayong substantial evidences na makalap at makuha ho, saan ho ito, kung ano man ho, padala na ho ito sa DOJ, Department of Justice, para sa prosesong gagawin ho. At kung kailangan ho mararapatin at kailangan gawin sa ombudsman ho, yun ho ang call to action ng aming samahan, yung indignation letter. Nandiyan ho si Dr. Maricar Limpin at magsasabi ho rin siya na meron ding statement ang Board of Regents of the Philippine College of Physicians to represent or to speak on behalf of the PCP. At sinabi ho doon ang 6 points na kailangan ho at sinabi ho ang mga kailangan gawin ho at hinihiling na gawin ng gobyerno at ng Senado upang malutas at malaman ho namin ang katotohanan sa mga nangyayaring ito. Gusto kong sabihin sa inyo na bukod ho kay Dr. Esperanza Cabral, Dr. Eugene Ramos, isa ho sa mga nangunguna rin ho yan, at mga kasamaan ho namin Dr. Turalba, Lingling Uy, at Dr. Liacion, at marami pa hong iba. Yun ang gusto kong sabihin. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Dr. Morales. Thank you very much. And we applaud your bravery and courage, and for kailangan na magsalita talaga ang mga Pilipino. Kung may silang hindi nakikita, hindi tama, dapat magsalita. At ang mga doktor ay usually very, very quiet at talagang gusto lang manggamot yung mga yan. Pero ngayon talaga kumikilos kayong lahat. I'd like to call Dr. Maricar Limpin, President of the Philippine College of Physicians. Dr. Limpin, are you ready?
Yes po. Good afternoon po, Your Honor, to everyone here sa Senate po ngayon. And I'd just like to relate to you yung sa loobin ho namin, mga healthcare professionals po. And I'm representing basically ito pong statement po na ito na aking pong babasahin is actually signed by 45 health professional organizations, no? So hindi lang po Philippine College of Physicians, kung hindi naririto rin po, kung pwede po, if you will allow me, yung mga pangalan, banggitin ko po ang pangalan ng mga organisasyon. Philippine College of Chest Physicians, Philippine Society of Endocrinology, Diabetes and Metabolism, Philippine College of Geriatric Medicine, Philippine Society for Microbiology and Infectious Diseases, Philippine College of Hematology and Transfusion Medicine, Philippine Society of Medical Oncology, Philippine Heart Association, Philippine Society of Nephrology, Philippine Rheumatology Association, Philippine Society of General Internal Medicine, Philippine Society of Gastroenterology, Philippine Neurological Association, Philippine Society of Allergy, Asthma, and Immunology, Philippine Society of Nuclear Medicine, Philippine the Child Neurology Society, Philippines Incorporated, Philippine Psychiatric Association, Private Hospitals Association Philippines, Philippine Society for Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, Philippine College of Occupational Medicine, the Pediatric and Adolescent Gynecology Society of the Philippines, Pediatric Nephrology Society of the Philippines, the Philippine Association of Medical Journal Editors, Philippine Society of Hospice and Palliative Medicine, Philippine Ambulatory Pediatric Association, Philippine Society of Experimental and Clinical Pharmacology, PGH Physicians Association, Philippine Society for Reproductive Medicine, Philippine Academy of Pediatric Pulmonologists, Society of Pediatric Critical Care Medicine, Philippine Society of Venereologists, Philippine Society for Developmental and Behavioral Pediatrics, Philippine League Against Epilepsy, Philippine Pediatric Dental Society, Philippine College of Emergency Medicine, Philippine Dermatological Society, Philippine Society for Cervical Pathology and Colposcopy, Philippine Thyroid Association, Philippine Academy of Occupational Therapists, Orofacial Pain Association Philippines, Philippine Association for the Study of Overweight and Obesity, Philippine Academy of Rehabilitation Medicine, Philippine Society of Sleep Medicine, Diabetes Philippines, at saka ang Philippine Pediatric Society. So kami po, Your Honors, nagsama-sama ho kami para iparating po sa inyo po at pati na rin po sa ating pamahalaan sa administrasyon yung ang aming pagkalungkot at pagkabagabag sa mga narinig ho naming alleged corruption related po sa pagbili ng mga pandemic supplies. Remember, kami po yung talagang nasa front ng pandemic na ito, and as we risk our lives for our fellow Filipinos who have actually fallen ill because of COVID-19, and as many Filipinos suffered and died from COVID-19, talaga naman pong hindi po kami makampante sa naririnig namin na baka may mga tao po who may have actually exploited this situation, and therefore we cannot remain silent on this matter. Dahil ang pera po mismo ng mamamayang Pilipino ang ginamit po para dito sa pagbili ng mga pandemic supplies. Of course, we cannot say that we are experts sa mga ganitong mga ganitong matters. No, we are not. But as healthcare professionals, we want to stand firm for science during this pandemic, and we want to continue fighting for the rights of all Filipinos to proper healthcare services, especially the underprivileged. And as we stand for science, of course, we want to know the truth. And the people deserve to know the truth. Therefore, we decry any attempts to withhold testimonies and cover up what really happened. So, Your Honors, we really call, ang panawagan po namin ay for transparency, exigency, and accountability. In particular, I hope na dumating po ito sa ating Presidente. We would like to call on the President not to obstruct the testimony of material witnesses to any investigations. For after all, hindi naman ho nangangahulugan siguro na kapag tinawag ang mga taong ito ay hindi naman ibig sabihin na talagang people the truth behind dito sa mga allegations na ito. And therefore, we also call on all government officials to support the call for truth, ensure that the wheels of justice grind swiftly and surely, and provide testimony when sought. We would like also to call on the Senate to please complete the inquiry swiftly and with utmost diligence to get the truth behind the alleged corruption. Then, kung necessary po, if you see that there is enough evidence, then pass on this case before the Department of Justice or even at the Ombudsman at the soonest possible time. And then, may panawagan pa rin po kami, and this time to the Department of Justice, na sana po if the case will be passed on to them, for them to conduct an immediate, impartial, and thorough investigation of the case. So on this note also, maybe we would like to probably suggest, para po maalis po sa atin mga mamamayan at sa ating lahat ang pagdududa na maaaring may cover up or anything katulad ng mga ganitong mga mungkahi, we would like to suggest na sana siguro it's time to create an independent body na siyang gagawa ng investigation, para po hindi po mapulaan ang ating gobyerno na meron pong pagtatago na gagawin. We would like also to call on the Ombudsman if with enough evidence to file the appropriate cases against all those responsible for any corruption. Of course, nananawagan ho kami sa lahat ng mga Pilipino, regardless po kung ano po ang ating political affiliation. Dahil kailangan ho tayo magsama-sama dito para malaman po natin ang katotohanan. Let us all join hands and support the search for truth. So, at ito po ang tamang pagkakataon para tayo po lahat ay magtulong-tulungan at all of us, we need to get our acts together. Thank you po, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Before I make a comment, I just want to tell you, I'd like to turn over to the senators if they have any questions for the doctors here. Are there any questions from the Senate and the members? No questions. I just would like, therefore, as chairman of the Committee on Blue Ribbon, I'd like to say na nagpapasalamat po kami sa inyo. Narinig po namin ang sinasabi nyo lahat ng mga doktor. Napakahalaga po niyan. This is a milestone in our country na ngayon ko lang nakita na lahat ng doktor are up in arms. Ang dami-dami yung sinabing mga different colleges. Hindi po mga objects yung mga taong yan. May mga isip, may mga damdamin, at may kalayaan sa kanilang puso. At everybody from thoracic surgeons, thoracic folks to pediatrics, to everybody, ay nabanggit nyo na halos ang mga various disciplines ng ating mga doktor. Ito ay talagang tarok sa puso ng mga doktor sapagkat nakikita nila araw-araw kung hindi nila magampanan ang kanilang tungkulin, kung wala silang sufficient na proteksyon, ay talagang maapektuhan ang ating healthcare system at maaaring mag-collapse. And that is why I commend you. You are a fundamental part of our vibrant democracy. Maraming salamat sa inyong pagsasakripisyo at pagmamalasakit, sa inyong dedikasyon para sa taong bayan at walang pagkakapaguran na pagsiservisyo. We're overwhelmed by the statements expressed in support by the many medical societies and the medical disciplines. With your help and vigilance, I can assure you of our industry and our part in order to exact accountability in public office among the public officers. Dr. Limpin, Dr. Liachon, and Dr. Morales, please assure your members that we hear you loud and clear and that we are going to do the necessary things without any color of politics. It's just that we would like to be left alone. You're right. Dapat wala nang mga nakikialam na hindi naman karapat dapat pagbumumarahin ng mga doktor o pagbumumarahin ng mga nurses na nagpo-protesta at aatakihin pa sa pag nagmi-meeting kayo. I understand that something happened between you also and the spokesman of the president. Siligaw-sigawan kayo at lahat. At let me just point out that we hear you loud and clear and we support your position, your activism. Not because it favors us, but because it favors the right of the people to be heard, their grievances, and certainly the higher call of exercising democracy. Democracy is not a term. It means that everybody must be involved because I'm not going to use the government of the people, for the people, and by the people, without the people. Walang mangyayari sa demokrasya. It is an empty shell of a government. And I'm glad that personally that you're all coming out. By the way, habang nagsasalita kayo, may demonstrasyon sa labas ng Senado, may motorcade, yung mga humarap na rin dito dati, yung mga healthcare workers, kinalabit ako ng aking staff, ayan, makikita na nyo sila. Mga healthcare workers na nasa lansangan. At ayan ay kasama dyan ang mga sila Eleanor Lenny Hara, Doctor, shape up, defeat COVID-19, and I'd like to quote from what they said here. Ang sabi nila, ang request nila ay Duterte's lawyering for the corrupt official reveals how he tolerates and condones massive corruption in his government and seems like a desperate move to hide his role in this. His very rude tirades against Senator Gordon and Senator Lon and his issuance of an executive order prohibiting executive officials to attend the Blue Ribbon Committee hearings are aimed to conceal the truth and protect him and his cohorts. Yan po ang kanilang statement na pinadala dito. I have to read it. At natutuwa ako at lumalabas sa mga tao ngayon. At kasama rin po si Robert Mendoza, the National President of Alliance of Healthcare Workers. Na narinig na natin sila dyan nung sila ay mawala ng SRA. At naandyan po sila, kilala natin lahat yan, nila Senator Hontiveros, Senator Pangilinan, na nakausap na namin sila sa umpisa at mulit-mulat sa umpisa. At saka of course si Ms. Maristela Aben Nohar, President ng Filipino Nurses United. So lahat po yan ay nagsasama-sama sa mga nangyayari ngayon, hindi dahil nagpo-protesta sila sa Pangulo per se, nagpo-protesta po sila sapagkat niyuyurakan ang malayang pamamahayag ng demokrasya, ang matuklasan ang mga katiwalaan na dapat malaman ng tao at managot ang dapat managot. Yan po ang essence ng Committee on Accountability and Public Officials. At ito ay nasa television, makikita nyo kung kami naglalaro dito ng politika, malalaman naman ninyo. At nakikita nyo ang talagang pagpasok talaga, ang paggamit ng tinatawag na fake news, paggamit ng mga trolls. At nakita na namin ni Senator Drilon na mayroong mga badges na maraming mga workers na nakikita ninyo sa isang departamento ng gobyerno, hindi natin malaman kung anong ginagawa. Halos 1,647 ata yun, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, na binabayaran ng gobyerno, hindi malaman kung anong ginagawa for the last 6 years. Na walang ginagawa, kundi palay ko mag-organize at magdikta ng trolls sa ating mga kababayan. So so my fellow citizens, mga doctors, we salute you, we respect you, the nurses, the healthcare workers, and thank you for your service to our country. Please stand by in case you may get some questions later on. I would now like to call, with the permission of the group, I just also like to mention here, I just handed here, the Vincent's Policy Center, other institutions like the UP College of Law, different classes there, St. Paul's University, Shape Up, San Beda University, class of 62, Philippine College of Physicians, Philippine Bar Association, Bishops Businessmen's Conference, Investment Houses Association of the Philippines, FINEX, or Financial Executives Institute of the Philippines, Judicial Reform Initiative, Management Association of the Philippines, Makati Business Club, Shareholders Association of the Philippines, Ateneo de Manila University, Ateneo de Naga University, Ateneo de Zamboanga University, Xavier University, Ateneo de Cagayan, De La Salle University, De La Salle Philippines, and Makati Medical Center, St. Luke's, Health Professional Organizations, Filipino Nurses United, 2, Filipino Nurses United 1, again, Child Rights Network, Chamber of Commerce of the Philippine Islands, na I think nagsimula pa yan noong late 1800s. And they all support the Pursuit of Fruit, Makati Medical Center, nakikita nyo yung mga lumalabas yan. Now, let us now proceed with the investigation. Let me just call so that we can start. Mr. Abrea. Mr. Abrea, you have had the COVID, and would you like to make a statement now, please? Concerning
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My last attendance or appearance sa Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, I already tested positive po noong September 24. And unfortunately po, pinatawag din ako sa Congress. Umattend pa rin po ako noong September 27. Pero hindi na po talaga kinaya kasi lahat ng symptoms po, Mr. Chair, ay nagkaroon ako maliban sa hirap ng paghinga. So talagang sumakit ang ulo ko, nahilo ko, nasuka ako. Kaya nagpapasalamat din po ako sa Quezon City government, sa Health Department. Kasi po, Mr. Chair, pinasundo po ako ng ambulansya para ma-check up po ako. So yun lang po. Gusto ko lang din po ipaalam na seryoso po yung severe po yung symptoms na naranasan ko the last 2 weeks po. At dahil po sa mga na-miss ko na sessions, pinanood ko po siya. Unfortunately po, yung sa Congress po, hindi naging maganda ang aking experience dahil sa akin po nila pinapasagot kung bakit po nag-iimbestiga ang Senado at bakit mahalaga ang due diligence. Na-lecturean din po ako ng isang congressman tungkol sa Bayanihan 1. Kaya gusto ko pong simulan ng, kung okay lang po, Mr. Chair, meron po akong few slides to clarify and to put things in context pagdating po doon sa due diligence, sa management's responsibility at sa auditor's responsibility, Mr. Chair.
Yes, just to give you a background, you are a certified public accountant. May I ask you some questions, if I may?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Man.
I suppose we're talking about taxes here, right? And you know, na nahihirapan kaming kumuha dahil dito sa Bank Secrecy Act, ginagamit na pangkubli itong Bank Secrecy Act, no? Na hindi rin kami pwedeng pumasok. Pero meron tayong gagawin sa mga susunod na mga yugto. Sa inyong experience, how much estimated taxes could the government collect from Farmali and all its suppliers if they cannot show supporting documents?
Mr. Chair, base po dun sa mga nadeklara sa financial statements, whether tama po to o mali, dahil ito po ay napirmahan at nasumite at subject po sa perjury ang management at ang auditor, aabot po siguro sa mga 2 billion, 2 billion po in taxes. Halo-halo po to, income tax, value-added tax, documentary stamp tax, improperly accumulated earnings tax, pati po donors tax, sa lahat po ng mga nadeklara po sa audited financial statements, kasama po yung sa mga suppliers po, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, na-mute po kayo.
2 billion piso aabot ang sinasabi mong estimate.
Base po sa mga nakadeklara po sa audited financial statements. Kaya po mahalaga po na makita natin yung mga source documents kasi po base po sa ating tax rules and regulation, lahat po ng expenses kasama yung 7.2 billion na purchases, kapag hindi po nila napakita ang source documents mula sa kanilang mga suppliers, ito po ay masasubject po sa tax at pati po yung mga suppliers, pwede din po sila makasuhan ng tax evasion kung hindi din po nadeklara sa BIR, Mr. Chairman.
Katulad halimbawa nitong unang-una palang sultada na umorder, nagkaroon ng purchase request at kaagad-agad within 24 hours, hindi pa nga napipirmahan yung batas ng presidente. March 24, nag-usap na si Lincoln Ong at saka si Mr. Lau. Yan ang nakalap namin sa testimony ni Mr. Lincoln Ong. Nag-usap sila March 24. At noong March 25, ayon kay Crisel Lagos, Amago, ay lumabas kagad na nakita kagad na nag-deliver sila. Natanggap niya yung kanyang tinatawag na purchase, yung kanilang request for quotation, RSQ. At ang nangyari, RFQ, at ang nangyari, natanggap niya ng mga 2:30 in the afternoon yung request na yon at karaka-raka ay nagpadala kaagad ng delivery within the next 3.5 hours. At pero lumabas sa pagpapaliwanag ni Mr. Lincoln Ong na nanguha sila di umano, marami pa sila sinasabi, hindi sila sagot yung sekreto, na nakakuha naman pala ang gobyerno ng supply ng masks sa isang kumpanya na nangangalan Tiger Philippines Marketing Corporation na nag-markup ng 23.90 or markup of 590 from Green Trend Trading International, umabot ng 11,950,000 at ito ay pinasa. Ang kuha naman nila sa Green Trends ay 9 million. So lahat ng pasa niyan may buwis na babayaran. Tama po ba yan?
Tama po, Mr. Chairman.
Anong babayaran buwis doon?
Meron po siyang 12% value added tax, income tax, at meron din pong expanded withholding tax, Mr. Chairman. Actually po, Mr. Chairman, na-forward po sa akin ng Senate Blue Ribbon Committee yung audited financial statements ng Tiger Marketing. At malinaw po sa kanilang audited financial statements, nasa 3.5 million lamang po ang dineklara nila sa BIR. At sa tingin ko po nung isang hearing ay
3.5 million lamang ang ano?
ang dineclare po na sales. At alam ko po, inamin naman nila nung previous hearing.
Ang sales nila, 3.5 million pesos lang ang sales.
Opo, ang dineklara po sa BIR noong 2020.
Yun ang
Nung taon
benta
na
ng
nag-supply po
2020.
sila kay Farmally.
Okay, go ahead, continue. Ano ibig sabihin nun?
Ibig sabihin po, hindi po nila dineklara yung sinupply po nila kay Farmally. At ito po ay grounds for tax evasion dahil higit 30% po ang in-under-declare nung Tiger Marketing. Base po dun sa audited FS na pinorward ng Senate Blue Ribbon Committee sa akin, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I'd like to get Tiger Philippines. Ano ba sila? Si Albert C. ba yun? Albert C., Stevenson C., and King Jing Ke. Yung inyong foreign partner, at saka si Xiao Xing Sang. Saka si Brian Ong. Mr. Albert C., narinig niyo yung pahayag. Ang inideklara niyo lang ay 3.5 million pesos. Pero nakapagbenta kayo ng 11 million ba? Tama ba yun, Mr. Abrea? 11 million, pero pinahayag lang 3.5 million lang.
Opo, Mr. Chairman.
11.9, kulang-kulang 12 million. Hindi niyo dineklara. Are you a Filipino citizen, Mr. Albert C.?
Yes.
Pilipino ka. So, tinatanggap mo, hindi ka nagbayad ng buwis. Hindi mo dineklara.
Namin na po natin. Namin na po namin yun.
Inamin niyo na.
Namin po.
Inamin o na-amend?
Namin
Nag-amend
po.
na daw po.
Namin. Your Honor, namin na po.
Na-amend din nyo yung filing nyo ng income tax. Paano
Opo.
nyo in-amend? Nadudoktor pala yan, parang goma, no? Dineklara nyo 3.5 million, tapos in-amend nyo. Anong binayad nyo? In-amend nyo finally. Di ba pag nakapagsabit na, hindi na ma-amend yun, Mr. Abrea?
Mr. Chairman, pwede po mag-amend kung hindi pa po nagsisimula ang audit ng BIR, Mr. Chairman.
In this particular case, nagsimula na ba ng audit o natapos na ang audit?
Sa pagkakaalala ko po, ang sabi po ni Commissioner ay may audit na po. So si BIR po ang makakapag-confirm na, Mr. Chairman.
Well, again, just for the sake of sa mga publiko, ito ang sinasapit natin pag ayaw papuntahin ng gobyerno yung mga tiga-BIR na dapat sinisingil yung mga tax dito sa mga taong ito. I know Cesar Dulay wants to attend, pero tatanungin natin siya in absentia. Nag-imbestiga na siya sa mga tweet, Mr. Abrea. Huli na itong pagbabayad, correct?
Kung nasimulan na po ang audit ng BIR, Mr. Chairman, ito po ay ma-assess na po at grounds na po for tax evasion kung more than 30% po ang na-under-declare ng taxpayer, Mr. Chairman.
Kaya nga, so balikan natin si Albert C. Mr. Albert C. Mr. Albert C. Sabi nyo, inamen nyo, nagbayad ba kayo ulit?
Opo.
Anong binayad mo? Anong binayad ninyo po?
Sa magkano po?
Malinaw po ang tanong ko, ano po ang binayad ninyo pagkatapos yung inamen?
Binayad? 553,886.88 po. Yung amended but
Yung
return.
talos, ano ba? Kalating milyon? Anong binayad nyo? Ano yon? 12%? Bat?
Po.
Ha?
But return po. But return.
Pwede mo pakitinggan mo lang yung maskara mo?
Can we request Mr. C to remove his mask? We can hardly
Sinabi
understand.
ko na po. Sinabi ko na po. O sige. Ano yun?
But return po.
Ha?
Amended but return.
Bat?
Opo, yung amended annual income tax return, 1,138,680.
Nagdagdag kayo. Kailan nyo in-amend?
September 24 po.
Ha?
September 24.
Pagkatapos kayo mahuli dito sa Blue Ribbon Committee. Tama ba yan? Nung lumabas dito, dali-dali kayo nagbayad, in-amend nyo. Tama, Mr. Albert C? You're under oath. Walang masamang aminin mo. Inabol mo eh. Opo. So that means, may pakinabang naman pala Blue Ribbon Committee noon. Napilitan kayo magbayad ng totoo. Tama ba yun? In behalf of the Filipino people, we thank you for amending. Pero nagtangka kayong mag-avoid, right? Or mag-evade. Tama ba yung tax na yun sa computation mo? Wala na ba silang ibang babayaran tax, Mr. Cabrera?
Mr. Chairman, wala po akong access dun sa amended return ng Tiger Marketing, Mr. Chairman.
Tiger Marketing, Mr. Albert C., will you please submit to us the documents that you paid? What do you want from them?
Yung amended income tax return at VAT returns po, Mr. Chairman.
Will you submit it to the committee, please?
Yes, Your Honor. We
Will
will.
you submit it now by way of an email to the Blue Ribbon Committee so we can proceed post-haste? Ang bilis natin magawa. Albert,
Yes,
thank you
yes,
for your
Your
cooperation, ha?
Honor. Yes, Honor.
All right. What about yung binilihan nyo? Yung Green Trends? Trading International. Ang amount binili nyo, 9 million. Tama ba yun? Albert?
Yes, Your Honor. Wala.
So, binili mo sa kanila.
Opo.
Kailan mo binili?
March 16 po, 2020.
March 16 mo binili. 2020. Kailan in-order mo yan? Paano ka nag-order ng ganyang karami? Alam mo na ba na nag-order na sa inyo ng ganong karami na kailangan? Albert, may nagtuturo sa'yo sa harap mo, no? May kasama ka dyan, di ba?
Wala po.
Uy, nakikita ka kita, kinakausap mo eh. Alam mo ba yung Ten Commandments, di ba? Nakalagay doon, thou shalt not bear witness, false witness. Oh. Nag-order ka ng 9 million pesos, March 20, March 25 ka mo, di ba?
16 po. 16. March
15.
March 16 po.
16, 1-6.
Opo. At ano,
Okay.
March 12 po, 16 din. March 12 po.
No. March 12 or March 16?
Dalawa po. Tig 500 po. Pieces.
500,000 pieces? Ilan ang
Bali po, total po.
Excuse me?
Total po, 1 million po.
Ang in-order mo?
Opo.
1 million lang?
Opo.
So magkano ang unit cost nun?
Bali, 18 million na. 9 million po. 18. 18 po.
18 pesos. Tapos pinasa sa iyo ni Green Trench ng magkano? 18 pesos mo kinuha. Tapos pinasa mo ng 23.90 sa gobyerno. Tama?
Family po.
Ilan ang
Sa
binasa mo
family
sa
po.
gobyerno?
Family po. Sa family po.
Ilan sa farm? Ilan nga? Saan yung order nila sa family? Listahan yan. Can you help out?
Ano po, bali sa family 900 pieces. 900,000 po pieces.
900,000 pieces.
Opo.
Diba? At umabot ang halaga, binigay mo 900,000 pieces?
Opo.
Nagkakahalaga na magkano sa total?
21,510,000 po.
Ilan?
21,510,000 po.
81 million.
21 million po.
Bukas mo yung bibig mo. 81 o 21 million?
21 po. Yun.
21 million.
Million po, million.
Ha?
21 million po.
Kaya nga, 21 million.
Million po. Yun.
Yun ang pinasa mo sa family.
Family po.
Magkano ang binayad na VAT?
But total.
$21 million. Nagbayad ba kayo ng VAT? Ang pinasa nyo?
Opo, nagbayad po.
Magkano? Bakit hindi ka handa?
2,304,642.
2,300,000.
300,464. 642.
2 million?
2,300,400,642.
Ang gulo mo naman, 3 million. 2,300,000.
2 million po. 2 million po.
Hindi, ano yung total?
2 million po yung total ng
2,340,000?
4,642.
3,400,000?
2 million po.
2 nga,
2 million
sinasabi
po.
ko 2 million. Ilan ang binayad mo total?
2,300,000. 4,642. Yung total po ng VAT.
2,346,000 pesos and 52 centavos.
4,000 lang po. 4,000. 304,642.
Mr. Abreu, can you help me out here, please?
Ang sabi po ni Mr. Albert ay 2 million, Mr. Albert, correct me if I'm wrong, 2,304,000.
Yes, yun. Yes.
Ano yung butal? 304,000.
642.
642, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, would that be correct?
Sa 21 million sales po, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
mas malaki po siya sa 12% VAT.
Paano nangyari yan?
Ang 12% VAT po ng 21 million ay 2,250,000 lamang po kung based sa gross amount.
Mukhang magulo yung papel mo. Siyempre, tatanggapin ng gobyerno yan pag sobrang binayad mo, di ba? Okay, let's go to another point.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
may I just Yes, very quickly. Kasi pa-move forward tayo kay Mr. Albert C. Now, I want to move back a little further. Matanungan natin kay Albert C. Kanino naman siya kumuha ng supplies? Because remember, during the last hearing, Mr. Chairman, we presented to you several shipments that arrived at the Bureau of Customs. Now, we'd like to find out from Mr. C, saan nanggaling yung supplies niya na binenta niya sa Tiger Field and eventually landed sa Parmali. Mr. C. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Kaya nga natin tinatanong dahil gusto natin malaman kung saan nanggaling yung mga supplies.
Yes, Your Honor. Sa Green Trends
That is correct,
Trading.
Mr. Chairman.
Sa Green Trends nanggaling. So hindi ikaw nagpapasok? Ano ba sinasabi mo sa amin?
Hindi po.
Tiger Field, we don't have green trends, Mr. Chairman.
We have called him and we have already ordered that they come over. Mr. Kimbo, what is the status of our request to Green Trends?
Your Honor, the subpoena could not be delivered or because the addresses given us were fake. Non-existing addresses, Your Honor.
We corrected that last time. We said to do diligent search for the people in Green Trends. We were told that there was nobody living in that area, right?
Yes, it was either there was no one of such name living in that area or that the address that were submitted to the SEC did not exist at all.
Mr. Albert C., ano ba katotohanan? Meron ba talaga nagbigay sa'yo ng Green Trends? Albert, huwag mong patayin yung video mo. Mr. Albert C.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Ha?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Ano yes? Totoong may Green Trends? Meron ba talaga?
Meron po.
Yun ang Green Trends? Nakilala mo?
Ano po?
Anong pangalan ng kausap mo sa Green Trends?
Company lang po yung kausap namin.
Sino?
Contact kami through connection with Chinese business community po.
Ano Chinese business community? Negosyante ka. Kung bibig ka, babayad ka, may kausap ka. Ano Chinese business community?
Mr. Chai po.
Mr.
Chai.
TSAI.
TSAI po.
TSAI. Anong first name? Anong address?
Hindi po, wala po namin ano eh.
Ano? Mga maligno ba yan? Babayad ka ng 21 million sa taong Chai lang ang pangalan?
Mr. Chairman, baka
Yes,
sakali
sir.
makatulong.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, salubungin na lang natin kasi we have sa records namin, merong total importation yung certain firm, ano, One Link. March
Link, One
17,
Link,
March
and
18, March
One-
20. Now, sinulatan po natin si Commissioner Guerrero. Hindi na tayo sinagot. Kasi ang tanong natin sa kanya, because we have all the codes ano, na pumasok sa through the Bureau of Customs, One Link Trading, and AG&A, General Merchandise. Meron tayong mga entry numbers, and so we inquired from the Bureau of Customs through Commissioner Guerrero kung sino yung mga consignees. Kasi chances are, dito nang galing talaga lahat yung supply na napunta sa Parmali. Naputo lang tayo sa green trends, but I even doubt if there's really green trends as averred by Mr. Albert C. So kung sasalubungin natin and we'll ask, because we have the registration documents of One Link, and they were able to ship PPEs, face shields, face masks for the period of March 2020. And since March 25, 26 yung delivery ng Parmali, chances are, dito nang galing lahat yan, from China din. One Link Trading, a certain Maria Carolina de la Rama. Single proprietorship ito, Mr. Chairman. So probably we can
Senator Lacson, one link.
one link, ONE, and then another word, LINK.
Correct. One
Trading.
link. And Carolina
Maria Carolina de la Rama.
Telerama.
Yes, baka sakali maisalubong natin, we'll really get to the bottom of
That's what I'm trying to do. And precisely, I agree with you that this is a mysterious green trend. Hindi niya masabi ko ilan eh. You cannot deal with a phantom.
green trend, walang
Wala. Na
Please,
walang
fake address. Mr. Chairman, fake address yung green trends eh.
Kaya nga,
This is
that's what I'm
address.
trying to establish in the examination of Mr. Albert C. And by the way,
Yes.
I'm going to warn Mr. Albert C. If you're lying, we'll put you in contempt. And you can join Mr. Lincoln. Albert? Meron bang green trends o wala? Albert C., for the last time, I'm telling you, do not shut down your video. Buksan mo yung video mo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Anong yes, Your
Meron
Honor?
po.
Ha?
Meron po, Your Honor.
Hindi mo kayang iharap dito yung green trends? Paano kayo nag-kontakan? May telepono ka? Bigay mo sa akin yung telepono. Bigay mo sa akin yung telepono ngayon din. Anong address ng telepono?
Wala po
You're
yung
lying.
phone. Wala po kaming phone case.
Paano kayo nag-uusap? Walang telepono, walang address. Niloloko mo ba ang committee?
Gamit po yung sa Chinese community po, Your Honor.
Ano yung Chinese community? Ba't nagtatago ka sa Chinese community? Meron kayong secret code?
Hindi.
Ano? You're putting the Chinese community in a very bad light. Sino sa Chinese community?
Si Mr. Chai po.
Pwede ko ba sabihin, therefore, yung Chinese community is just a term that you're using para pakita mayroong mga smuggler sa Chinese community na hindi dumadaan ang pera sa customs at kinukuha na lang ninyo, dinideliver na lang sa inyo? Naglulukuhan tayo dito eh. This is the Senate of the Republic of the Philippines you're talking about here. You're talking here with. What is the truth?
Additional information, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe I don't know if I move to issue a subpoena to Mr. Jeffrey Manalo because he is the customs broker who also brokered for Parmalee Pharmaceuticals. Aside from one link, AGNA, General Merchandise, nag-broker din siya sa Parmalee Pharmaceutical and he is an accredited customs broker sa Bureau of Customs. So probably we can, more or less solve the mystery if we invite Mr. Jeffrey Manalo and find out kung sino talaga ang source.
Quite frankly, Mr. Lacson, I think the idea is that there were really no importations. Nag-imbak na sila dito ng marami noong pang January or December. Na-anticipate na nila. Kaya nung dumating dito, kunyari lang, nag-i-import sila because walang maibigay ang customs sa atin na import documents. Meron ba naibigay sa iyo, Senator Lacson?
Yes, sir. There are entry numbers that we have, from our own sources. And we wrote Commissioner Guerrero to provide us more details about the entry numbers. I can mention it for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Please do that.
2020 PO3.
2020 PO3.
Yes. PO3 is a code for MIP or
MICT.
it's a port, no?
Yes,
So
Manila
the
International.
code number is C0037644.
300.
C, Charlie, C,
Charlie.
0037644. That's one shipment. That's one entry.
644.
Yes. Another entry, the second entry is 2020 PO3, the same port, ano?
Yes.
C, again, C 003-8050.
Yes.
The third one is 2020 PO3, Z 0038725.
Kunin mo to. Yes. We're taking a picture of it.
2020 Next is 2020 PO3, C 0038766.
Where did you, may sumulat siya dito, Senator Lacson. Sino yan? Nakasulat dyan. Pwede mo ba sabihin?
Ako yung sumulat sa Bureau of Customs, Mr. Chairman, based on the information that we got from our own sources, ano? So these are official entry numbers.
And they have not replied to you since then.
Ang pagkaalam ko lang, Mr. Chairman, bawal mag-attend, pero hindi bawal mag-reply.
That's correct. So they have not replied, sir.
They have not replied. My letter is dated October 4, 2021.
It is very obvious that the difficulty of getting not only the people to attend, who should be helping the government, such as the Customs Commissioner, I know him to be a good man, as far as I know. I don't know what has happened. But if he is allowed to attend, I'm sure he's going to make this revelation. So I urge Commissioner Guerrero to attend. He's not a member of the cabinet, but I don't think the president, maybe the president can, in his, when he is in his right mind or is in lucid interval, he knows that he cannot prevent the cabinet from attending unless it's a matter of national security or it's a matter of diplomatic initiative that has to be protected, or it's something between a communication of a privileged nature. So definitely, ito ang sinasabi ko sa mga nanonood at nakikinig, na ito ang kahirapan binibigay ng Presidente ng Pilipinas na talagang ikinukubli niya itong mga impormasyon na dapat makuha natin. Yes, Senator Irregularities.
Mr. Chairman, with the guidance of Senator Lacson, maybe the Blue Ribbon Committee can issue a subpoena duces tecum for the production of the documents that we find relevant, because we can argue that the memorandum of order bars the appearance of cabinet members and officials and employees of the executive branch, but not the submission of documents. Let the president say that even the submission of public documents is prohibited, and but we can issue a subpoena on these documents to be produced before this hearing. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Senator Dillon. I've already said that, in fact, they are not precluded from submitting to us these documents, and to formalize the motion of Senator Dillon, or if that is a motion, and Senator Lacson, we intend to issue a subpoena duces tecum to the Commissioner of Customs. And I would request right now that Director Kimbo call up the Customs Commissioner or send an email right away, because this hearing we're going to continue, and that if we would be beholden, the Filipino people will be beholden if Commissioner Guerrero submits it to us right now, as soon as he gets the receipt of your communication. Will you do that, please, Director Kimbo?
Your Honor.
You're on to it.
Yes, Your Honor, on it.
Thank you. So, may I ask the senators here present, can we really make a manifestation here? I mean, make a manifestation here that obviously Mr. Albert C. is lying. I feel that he is lying to us in saying that these are statements, and in the face of the documents submitted by Senator Lacson once again, and thank you, Senator Lacson, this bolsters the fact that he is lying. And the very fact that he uses the same thing that Lincoln Ong is saying. In our own country, there seems to be nefarious activities going on, rightly or wrongly, and I say that rightly or wrongly as manifested by these individuals, that there is a secret society operating in our country, violating our revenue laws, our customs laws, and the laws of the Republic of the Philippines in general. I make that manifestation formal, preparatory to putting Mr. Albert C. in contempt. If I will, and I will entertain that motion when any of you are ready. Albert C., I have told you repeatedly, do not shut your video because I'm concluding that somebody is giving you instructions there. I'm not a fool, you know. Open your video. Buksan mo yung video mo, Albert C. Bakit sinasara mo? Pihit mo nga yung computer mo at pakita mo sa akin kung sino nasa kwarto ngayon din. Oh, ba't pinatay mo na naman? Oh, tumitingin ka doon sa malayo. Sige, palabasin mo muna. Pihit mo ngayon para wala na siya sa loob. Oh, nakalabas na. Sige. Sinabi ko na eh. Tumingin ka eh. I want to make the observations of the chair on record. Na malinaw, you were getting instructions from somebody there. Correct? Where is Mr. Your Chinese partner again?
Aging King.
Hindi ako galit sa Chinese citizens. Galit ako sa nagsisinungaling ng mga Chinese dito na pinapalabas may sindikato ang Chinese community. Lantarang niloloko ang mga Pilipino. Kasama ka ba doon, Mr. Albert C.? Kasama ka ba na nanloloko ngayon sa amin?
Hindi po.
Sa Philippine government? Ha?
Hindi po.
Bakit hindi mo masabi kung sino nagsusupply sa'yo? Kailan dineliver yung mga goods sa'yo? Ilang beses nag-deliver sa'yo? Una, kailan ang unang delivery?
2 pong beses, Your Honor.
Ano naman? Anong truck? Wala ka resibo doon? Bigay mo sa amin yung resibo.
Opo, sige. Ibibigay po namin. Papasa po namin.
Ayun na, ibigay mo na. Padala mo. Pangalawang order ko na siya. Padala mo ngayon sa Blue Ribbon, ha?
Opo. Ano?
Director Kimbo, make sure that he delivers it right here and now. Padala
Yes,
mo.
Your Honor. We will get this information, its contact information. Yes, sir.
Yung sa dalawang transaction nyo. Then kumita na kayo. At naniwala na sinabi nyo na, inadmit nyo na nagkaroon kayo ng tax evasion at inayos nyo, inamen nyo. Kundi nahuli ng Senado. Kung nangangahulugan, meron ka ng marka. Kaya i-correct mo na yan. Albert, i-correct mo na yan. Tumulong ka na ngayon. Kaya mo pa bang tumulong? O gusto mong ikaw mananagot sa lahat ng kasinungalingan na nangyayari? Anong sagot mo?
Hindi.
Ayaw naman kitang pahirapan eh. Ikaw ang nagpapahirap sa sarili mo eh.
Mr. Chair, si Aging King po ang kausap ni Mr. Chai.
Sino?
Aging King po.
Tinuro mo naman si King Jin.
Siya po ang Chinese community.
Tingnan mo nga. Umuro ko nga sandali. Pumihit ka. Kunin mo yung sign sa likod mo. Ayan, o. Sige, nakikita ko nakalagay BIR. Umuro ka sa bandang kaliwa. Sa bandang kanan. Ayan, o. Ask for BIR receipt. Sinusunod mo ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Di ka nga nagbayad ng tax eh. Di ka nahuli, hindi ka magbabayad ng tax. I don't want to embarrass you. Hindi naman ako masamang tao, tinatanong lang kita. Nahihirapan ka dahil pinagtatakpan ka. Meron ba talagang green trend o wala?
Meron po.
Kasama siya sa Chinese community na sinasabi mong parang mafia. Ganun ba? At para makontak mo, sino kinokontak mo sa Chinese community? Yung ba si Chai?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anong spelling ng pangalan niya?
TSAI.
T as in torpedo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ha? TSAI.
Yes.
Okay. Kilala mo ba yan? Nakita mo naman yung pagmumukha niyang tao yan?
Hindi po. Si
Paano kayo nag-uusap?
Kay King po, ang kausap po. Kay King.
Ano ba si King sa iyo? Ano ba siya sa iyo? Siya ba ang boss mo?
Hindi po.
Ano relasyon mo? Paano mo
Hindi
siya
po.
makilala? Paano mo nasama siya sa korporasyon mo? Siya ba ang may-ari ng korporasyon mo? Sagot!
Hindi po. Hindi po.
Ano
Your Honor.
pinasok niya sa korporasyon mo?
Board.
Ha? Magkano? Mahirap sumagot pag nagsisinungaling. Sagutin mo.
3 million.
O, tamo, may kausap ka, ha? Kamo gano'n, o, kinorek ka na. Let the records that he said, ha, looking at somebody in front of him. Sino yung kausap mo sa harap mo? Yan, nakikita ko sa mata mo, oh. May tao, oh. Ano? 3 million ang pinasok ni King Jeng.
300. 3,600,000 po.
3,600,000.
Opo.
Siya may contact kay Chai.
Opo.
Si Chai ba kasama dito? Pilipino ba yan?
Hindi po.
Hindi. May visa ba
Hindi
yan?
po.
Pwede ba siya kaya siya nagtatago? Wala siyang visa magnegosyo? Sa pagkaalam mo?
Hindi ko po alam. Si King po. Yung
Pasa natin kay King Jin. Nandiyan ba si King Jin? King Jin Ke. King Jin Ke.
Yes, it's Emil.
Where are you?
We're here. Mr. Chairman.
Ayan nga, nakakabit na ang ano mo, di ba? Kaya nga kita hiningaan yan eh.
Ano yan?
Tigas ng ulo mo eh.
It's not from our.
Who is talking?
It's.
Sino si Romel? Siya nagsabi na matigas ang ulo mo.
It's not from our side, sir.
Ha?
It's yeah.
Stenographer ba yan? Si Miss Romel? Are you the Senate stenographer, Miss Romel?
Mother.
Miss Romel, I'm talking with you. Stenographer Romel, nakalagay dyan. Pakibuksan mo nga yung video mo. Director Kimbo, can you call the stenographer's office, please, to find out who this person is? Now, Mr. King, apparently, you're the one running this corporation. Tanong, sagot. Translate.
所以呢，你就是管理这个公司是吗？
对的，这主要这些生意就是昨天我在经营比较多。
So I am the one who's managing more the company. Yes, that's true.
You're the one managing the company called?
那个公司叫什么名字？我们的公司叫什么
Tigerfield.
？Tigerfield. The name of the company is Tigerfield.
And who is your boss?
那你的老板是谁啊？
我们一起是股东啊。
We are all partners and members of the board.
I said, who is the boss? Who is the chief executive officer?
那个最高的老板是谁？
最高的老板，我们没有说有最高老板，就是说他的股份都比较多，反正呢，也因为他们这个生意都是交给我在经营这样子。
There is no specific or particular like boss, because we are working together. We are partners.
You're like an amoeba. Are you like an amoeba?
你说
Yung nasa translation yung amoeba sa Chinese.
这个细菌就是一种细菌。Sir, what do you mean by amoeba specifically? Aside from
Amoeba has no backbone. Lahat yan, lumalabas, nagre-reproduce lang na nagre-reproduce. Sino-sino kayo sa board?
所以你们这些股东是谁啊？
其中一个我动一个 Stephen Upper
And Stevenson.
还有一个 Brian On。
Brian. So one.
Sandali, isa-isa. Sino-sino?
Okay, 再来，能不能再来 ？Okay， 能不能再来啊？
No.
OK，第一是谁？
第一个阿栋就是
The first one is Albert C.
Ano si Albert C., President?
Albert 是做什么？
Albert C 是属于董事长。
董事长 Yes, sir. He is the president.
Oh, sino pa?
还有谁呢
还有这个是 Stevenson，
Yes.
Stevenson 是股东。
He is also a board member. Okay.
Kapatid sila ni Albert, di ba?
他们是兄弟是吗？
对，他们是兄弟。
Yes, that's right.
Sino pa?
还有谁
还有是我柯清进。
？And then me, I'm Ke Qingjin. Yes.
Sino pa?
还有一个是张绍兴。
And then there's another one, Zhang Shaoxin.
Zhang Shaoxin.
Yes, sir.
Chinese siya, Chinese.
他也是中国人。
Chinese 对 ，yes， 也是 Chinese。
Chinese citizen.
他是中国人。
对，是中国人。
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Sino pa? Brian Santos Ong.
Brian Ong.
Yeah, there's another one, Mr. Brian Ong.
Ano siya?
他是谁呀
？Brian Ong。
对，他是谁？他
就是 Brian Ong。
他是做什么？
他就属于比较那个，所以说比较签记那个记账的这些财务比较属于他来分管。
Okay, he is the one responsible for the record keeping and for the.
He's the one responsible for the records.
Yes, sir.
Is he there? Is he here?
在这里吗？
Director Kimbo, get the records from Brian Santos Ong. Lahat ng mga sinasabing deliveries.
把所有的数据都报给 Brian Ong 是吗
？Yes.
Yes.
Director Kimbo, did you get my instructions?
你什么时候记啊？刚才说什么？我没听懂。
就是那个送货的这些。
送货的有的时候有，有的时候没有，因为我们都会1个月或者多久然后把这些账整理一下啦，然后再由他来签名啦。
但是 Brian 也就是帮你来收这个。
他就是有的时候就是看签名这样子。
Okay, yes, he's the one keeping the records.
Mr. Ke, do you have a visa in our country?
你在菲律宾有签证吗？在工作？
我是属于投资移民的。
Yeah, so I am an investor immigrant. Yes.
Investor immigrant again?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr.
How long have you been in our country?
你在这里待多久了
？2000年就来了。
I've been here since.
2000年来投资的，然后2000年来这边办的投资移民，13年的时候才正式来到这边。开始跟他们找一些股东啊，这些各方面开始在一起做。
Answer the question directly. How long? It's not an explanation. How long has he been in the country?
Okay, 那个参议员在问我们，就是你在菲律宾待了多久？你是什么时候开始？
多久？2000年就开始来了。
所以一共有几年？
一共有20年了嘛。就是来去去这样子。
So it's a total of around 20 years because I've been going back and forth from China to the Philippines. Yes.
Lynette, tama ba yung kanyang translation?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You have to translate
yes.
for me.
Okay. Yes, he has been here since 2000, since the year 2000.
Right. And where are you from? Tiga saan ka?
你是从哪里来的？
从福建China 福建建江。
He came from Xinjiang province in China, from Fujian.
Yeah.
Yes, Fujian province in China.
Xinjiang. Is that part of Fujian province or iba yun?
Yes, Xinjiang is part of Fujian province.
So, kababayan mo si Michael Yang?
所以你跟杨先生是同乡的吗？
对，是同乡。
Yes, we are kababayan. We came from the same hometown.
Correct. O yan. Sige, magkakasama talaga kayo. Anyway, eto si Juan. Eto si, bago ako tatanungin, si Xiao Zhenxiang. Tiga Fujian rin siya.
这位张绍兴也是从福建来的吗？
对，也是福建来的。
Yes, he is also from Fujian.
Magkano pinasok mong investment sa kumpanyang ito? At hanggang kailan? In the last 20 years, ikaw ba nagpasok ng pera dyan sa kumpanyang yan?
那你对这个公司投资总额是多少？在这20年里面你对这个公司的投资是多少？
我们刚开始是用一桶100万的注册基金下去投的。
So when we started, we had the registered capital of 1 million.
1 million pesos.
1
Ngayon,
million
magkano ang
pesos.
pinasok niya?
那到现在你投资总额是多少？
现在我们的同居总额已经有增肌到了20桶。
是2000万吗？
啊，对，2000万。
So since then we have increased our investment to 20 million.
Magkano ang pinasok niya siya mismo?
那你自己呢？你自己本身投资的金额是多少？
我的投资金额，
对，
我的投资金额，因为我的股份属于比较小的，啊，我的占的就30%。
Because my stock share or my share in the company is a bit low, is smaller, around 30%.
Ilan?
He holds 30% of the share in the company.
30%?
Yes, 30%. 30%对吗？
对。
Yes, yes, Mr. Chairman.
Bakit nakalagay dito sa GIS mo? 15% lang ang pera mo sa kumpanya.
但是在你们的报告，你有是说你只有投资15%。
所以我后面又增加了。
In the beginning it was 15%, but there was an increase later on.
And you're making money here. Your family is here.
那你的家人在这里吗？
对，我的家人都在菲律宾。
Yes, my family is here.
一样来了这么久。
Let me ask you now a question. Sino ang nag-supply sa inyo nitong nakuha niyong supply para sa family?
那你提供给 family 的这些抗疫物资是谁提供给你们的？
是当时3月份的时候哦，不是开始疫情严重的时候，我们就市场上这个整个市场就是在这个口罩就是在很紧张，大家都在买不到这些口罩我们就开始也有在开始找这个口罩了。当时我是通过我的一个朋友，他姓蔡的，他说他认识一家口罩公司，他能帮我买到这样子。
So at that time, around March, at that time the pandemic was really at its height, and then there was also a very big scarcity in the market for face masks. So at that time, through my friend, Mr. Tsai, he told me that he knows some suppliers who could supply us with this face mask.
Tsai, you know Mr. Tsai, your friend. Where is Mr. Tsai now?
所以你认识这位蔡先生？
对，他是我的一个朋友。
Yes, he is my friend.
I know he's your friend. Where is he?
那他现在在哪里？
那现在好像是今年我也听说是回国了，但是具体有没有回去我也不知道，因为很久没有联系他，也没有再联系了。疫情嘛，大家都在家里面，都没有出去，也没有相聚这样子。
So I've heard that maybe he has already gone back to China, but I am not sure because it has been a long time since I have been in touch with him. Because since the pandemic, everyone is just staying at their homes, and we have not really made any contact.
But you are the source of the supply. Ikaw ang nakipag-usap sa kanya na bigyan kayo ng supply.
但是是你负责这个提供拿这些物资方面，是你负责的，是你负责向他拿这些物资，对吗？
对的，是我负责的。
Yes, I'm the one who was.
binili mo kay Tsai?
那你跟蔡先生买多少？那个金额是多少？
当时是买了100万个。
I bought 1 million.
1 million 对，
1 million face mask.
买了2次，每次2次都是1次50万。
1 million na ano? Pesos?
So,
or
1 million face mask 是100万的口罩，对吗？
对，100万个口罩。
1 million face mask in.
Bakit ka nabili sa kanya ng 1 million face mask? Sino nagsabi sa'yo bumili ka sa kanya ng face mask?
你为什么会向他买呢？会向他购买？是谁跟你说要向他购买呢？
因为当时不是疫情嘛，疫情这个口罩，整个市场都在找这个口罩嘛，整个市场都在找这个口罩。他说他有那个认识这个口罩公司，他说他能买到。我说好吧，那我就来买一些来，这些东西你要用还是要卖或怎么样的，是这样子。
Because at that time there was really a lacking in the market. There was really not much supply, or everybody was looking for face masks. And then when I asked him, he told me that he knows some company who can provide face masks.
So he's passing you to another company, but he did provide you with 1 million face masks. How much did you pay him?
那你付他多少钱呢？
我付了他一个是买了18 P， 总共付了他那个18桶。
For each piece, I bought it for 18 pesos.
18 pesos.
Yes, so it's 18
You are a member of the corporation. Mahigpit ka, di ba? Siyempre, may pera ka dyan. Alam mo na hindi kayo nagbayad ng correct taxes ng VAT.
你身为这公司的一名股东，你当然对你们的财务都是非常的严格的。但你知道吗？你了解吗？你们没有付对的税务。
我们呢，因为当时疫情嘛，这个有的这个财务也没上班，完了这个税收的话，就是因为疫情的这个这个财务有的时候没上班哦，还有这个也怕政府这块这个也没有上班没开，所以说我们当时也就一直就没有来得及来交这些税收嘛，就这样的。
Because it was during the time of the pandemic, and then we were also not going to the office, and then there were some departments in the government that were not open.
That's my question.
So,
alam mo hindi kayo nagbayad ng tax. Huwag niyo akong pinapasyal. Palagi na lang. That time, kailangan, marami kaming kailangan, marami nangangailangan. What is the answer?
但是参议员想问你，是说你知不知道你们没有付这个税？对，
我知道了，我知道了，这个是我知道，因为当时我跟
I know.
So you know, hindi kayo nagbayad ng tax correctly.
所以你知道你们没有付正确的税。
这个我知道，因为我当时我跟他买的时候，他也有开发票给我，因为我们公司也是属于说是我们来这个菲律宾嘛做这个生意，我们也是属于有一家属于也比较有正规的。
naman ng Pilipino dito.
Dito,
panay Chinese ang salita nila, hindi makapagsalita ng diretsa. Alam mo ba, hindi kayo nagbayad ng tax? Simple lang, yes or no?
对不对？你知不知道你们没有付正确的税给政府？
对的，我知道，但是我后面我们有补了，我们后面有补了。
Yes, but we have also made an amendment.
You made an amendment. So there was a deliberate effort to avoid taxes, and nang nahuli kayo sa sa broom, dito sa Blue Ribbon, nagbayad kayo ng correct tax, correct?
所以你是可以说你是故意没有付这个税，但是后来因为被查到，被这个蓝带委员会查到了，所以你再弥补上这个税，对吗？
不是，我们一定会交这个税的，因为我解释给你们听哈。因为我们当时跟他买的这些口罩，也都是有正规发票给我们的啊，反正我们也有开出正规发票，这个是当然他有正规发票给我们，我们公司也会拿着这个票去 BIR 去补去录，反正我们也会开出我们公司的正规发票出去，那这个我们是不会去漏税，只是说
No, we will definitely make the payments. I just want to explain that actually when I bought this face mask, Mr. Chai gave me a receipt, and also when we delivered, we also issue receipts because we are a legitimate company operating in the Philippines. So we will definitely pay the taxes.
Company that doesn't pay the right taxes, correct? It's legitimate.
但是你们没有正确付这个税。刚开始的时候，
这个就是刚开始的，就是因为疫情嘛，所以说对不起，就是说我们也没有及时去交这个税，就是让那个犯了这个错误嘛，反正我们也后面也及时补了，也有受到该罚的这些罚金，我们也有交了，是这样子哦。
Yes, we apologize for this. And we have made this mistake, but it is really not our intention to miss paying the taxes. And we have already made amendment when they have also shouldered the penalty.
Too late. if I tell the Filipino people, kung sabihin ko sa Filipino people, kayo ay pribileyo lang na nakakapagnegosyo dito at pag hindi kayo nagbayad ng tax, pwede kayong i-deport.
我可以告诉你啊，参议员现在可以告诉你，其实那已经太晚了，你们这样子做已经太晚了我想跟你们说，你们居住在菲律宾这是个特权随时是可以被驱逐出境的。
哦，对不起啊，帮我注意一下，对不起，sorry 啊。
Nakaka-insulto na kayo, nagninegosyo kayo rito, naghahanap buhay kayo rito, magsusupply kayo doon sa mga korap, pagkatapos hindi kayo magbabayad ng buwis, tapos sasabihin nyo, sorry. Mr. Kimbo, I want a letter signed by the committee informing the Immigration Committee that we should be filing charges against Chinese like this who come here and do not pay their taxes. Translate for him, please.
现在我们参议员是说，你们这样子的行为是等于藐视我们菲律宾整个国家，因为你们来这里投资做生意，但是却不交正确的税收
不敢藐视，真的对不起，sorry。
你可以被起诉的，你是可以被起诉的，你是可以被起诉的。
请求参议员原谅哦，我们是真的因为疫情的，因为这个疫情的原因，所以说我们那个才后面才去补交这个税啊，所以说要请求那个参议员的那个原谅，我真的 sorry， 真的对不起啊。
Mr. Ke answered Mr. Chairman that he would like to ask for your forgiveness, and it was really because of the pandemic. That's why they were not able to pay the right taxes, and he would like to ask for your forgiveness.
Tell him I have no sympathy for him, and people like him.
参议员说对像你们这种人他是不会同情的。
sorry， 对不起，真的对不起的。
Very sorry. Really very sorry.
I'm very sorry for the people who cannot implement the right equipment because people take advantage. You people have been lying to us. Starting with Lincoln Chen. He lied. Do you know Green Trends, Mr. Kim? Do you know Green Trends?
你认识 Green Trends 吗
？Green Trends 这个是那个口罩公司吗
？Is it the face mask company, the one supplying face masks?
Do you know or don't you? Yes or no? Repeat the question.
你认识 Green Trends 吗？
认识啊，认识。
Yes, I know them.
Oh, how do you know them?
那你怎么认识他们的？
因为是这个姓蔡的跟我说的，我这个朋友姓蔡，他跟这个他就跟这家公司买的。
It was Mr. Chai who told me.
也拿到这家公司的正规发票来给我，是这样子啊。
So it was Mr. Chai who told me about Green Trends because he got the supply.
What did you only tell me now? Sabi mo kanina, sabi ni Mr. Chai, may kilala siya mga Chinese na nagpapadala ng mask. Ngayon, sanabi ko yung Green Trends, biglang Green Trends ang lumabas. Nagbabago ka ng kwento mo.
所以蔡议员是问，为什么刚才你没有直接说蔡先生是从 Green Trends 那边拿货的？你只是说他是从另一家公司拿货，为什么没有直接点名？
没有，刚才参议员没有问我，刚才他没问我这样子的问题，我只是说他问我什么，我回答什么了。哦，你刚才他如果问我是跟哪一家公司买的，那我就会不回答了，是这样子。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Ke said that your question was from where? You didn't specifically ask from which company, so he didn't mention Green Trends.
I apologize because I'm being taken for a ride by this fellow. Napaka-common sense na pag tinanong ka, sino nag-supply sa'yo, sinabi mo si Mr. Tsai, hindi mo sinabi tiga Green Trends. Ang sabi niya, Mr. Tsai has contacts with the Chinese in China na makakapag-supply. Hindi niya sinabing Green Trends.
因为刚才我觉得这
I won't argue with this witness. It's argumentative. Mr. Kimbo? Director Kimbo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please take note of the exchange in terms of the interpretation conducted by this representation upon this gentleman who claims he's a Chinese citizen doing business here. And I know he understands me. and he has not been forthright, and he admitted that his company, and before that, they admitted that they all work together. When I asked him sino nagpapatakbo, sabi niya lahat sila nagpapatakbo. Correct? And having said that, alam niya na hindi sila nagbayad ng correct taxes, and that is a ground, as far as I'm concerned, for cancellation of his welcome here in the Philippines, which is a privilege.
Yes, Your Honor. We will write to the BI, Your Honor.
At the very least, an investigation is in order. We're duty bound to uphold the rule of law in this country. Am I clear, Mr. Kimbo?
Yes, Your Honor. We will immediately write to the Bureau of Immigration, Your Honor.
The same Xiao Zhang, including Xiao Zhang, one of their directors, is obviously a Chinese citizen as well.
张绍兴他是
You know, we welcome the Chinese as friends. There's a pandemic, you do not take advantage of the poverty of your friends, and you do not corrupt them.
你知道我们现在是在疫情当中，但是你不要做这些不正当的行为来欺瞒菲律宾人。我们对外国投资中国人都是很欢迎的，但是不要有这种不正当的手段。
不会，不敢啊，真的不会，不敢。
To answer Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare to do anything that is.
What did he say?
Mr. Chairman, we wouldn't dare to do anything that is.
You wouldn't dare. You already apologized for what you did. You knew deliberately that you were not paying the taxes, and when you got found out, then you say, "I'm sorry." You better be careful when you're an immigrant here, or you're not even an immigrant. You're just on a visa, a business visa, and the laws of this country are very unforgiving. Insofar as people are welcome here, and the principle is they can remove your privilege anytime. Now, Mr. Abrea, what other things do you think? You were saying to me that earlier, and I'd like to finish this because I'd like to get the other senators. I only came out here because the objective here is to try and find out, follow the money trail. Who brought in the goods? Where did they pay? Who did they pay in China? And find out whether they paid the correct taxes. Now, dahil ang qualified opinion ang nasa report ng auditor, dapat bang nakita niya lahat ng resibo, invoices at cash, ledgers, or bank statements ng Parmali at suppliers nito?
Mr. Chairman, yes po. Mr. Chairman, if I may be allowed to share the slides, Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, tulad po ng nabanggit ko kanina sa preliminary comment ko na since nagkaroon ng simultaneous investigation sa Congress, na question po yung due diligence. So gusto ko lamang pong bigyang linaw na yung due diligence po na sinasabi natin ay hindi po due diligence na service na ginagawa ng mga law firms or ng mga accounting firms. Ito po yung exercise of care that a reasonable business or person which normally is expected to take care before entering into an agreement or contract with another party or an act with a certain standard of care. Ang ibig sabihin lang po, Mr. Chairman, na kahit saan pong pagkakataon, emergency man o hindi, dapat po may pag-iingat po, lalo na taxpayers' money po ang ginagamit dito sa pinag-uusapan. Banggitin ko lamang po yung Bayanihan 1 kasi po na-lecturean din po ako sa Congress kung pinag-alam ko daw po ang Bayanihan 1. Sinabi ko naman po na hindi ako abogado pero malinaw din po sa GPP na ang due diligence ay importante para ma-check ang technical and financial qualifications. At sa Bayanihan 1, ang sinabi lang po is dahil may emergency, ang procurement ay dapat gawin in the most expeditious manner. Hindi naman po sinabing magpabaya o hindi na mag-due diligence, Mr. Chairman. Ngayon po, pagdating po dun sa mga dokumento na paulit-ulit po nating hinihingi sa Parmali, gusto ko lamang pong i-reiterate yung management's responsibility. Nandun po sa kanilang audited financial statements na meron pong ang responsibilidad ng management at ang nakapirma po dito ay ang kanilang chairman na si Twinkle Dargani at si Mohit Dargani na treasurer. Malinaw po dito, Mr. Chairman, na ang buong financial reporting process, schedules, financial statements, lahat ng naka-report sa kanilang audited financial statements ay alam po nila at inaprubahan po ng kanilang board at malinaw po dito sa kanilang Statement of Management's Responsibility. Gayon din po dun sa pinasubpina ng Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, Mr. Chairman, i-enumerate ko lang po ulit dahil po as of today, kasama na po yung 2 linggo na liban po ako sa Senate Blue Ribbon hearing, ang natanggap lang po nating dokumento base po doon sa ating source documents na binanggit nung huling presentation ko po, wala pa rin po ang mga subsidiary ledgers ng cash transaction pagdating sa kung paano sila binayaran at kung paano sila nagbayad sa kanilang mga suppliers. Ang naibigay lamang po, Mr. Chairman, ay yung delivery receipt, Mr. Chairman. Maliban po doon, yung sales invoice, summary list of sales, yung BIR form 2306 ay hindi pa rin po naibigay. Yung kanila pong purchases na 7.2 billion, Mr. Chairman, wala pa rin pong supporting documents kung sino po ba talaga yung nag-supply, kung nag-issue po ba ng resibo, kung ito po ba ay nadeklara din sa BIR dahil required po na isubmit ang summary list of purchases. Ganon din po ang kanilang summary list of importations. So hindi po, sa akin pong experience at pagkakaalam, Mr. Chairman, hindi po ito pwedeng sabihin na trade secret or hindi pwedeng i-share kasi po ito ay nai-report na sa audited financial statement na public document na po. Kasama din po dyan yung letter of credit kung meron po talaga silang letter of credit. Banggitin ko lamang din po yung ibang transaksyon na nangangailangan ng source documents na as of this date, lease agreement lamang po ang naibigay ng Parmali, pero yung lease agreement po, proposal po siya, hindi po siya notarized, hindi rin po nabayaran ang DST.
Sir,
Ayan. Sorry po, Mr. Chairman. So, ayan po. So, yan lahat po ay hindi pa rin po nabibigay kahit po ito ay nasubpina na base po dun sa na-forward ng Senate Blue Ribbon Committee, wala pa rin po sa akin, Mr. Chairman. Pagdating naman po dun sa auditor, Mr. Chairman, gusto ko lamang pong i-reiterate na sa auditor's report, sinabi po ni Ms. Sebial na unqualified po ang kanyang opinion. Siguro po ang Senate Blue Ribbon Committee ay pwedeng klaruhin sa ating auditor kung talaga po bang nakita niya yung mga invoices at proof of cash transaction pagdating po dun sa 7.5 billion sales at 7.2 billion purchases. Kasama na rin po yung, I think yung sa 33 million donation, naging malinaw na po na checklist lang po ang nakita niya. Pero pinirmahan niya po yung report at nilagay po niya unqualified. Ibig sabihin po walang material misstatements. Nakita niya po lahat ng dokumento at na-analisa po niya at sinasabi po niya na tama po lahat ng nasa audited financial statements, Mr. Chairman. Ang missing link po natin dito, Mr. Chairman, para po sa pagtatapos ng aking presentation, kahit paulit-ulit po nating tanungin ang mga involved, Mr. Chairman, kung hindi po natin makikita yung mga source documents, ang missing link po natin is yung 7.2 billion purchases, totoo ba ito? Nasaan ang dokumento na nagsasabi? At sino ang mga nag-supply? Paano sila binayaran? At paano ito na-deliver sa kanila? Kasi po wala po tayong mga dokumento at hindi ko din po nakita ang mga dokumento na pinasumpina po ng Senate Blue Ribbon Committee. Ngayon po, meron pong 4 na parties na pwede pong makapagbigay ng impormasyon. Una po yung auditor, dahil siya po ay dapat merong working papers, dapat po nakita po niya lahat ng supporting documents, and management po, dahil hindi po niya pwedeng ipasa sa accountant or auditor, dahil sila po ay pumirma ng Statement of Management's Responsibility na lahat po ng nakadeklara sa kanilang audited FS ay kanila pong pananagutan at lahat po ng mga schedules at lahat po ng mga deklarasyon ay alam po nila at inaprubahan ng kanilang Board of Directors. Gayun din po pagdating doon sa mga taxes tulad na nabanggit po kanina, para po sa ating mga kababayan at syempre marami po nagnenegosyo na talagang nahihirapang magbayad ng buwis sa panahon ng pandemya, hindi po pwede maging excuse ang pandemya dahil online po lahat ng transaksyon sa BIR, Mr. Chairman. Kaya lahat po ng suppliers, kasama po lahat ng transaksyon ni Parmali, tulad na banggit ko kanina, aabot po ng 2 bilyon ang mga buwis na pwedeng, ang dapat na bayaran o pwedeng makolekta kung lahat po ito ay masusuportahan. Hindi ko po sinabing magbabayad silang. Sinasabi ko po, ito po yung estimate na buwis na dapat bayaran ng lahat ng suppliers at ng Pharmally at kung sila po ay nagbayad, BIR lang po ang pwedeng makasagot niyan. At dahil po inassert na po nila, Mr. Chairman, ang bank secrecy law, unfortunately hanggang cash ledger or subsidiary ledgers lang po tayo dahil mukhang ang sabi po ng chairman ng Pharmally is per advice of their legal, hindi po natin pwedeng ma-access ang kanilang bank statements or bank accounts, Mr. Chairman. Yun lamang po ang gusto kong sabihin, Mr. Chairman, pagdating po dun sa kanilang audited financial statements, Mr. Chairman.
Point out now we have had no cooperation whatsoever from Pharmally. They are evasive. They do not want to give us documentation because perhaps these documentations are flawed. Can I say that correctly?
Sorry po, Mr. Chairman.
Hindi nakikipag-cooperate because they're really trying to be evasive because a lot of things are being kept from us. Would that be a correct assessment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Kasi po nakailang follow-up na po ng documents. Hanggang ngayon, yung audited FS at delivery receipt pa rin po ang bigay po sa akin, Mr. Chairman.
So talagang totoo na talagang nanloloko itong Pharmally. Niloko na tayo doon sa bidding. Niloko pa tayo ngayon dito ay pakita at niloloko pa nila ang tao na hindi magbabayad ng buwis. Kinananan lang ang tao sa pangkukulimbat doon sa pagbili na pinaburan sila tapos hindi pa nila mapatunayan na nagbabayad sila ng buwis na aabot hanggang 2 billion. Is that correct?
Tama po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So ibig sabihin, pati itong si Sebial, si Iluminada Sebial na ayaw magpakita ng ilaw, ay talagang dapat parusahan si Sebial. Nakasuhan. Dahil sabi niya, unqualified din kanyang opinion. Yan ang point ni Senator Gelon from the very beginning. Pinagbibigyan lang siya dahil sa kanyang appearance na mukhang senior siya. Pero ang talagang totoo, talagang wala siya. Hindi niya nakita lahat yung mga dokumento. Pero pinabura niya pa rin at sinabi niya, wala, lahat ay normal ang performance. What was the term you used? Lahat ay in order, correct?
Unqualified, fairly presented po, Mr. Chairman. Walang material misstatement. Yun po yung kanyang unqualified opinion. Mr. Chairman, if I may suggest, since nabanggit po na ito po yung punto ni Senator Drilon in the previous meetings, baka po pwedeng bigyan natin ng chance yung auditor. Kasi po, malungkot lang po para sa aming profesyon, sa halagang 4,000 pesos, siya po yung pumirma. Baka po pwede natin siyang tanungin for the last time, Mr. Chairman, kung talaga po bang nakita niya yung mga invoices ng mga suppliers or bank statement, Mr. Chairman. Kasi po, sa halagang 4,000 pesos po, masyado po siya na-expose at medyo, even sa social media ay na-criticize po siya. Nadamot po yung aming profesyon, Mr. Chairman.
In other words, he was exploited. She was exploited, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So baka po pwede natin siyang bigyan ng last chance na...
Well, I agree with you. Pero we have already asked her several times. Ms. Sebial, are you there? Ms. Sebial. Mr. Kimbo, is Ms. Sebial part of the people? Oh yeah, Ms. Sebial.
There she is.
Ms. Sebial, for the last time, in the face of all these things that have been presented here today, are you going to protect these people for a measly amount of 4,000? Obviously, pinagsamantalahan ka. Yung kakulungan mo sa salapi, pinagsamantalahan ka. Habang sila naka-Lamborghini, naka-Porsche, ang gaganda ng mga bahay, ikaw pinagsamantalahan ka, at ikaw ang sasagot sa katarantaduan at kapangungulimbat nila. I ask you for the last time, for your family's sake, and for the sake of this country, paliwanag nyo.
Mr.
Parang
Chair,
hindi masabi na wala kaming budhi.
Mr. Chairman, one-time engagement lang po ako. Tapos, nakaprepare na po ng accountant yung chinek ko lang po. Pinakita nila yung mga pero hindi po ako nakakuha ng mga dokumento. Sabi ko, papadala na lang nila ako. Hindi na, ngayon po na investigation, hindi pa rin po nila ako nabigyan ng mga kopya.
So hindi ka na nabigyan ng mga kopya, pinapirma ka lang, in other words.
Pero chinikan ko naman po
yun. My question, please. I'm giving you this chance and please be forthright. Pinapirma ka lang. Wala kang nakitang dokumento. Hindi mapaliwanag kung ano yung binayad doon sa kotse. Halimbawa, donation, hindi mapaliwanag, correct? Yes or no? Ma'am, for your sake, I'm appealing to you for your sake. Huwag kang tumanggap ng kasalanan na hindi mo kasalanan. Pinagsamantalahan ka lang. You owe these people nothing as far as I'm concerned. Laki-laki nang in-exploit nila sa ating bayan. Isang kumpanya, lahat binigay sa kanila halos. Bilyon-bilyon. Di pa nagbabayad ang buwis. Ano sagot niyo, ma'am? I'm with you. I sympathize with you. Now show some form of cooperation whatsoever. That our little trust that is left will be worth it. Inamin nyo na, binigay lang, pinapirma lang kayo, di ba? Handa na lahat. Ginamit lang yung pangalan nyo na para sabihin ninyo na wala akong nakita, correct? You wanna give him some advice, Mr. Abrea, as a fellow accountant?
Mr. Bial, magandang hapon po. Mr. Bial, alam ko naman po may mga pagkakataon po talaga na napapapirma po ang auditor nang hindi nakikita lahat ng dokumento. Para lang po din hindi kayo masyadong, kasi po dalawa po tayong CPA dito at yung profesyon natin maisalba naman po natin dahil sa tuwing may kaso ng korupsyon, lagi may CPA nakasabwat. Mr. Bial, gusto ko lang po malaman, nakita niyo po ba na yung mga invoices ng mga ginastos nila, yung 7.2 billion na purchases, Mr. Bial?
Hindi po, listahan lang po talaga yung pinacheckan.
Mr. Chairman, that's all, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so hindi niya nakita. All right.
Listahan lang po talaga, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Wala siyang pinag-aralan, pinapirma lang, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Totally exploited itong taong ito, correct?
Pumirma po si Mr. Bial, hindi po niya talaga nakita yung mga invoices ng mga suppliers. Kasi po kung nakita po niya, Mr. Chairman, siya po yung pwede natin maging resource doon sa pag-trace yung
You know, I hope the public appreciates how hard it is to conduct an investigation on virtual. They even cheat you sometimes. You don't see who's around them. And they're being coached. And then when they call them, they turn off their TV or they're not here. So it's really very arduous. Hindi ako umaangal, pero tutuloyan po natin yan. Hindi po tayo titigil. Akala nila magsasawa tayo. Hindi po tayo magsasawa. Mr. Kimbo, is Mr. Mariano here? Mr. Kimbo? Baka nahawa na si Mr. Kimbo. Hindi na rin umappear. You have to pardon Mr. Kimbo.
Your Honor, sorry, we lost the signal. We just recovered it at this moment. Anyway, Mr. Jeff Mariano.
Last time, sir, we requested specifically that a subpoena be issued to Mr. Jeff Mariano. So may we know if a subpoena was in fact issued or he couldn't be found anymore? For the record, sir.
Your Honor, Indeed, a subpoena was signed, but it was not served by the office of the Sergeant at Arms because his address could not yet be found. But we wrote to the National Bureau of Investigation requesting their assistance to provide us the address of Mr. Jeff Mariano, Your Honor.
Can we say, therefore, that we're not getting the cooperation of other agencies of the government in this investigation? Mr. Kimbo?
Your Honor, this is an update. The lawyer of Formally, Attorney Kapunan, gave us an email address which would have served as a link for Mr. Jeff Mariano to attend today's hearing. But he has not yet reported here in the meeting.
Kapunan is here. Attorney Kapunan, what can you say about that?
Yes, Your Honor. One moment, Your Honor. I'm just adjusting my...
What? Can you get Mr. Mariano? And can you show your visage, please?
Your Honor.
Can you press your video, please? Would you mind pressing your video so we can see you?
Yes, Your Honor. Earlier today, upon the instruction of my client, Mr. Mohit...
Your video is not on, Dom. Oh, so hard. Anyway, sige na, go ahead. Sabihin mo na muna kung ano sasabihin mo. And then we can show your visa. Yeah, there you go.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you lift the
Good afternoon, Your
computer
Honor.
so we can see your face? We can only see your lips. There you go.
Good afternoon.
Maybe that's
Yes,
good
Your
enough
Honor.
for your girlfriend, but not for us. Go ahead.
Upon the instruction of my client, Mr. Mohit Dargani, this morning I sent to the office of the Blue Ribbon Committee through Director Kimbo the email address of Mr. Jeff Mariano. However, Your Honor, I haven't seen personally Mr. Mariano. I don't know him, and he's not my client.
What do you say, Mr. Kimbo? Did you get a copy of the email? Can you check your email?
Your Honor, we already sent the link to the address that was provided by Attorney Kapunan.
Yes. And that's no answer, obviously.
Thank you,
Your Honor. He has not replied.
Well, we can ask
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Kapunan to ask Mr. Mohit Dargani.
Yes, Your Honor. I will undertake to do that, Your Honor, please.
Where is Mr. Dargani? He doesn't want to show up here?
He's present, Your Honor.
Well, Mr. Dargani, are you going to answer for Mr. Mariano? You saw the document signed by Twinkle and yourself on the matter of the accounting, right, Mr. Abrea?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
There are commitments that you signed in that document. Can you show that document again, please?
Management
Are you
responsibility.
going to produce Mr. Mariano, Mr. Dargani?
Mr. Chairman?
We're looking for your Mr. Mariano.
Also, I'm looking for him, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Hindi, yung gamay tema.
I hope nare-realize sa mga nanonood at nakikinig kung gaano kahirap itong ginagawa ng Blue Ribbon. Talaga hindi namin nakikita, natatago, hindi kami binibigyan ngayon ng kooperasyon ng gobyerno, pero masosolve natin yan eventually. And you know, sige lang, mahaba ang panahon, we have all the time in the world. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Dulan, did you have a question, sir?
Apparently, well, it's very clear under this wording of the management's responsibility, which is found in the audited financial statement duly filed with the SEC and is a public record, that Mr. Mohit Dargani and Twinkle Dargani are fully responsible and has access to all these in possession of these documents that we are looking for. They have been issued subpoenaed, I assume, Mr. Chairman, just for the record, Mr. Dargani and Mr. Buhit Dargani and Ms. Twinkle Dargani. Have they been issued a subpoena on this? Mr. May I address it to our Director General?
Yes.
Has the appropriate subpoena been served on Mohit and Twinkle Dargani, sir?
Verbally and subpoena duce secum. Mr. Kimbo, have we done that?
Financial statement, Your Honor, yes. We're checking the other documents so that we can report to you all the documents that we have subpoenaed for.
Let me remind that paragraph C, itong statement ba? Of this statement here states, and I quote, that they have filed all applicable tax returns which are now public records and all taxes and other impositions. So kung kulang, possible liability for tax evasion yan. Again. Mohit, are you going to vote?
Sir, before, just an interjection very quickly.
Go ahead, Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you know, the Arnold case is clear. Refusing to answer is a ground for contempt and therefore a valid ground to have the witness arrested and detained. We can liken this, the refusal to submit these documents can be likened to a refusal to answer. Therefore, is contemptible behavior, and therefore they can be detained until they submit these documents. This is my proposition, Mr. Chairman.
We try to avoid this as a last resort. That's why I even hesitated with the people from Tiger. But I'm just the chairman here, and I would entertain any motion to that effect. Mr. Dargani, did you hear what Senator Pangilinan said?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Would that want to put you under detention or
Mr. Chairman, I would like to say that we're not refusing to submit these documents. We are protected under the law, which I believe we're using our rights that our legal counsel has responded to the committee.
Yes.
Well, in that case, I will yield to the minority leader. So he is still refusing, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Mr. Delon, go ahead, please.
Yes, I concur with the view of Senator Pangilinan that indeed a proper subpoena was issued on Mr. Dargani, and the production of documents was required, I assume, in the subpoena duces tecum, together and in the audited financial statement and in their submission to the Securities and Exchange Commission, they have signed a management responsibility that they are responsible for overseeing the company's financial reporting process. Now, given this, and a subpoena having been issued to Mr. Dargani, and a subpoena duces tecum for the production of documents, for the last time, Mr. Chairman, just for the last time, just for the record, does Mr. Mohit Dargani and Ms. Twinkle Dargani still refuse to submit these documents, and were particularly interested in the support documents which shows cost of sales, because we suspect that you know there is a lot of questions that can be raised here, as this is the basis of the income taxes, and you know I don't want to say this, but this could reveal a lot of things about expenses which cannot be supported. That is why we need the subsidiary ledgers, the sales invoices, official receipts, the list of sales, and the subsidiary ledgers for these purchases, the delivery receipts, the sales invoice. All of these are needed to show that indeed the financial statements can be supported. I repeat, these are public records. For the last time, Mr. Mohit Dargani, I ask you this question. Are you going to produce these documents under the subpoena issued to you by this committee?
Again, Mr. Chairman, I am not refusing. It's the company that's refusing to provide these documents. At the same time, these documents are legally accessed through different procedures under the law, and we are just invoking our right. I am not refusing.
Nice. Yes. Oh, you are what? I'm sorry? You are?
Not refusing. We are just
You're not
exerting
refusing,
our
then why
right,
don't you show it?
which was advised to us by our legal counsel.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, obviously, Mr. Dargani is refusing to comply with the subpoena and the subpoena duces tecum. The same thing with Ms. Twinkle Dargani. They have legal defenses. I assume that when we place them under detention until they comply with the orders of this committee, they will refuse and question this in court. Let him question it in court. But Mr. Chairman, I move that Mr. Dargani, Mohit Dargani, and Twinkle Dargani be declared in contempt for refusal to heed to comply with the subpoena and the subpoena duces tecum, or the subpoena duces tecum, for the production of these documents, and let Mr. Mohit Dargani question us in court. We are willing to stand by this. So may I move that the two personages of Ms. Mohit Dargani and Twinkle Dargani be declared in contempt and be ordered to be detained in the premises of the Senate until they answer the questions that we have raised on them by the production of the subpoena, of the documents enumerated in the subpoena. We submit, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Senator Pangilinan, you're seconding it?
Yes.
The chairman supports it. I don't think anybody in the committee will object to that. So ordered. Director Kimbo is ordered to ask the Sergeant at Arms to put these people under submission of the Senate.
Mr. Chairman.
And
yes.
in the case, let me continue, ma'am, if you don't mind. May we also request our Sergeant at Arms to personally serve on Mr. Jeff Mariano, and not only on the address appearing in the records, to personally bring the subpoena physically to the address stated, if that has not yet been done, because you know, this guy obviously because that's the only way that we can serve the subpoena on him. He has refused to acknowledge the service, so may we ask the chair to so direct our Sergeant at Arms.
So ordered. The Sergeant at Arms is directed to the Director of the Blue Ribbon to issue the necessary subpoenas and subpoenas duces tecum to Mr. Jeffrey Mariano, and that they be brought here to the Senate for proper handling of their testimonies. So ordered. Dr. Kimbo, are you aware of that now? Dr. Kimbo. Director Kimbo. We're having problems with our communications. Yes, Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, yes, Your Honor. We got the message. Sorry, we got this.
Senator Hontiveros and Jeff. Go ahead.
Unless this is on the matter of Mr. Gargani, because my question is about the subpoenas that were issued to another possible resource person or witness.
That is?
Manalastas. We would like to know if this was properly served. Dennis Manalastas. This is with respect to the Philippine United Technical PUTC and the BGI testing kit purchase. Mr. Dennis Manalastas.
Have you served the subpoena to Dennis Manalastas, is it?
Yes, yes.
We're currently checking, Your Honor. Give us 10 seconds, please.
Excuse me?
He's
May we
checking.
request 10 seconds, please, Your Honor. We are retrieving the data.
As he's retrieving it, just to place this again as a manifestation, Mr. Dennis Manalastas' name came out in a number of communications between DBMPS and BGI Shenzhen as being a representative of Philippine United Technical Philippine United Technic Corporation. And Philippine United Technic Corporation is a subsidiary of Full Win Group. And that's why we want his presence in the committee, Mr. Chairman. Apparently, there are communications between DBMPS and Mr. Webster Laureanana of the DBMPS communicated with BGI Shenzhen, and there was a communication to the effect that BGI Shenzhen identified PUTC as their distributor in the Philippines. And that's interesting because in the previous hearings, Mr. Owayan claimed that he has never seen the name of Philippine United Technic Corporation in any of the documents, but they actually submitted the documents, and the email exchange is there, and PUTC's company name was subject of this exchange of communications and emails between DBMPS and BGI China.
Director Kimbo, have we issued a subpoena? Is he going to show up, or have we been able to get in touch with him?
Your Honor, to Mr. Manalastas, the subpoena was not properly served because the address of Full Win, there is no one there to receive. What the guard outside said was that everyone is on a work from home arrangement, and therefore there is no one in the office. Secondly, in the email address that was provided us by the good Senator Pangilinan, we sent the invitation and the subpoena to the email address that was provided, and our message is blocked.
Well, obviously they're really trying to block everything from. But can we dig deeper as to where this guy? I'm sure we can find him. If we decides to find him, we can find him. Can we do that, Mr. Kimbo?
Yes, Your Honor. On it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can you give us an immediate report within the day or daily? Para I don't get caught up here because there are so many subpoenas we're issuing and so many people. Can you give us a matrix of those that have not been served because they are missing or there's no person by that address? Give a report to the committee next time then when we conduct the hearing. Again, this is part again of the arduous situation that we're in. Nobody wants to tell the truth. Even the accountant, after giving him so many chances, the record speaks for itself. Even this Chinese guy who says he's sorry for not paying taxes. I mean, they're trifling with the Philippine government, with the powers of the Philippine government to assert itself. I think it's really on the executive and all the cabinet members involved. And I'm just smiling here because this is the kind of dedication we have in our country today, and the Filipino nation should take note.
Mr. Chairman,
Anyway, yes, Senator Pangilinan.
Yeah, just to tie this up and for the record and for the information of our colleagues, the DBMPS submitted to the committee on October 5, 2021. On that on May 21, 2020, Procurement Manager Officer 4 Webster M. Laureñana sent an email to Ms. Hong Liu requesting for quotations for 14,400 BGI real-time PCR kits to be used by various laboratories. Then in another email on May 22, 2020, he requested for quotation for additional 27,000 kits. They submitted the email exchange. On May 27, a certain Christina, Ms. Liu from BGI responded and suggested that Mr. Laureñana contact, quote-unquote, their local distributor for kit supplying in the Philippines and gave the following contact information. Philippine United Technique Corporation, Dennis with the phone number, email united.technique@outlook. And then on May 27, Mr. Laureñana of DBMPS again emailed Ms. Liu asking if Philippine United Technique Corporation is the exclusive distributor assigned by BGI Genomic to sell its products in the Philippines. Ms. Liu responded and said that PUTC is one of their preferred distributors in the Philippines, but their business agreement is confidential.
Risa, you know that Moscoso.
Mr. Chairman, I think Senator Drilon's, okay, he's muted now. And so that is precisely why we want Mr. Manalastas to appear before us, Mr. Chairman. Because it turns out PUTC is a preferred distributor, not Pharmally. They did not mention Pharmally until later on. And Mr. Wayan, when he was asked in a previous hearing, did not mention PUTC. He mentioned, and the transcripts will bear us out, the companies with dealership agreements with BGI were Pharmally, BioSite, and LabX. There seems to be a conscious effort to layer the involvement of PUTC in the purchase of about almost 2.6 billion pesos worth of testing kits. Why? Is it because Fullwin is again another Michael Young company and they are trying to cover up PUTC's involvement? I don't know. I don't have the answers, but the documents seem to suggest that, but we'd like to get it from the horse's mouth, the lawyer, Dennis Manalastas. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
With you, and I cannot overemphasize the fact that these people must appear. Incidentally, Gerald Cruz has not been also taken into custody also to appear before the Senate Committee of the Blue Ribbon. Also, a certain Ison, who is the president of some of the companies of Mr. Michael Young. Uson. All this indicate that these people are in a conspiracy to defraud the government by not appearing and avoiding being asked to be placed on the dock. So in about 10 minutes, can you just write down all these people in a matrix so I can announce it here? That these are people and their connectivities with the various people involved, as Senator Pangilinan has laid out. Also another person is Jesse Manalo that was referred to by Senator Lacson on the matter of the customs broker, where he has the information on, we even have the address, Jeffrey Manalo Pababier, room 410, Calvo Building, Escolta Street, Barangay 291, Zone, Binondo, Manila. How can I be less definite than that? Definitely than that. So, Mr. Kimbo, please take note. I need your reply right now and make sure that there's a matrix of all these people that we've been wanting to get. Also, Miss Nono, Grace Nono, I don't know if she's around. We'd like to be able to get in touch with her. Also, Rose Nono Lim, that's her name. Yes, Secretary, Senator Hontiveros, you were raising your hand.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Opo, salamat, Mr. Chairman. Before leaving si Witness Mohit Dargani, I have a couple more questions to ask of you, Mr. Chairman. But I think Senator is...
Let us just finish with the housekeeping. Let us finish with the housekeeping. Go ahead, Senator Pangilinan. You're on mute. You're on mute.
There you go. Also for the information of our colleagues, the PUTC the Philippine United Technic Corporation was also involved in another controversy with the PCSO. Apparently, the Bids and Awards Committee resigned en masse because of the contract that was awarded to them July 21, 2020. The Special Bids and Awards Committee disqualified PUTC and the joint venture, and then they were forced to resign. So this is another. Is this another scandal, or is this another controversy involving PUTC, apart from this involvement in Pharmally and the testing kits? So that's why we need Dennis Manalastas, just for the information of our colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Hontiveros.
Go ahead, Senator Hontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dargani?
Information, I already
Yes, Chairman.
gave the address of Jesse Manalo, Pababier. Senator Lacson? Well, I think it's we're issuing the subpoena along with the other things that we need from him. So we should be able to get him right away. I already gave you the address, Senator Director Kimbo. By the way, he's also the broker of Mr. Michael Young. And so we should be able to get this guy, Jesse Manalo, if he operates in customs, and we should enlist the help. I'm sure Senator Lacson can help with Commissioner Guerrero, that we can get Jesse Manalo to appear here. Go ahead, Senator Risa.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dargani?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Dargani. Naalala ko, Mr. Dargani, na sinabi mo noong sa 17th September hearing na wala kang Ferrari. Tama po ba?
Yes po, wala pa akong Ferrari.
Wala kang Ferrari. I just like to show something. Pwede ko bang malaman kung kaninong Ferrari itong binibenta mo noong July 2021? Eto. Whose Ferrari was this, Mr. Dargani, that you were selling?
Actually, I was not selling that also, because that's not also my phone number listed on that post. It's not my number. So I was pranked by a friend.
Oh, which friend pranked you, Mr. Dargani? Kasi pangalan niyo yung nakalagay dito, lower left, Mohit Dargani, Makati City.
I forgave my friend for this, and I don't want to drag him onto this problem anymore. So I would respect the rights of my friend. Not the name.
Nabenta na ba ng Mr. Dargani, under this entry?
Just a moment, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Can you around you, Senator Risa?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Tingin nyo lang yung mga may feedback eh.
Is that all right now?
Mr. Chairman?
There's still feedback. Mr. Dargani, do you have another gadget open? All right, let me check, Mr. Chairman. Somebody's
Okay, good.
gadget is open, not mine and not Mr. Dargani's. Mukhang okay na, Mr. Chairman. Ano po, yung audio? Okay. So, Mr. Dargani, nabenta na ba nung friend mo ito, using this entry?
I'm not sure if my friend has sold it.
Well, apparently, hindi pa nabebenta ng friend mo, Mr. Dargani, kasi nakikita pa namin itong exact same car na binebenta pa rin sa Facebook marketplace, all including yung ganitong detail, paint coated by award-winning Alex signature Kamikaze 3 layer coating. Alam niya na mga car people, and apparently this Ferrari being sold by your friend, for which you forgave him or her for, sabi niyo, pranking you, binebenta pa rin po sa Facebook marketplace. Interesting din lang sa akin, Mr. Dargani, na itong nakalagay na BGC acquired in 2020. Sabi po ulit ng mga car people, Mr. Dargani, pag BGC acquired daw, ibig sabihin, binili sa exclusive dealership. which is, according to the car people, Motostrada. Mr. Dargani, alam niyo po ba sino may-ari ng Motostrada? Well, kung di ako nagkakamali, Mr. Dargani, ang may-ari ng Motostrada since 2019 ay si Dennis Oy. Interesting sa akin yun kasi connected din kayo sa Enderan, no? Based on your LinkedIn profile. Yung Enderan na pagmamay-ari din ni Dennis Oy. Well, I'm sure all of these links, murky or otherwise, will come out in good time. The second topic I'd like to ask you about today, Mr. Dargani, ay actually para sa Pharmacy Executives. So pwedeng kayo, or si Mr. Ong, or Mr. Huang. Could you confirm, Mr. Dargani, or any of the Pharmacy Executives, could you confirm that you also, Pharmacy, also entered into contracts with the DOTR, Philippine National Railway? I ask this, Mr. Dargani, because I have data that you entered into 2 contracts with DOTR PNR dated 16th April 2020 and 5 May 2020. Accurate po ba ito, Mr. Dargani?
Yes, these ones are accurate.
These are accurate, as well as the 5 May contract 2020 with DOTR PNR. You're confirming them.
I cannot see the 5 May contract, but if that was the date, then...
All right, thank you. I'll be showing that shortly. So dito muna po tayo sa April 16, 2020 contract. So it's encoded here that you sold PNR infrared thermometers, goggles, and face shields. Tama po?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Now, do you remember, Mr. Dargani, how much you sold these items for per unit?
I don't remember.
All right. Well, it shows here in the purchase order, infrared thermometer, 3,200 pesos per unit. Goggles, 212 and 50 centavos per unit. Tapos face shield, 179 pesos and 20 centavos per unit. You confirm this? Yung audio nyo, Mr. Dargani?
Yes, I do.
You do. All right. Salamat. Now, I want to show you another document. Ito po. Do you recognize this price catalog?
Yes, I do po.
You do. Okay. Ito yung Pharmacy price lists na binigay nyo sa mga kaibigan nyo last year. Tignan natin yung mga presyo nyo dito. Okay, let's see here. Infrared thermometer, 1,999 to 2,200 pesos. I'm recalling what came out in the purchase order earlier, 3,200 pesos per unit. Tapos dito ulit sa price list ninyo mismo, goggles, 149 pesos to 159 pesos. Compared to the 212 pesos and 50 centavos in your purchase order that I showed earlier. And last but not the least, sa face shield, dito po sa Pharmacy price list, 95 pesos to 109 pesos per piece compared to the 179 pesos and 20 centavos per unit dun sa purchase order kanina. So, tama po ba ako, Mr. Dargani, na mas mura pa ang nasa price list nyo mismo ng Pharmacy kesa yung presyong binigay nyo sa gobyerno?
I believe for the price list, this only came out when we had stable supply to also supply the private market because we prioritized our items for government. So I believe when this prices came out, it was already maybe sometime May or June where the prices may have changed.
But just for the record, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Dargani, just to jog your memory, ito pong item sa catalog or sa price list ng Pharmacy mismo, ni-retrieve circa May 2020. So, around the time, April and May, na you contracted those 2 contracts with DOTR, PNR. So, kumbaga magka-contemporary yung price list nyo tsaka yung purchase order with the selling price nyo sa DOTR, PNR, pero malayo. Malayo ang presyo. Ironically, mas mahal ang presyo na siningil nyo sa gobyerno kumpara dito sa price list which you gave around the same time sa mga private sector friends nyo. So, the only thing I can conclude, Mr. Dargani, ito, I'm putting them side by side here, is that sa gitna ng pandemya, you were offering supplies and prices grossly disadvantageous sa gobyerno natin. Diba? Habang hirap na hirap yung mga frontliners, iniisip pa ng family, iniisip nyo, kumita. And I'm interested pala to know, Mr. Dargani, did PNR not have a copy of your catalog, yung price list ng family? Or did they?
Like I said, I don't think it's necessarily coordinated because, like as you mentioned, the contracts were awarded in April and
May.
The catalog only came in on May 20.
Oh, but prices cannot change that quickly from
I think at that time the prices did change very quickly actually.
Pero are you saying na ang DOTR did not have a copy of your price lists that you gave to your private sector friends?
They had it during the month of April.
You don't think they had it? Mr. Chairman, I see the minority leader raising his hand. Mr. Chairman?
Senator Dillon is recognized. Senator Dillon?
You know, we have been hearing statements that there is no overprice, etc. This is the classic, this is the very example of how Mr. Dargani and family overpriced their sales to the government. That is why it is very important that we get hold of the support documents or the source documents for the financial statement on cost of sales. That is where we will show, it will be shown that there is indeed an overpricing. Look at this presented by Senator Hontiveros, not denied. It is not denied, except for the statement that, you know, the usual excuse, including those coming from PSDBM that from Mr. Lau that the scarcity at that time dictated the higher price. Here, the catalog was issued at about the time that they were selling to government face shields at obviously overpriced. This is the proof that there is an overprice, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Salamat, Minority Leader. Salamat, Mr. Chairman.
If I may, it's obvious
Yes,
that
Mr.
DOH bought, face shields or face masks at a lower cost on the same day that they sold to Farmally, that the PSDBM bought to Farmally. They got it at 22 pesos or 27 pesos, and DOH was able to buy it at 16 pesos. Or for that matter, with the Ferrers, they bought it at 13 pesos. There are many cases of overpricing, and no matter how many times these people say there is no overpricing, it will come out of the woodwork. It will come out of the woodwork. You take a look at the Tiger Phil. You know, how much did they get it from Mr. Chai? This mysterious Mr. Chai or this mysterious green trends, they got it for what? They bought it sold it to Farmally at 2020, and Farmally sold it at the higher price to the government. There's obvious, very, very clear that the overpricing is really pandemic promotions. If I may borrow the word pandemic. Go ahead, please,
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And additionally, Mr. Chairman, yung DOH price freeze mismo during those months of April and May 2020 confirms that these prices, yung siningil po ng Farmally, Mr. Dargani, sa DOTR, PNR, those prices were higher than the price cap during those months. For example, for the goggles at least, ngayon pa lang mako-confirm ko na yon. Besides, Mr. Dargani, Mr. Dargani? Mr. Dargani?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Dargani. Mr. Dargani, if you could open your video please para
It's open.
lahat. Thank you. Mahirap tanggapin na kaya formally happened to sell these 3 items to government at a higher price than your own formally price list catalog dahil volatile yung prices nun. But in fact, sa price list nyo, you were confident enough about the stability of the prices at yung profit margin nyo na meron nga kayong lower end na price meron kayong discounted price. So hindi talaga mag-hold water na kaya nagkataon you charged DOTR PNR higher because of the volatility of prices. And in any case, Mr. Dargani, where did those higher prices come from? How did you peg the thermometer to 3,200 pesos? How did you peg the goggles to 212 and the face shields to 179? Saan po galing yun?
Like what I said, these were also determined by our cost. And our cost for these thermometers and all, if had we sold it to the government in April, then we must have purchased them in March, and the prices are really more expensive.
But Mr. Dargani, again, yes, Mr. Chairman, I see the minority leader raising his hand.
Now, are those prices reflected in your audited financial statement on cost of sales?
I will have to check. It should be. I think the accountant has.
You refuse to submit the source documents, and yet you can readily claim that your cost for this merchandise is higher. Don't you see where you're trying to, you think you can get away with this? Mr. Dargani, you refuse to submit the source documents on the cost of sales, and yet now you can claim with all you can claim that your cost is higher. How can we believe you that your cost is higher when you refuse to submit to us your cost of sale, your source documents? And we suspect that your source documents show a very low price, and your additional cost is some payments made somewhere which you don't want to reveal, and yet you want to deduct from your you want to report or to use to lower your taxes. Mr. Dargani?
Your Honor.
Yes, again, I join the question of Senator Hontiveros. Can you produce, can you show to us how much the costs are through the source documents of your audited financial statements?
I believe our legal counsel has already responded to this, Your Honor.
Yes, right. So with more basis, Mr. Chairman, that this guy should be detained by the Senate, let him claim before the proper authorities or before the courts that his invocation is proper. And that is the risk that he will have to take. Because if that is not sustained, then he stays under detention for as long as he refuses to answer our questions. That's consistent with the case of Arnold versus Casareno.
Let me talk to our legal counsels again, Your Honor.
Go ahead, talk to your legal counsel, but do not think that we will be influenced by what your legal counsel tells you. We are influenced by what we know to be the law, and the law was the court established that rule in the 1950s. You can ask your counsel. We're asking you directly now, how much is the cost? How much, or where are your source documents that that would support your cost of sales of the 7.2 billion out of the 7.5 billion sales that you made? You said the cost is 7.2 billion. We're asking you to produce the source documents. You refuse, and up to now you refuse even to answer that question. to produce those documents, and therefore you can certainly consult your counsel. But I can assure you that we stand on a strong legal basis. The committee stands on a strong legal basis in having you detained immediately, Mr. Dargani, until you answer our questions. We're not declaring you guilty of any crime. We just want to detain you until you tell the Filipino people through this committee what is the truth. Do you realize that, sir?
I'll consult this with the legal counsel.
Yes, you can go ahead and consult. Nobody prevents you from consulting your legal counsel, but nobody also prevents us from putting you under detention. And I would request the chairman to right now direct our Sergeant at Arms to go physically locate Mr. Dargani and bring him to the premises of the Senate by virtue of the citation, Mr. Chairman. So can we request the Sergeant at Arms to look for Mr. Dargani right now and bring him to the Senate premises until he answers our questions? I have a motion, Mr. Chairman. The motion is for the chair. Yes, the motion is for the chair to direct now our Sergeant at Arms to go and fetch and bring Mr. Dargani to the premises of the Senate until he answers our questions, particularly on the support documents, on the source documents, on the cost of sales of 7.2 billion appearing in their financial statements. Sir, Mr. Chairman, I'm addressing a request to the chair of the committee.
I'm sorry, I was.
Yes, I can.
Getting tired of getting the same broken record from the witness that he's been advised by the counsel. Yes, for the question, I apologize.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I said I move that the chair of the Blue Ribbon Committee direct our Sergeant at Arms to now go to where Mr. Dargani is and physically bring him to the Senate until he answers our questions.
The orders have been made, and I said collect them right away and put them into. My words were put them into submission because obviously they have a different God. They think that's
just to make everything in order and consistent with the rule of law, let's put them under detention until he answers our questions. Together with is Twinkle Dargani around?
Yes, the same order was given.
Okay. Yes, but I want to establish first that Mr. Dargani or Twinkle Dargani also would refuse to answer that question, being the president.
She has. Last time we asked her, she refused.
Okay, sige. So if that's already on record, I think it is appropriate that Twinkle Dargani and Duhit Dargani be taken into custody of the Senate, and we direct our Sergeant at Arms to already right now at this moment go out and look for these two personages and bring them to the premises of the Senate.
So directed, and I'd like that confirmed by Director Kimbo. Please connect with the Sergeant at Arms right away, that they be collected right away and brought to the Senate premises for confinement.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a last inquiry to Mr. Dargani for now. Mr. Dargani?
Your Honor, Mr. Dargani has left the room.
I see. I don't think by your leave to the chairman, I was going to ask him for the record, Mr. Chairman, where he is right now, just to have that on record.
Maybe he's from another place.
Yes,
we
Mr.
must warn him that if he does that, he's behaving like a fugitive and leaving the committee without so much as an adieu, indicates that he is in flight. Mr. Kimbo, can you please right away connect with the Sergeant at Arms and make sure that he's picked up already, along with Ms. Twinkle Dergani?
Yes, Your Honor, I will call him now. I will call him now. But their counsel is still in the room, Your Honor.
In the room with, in the Senate?
I mean, in this
hearing,
meeting
Mr.
room.
Chairman.
Sorry, my mistake. In this meeting room.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Although unfortunately, Mr. Dargani is not online right now to answer my last question, I'd like to follow up my questions to him about Pharmaly with the DBM or the COA. Is Chairman Mike here, Mr. Chairman, or a DBM official?
Do we have a DBM official, Mr. Kimbo?
I don't see one in the participants, Mr. Chairman, but I see
From the
Mr.
Executive Department, Your Honor.
What is that?
Sorry. DBM is
Your
not-
Honor, there is none here from the Executive Department, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. But I do see Chairman Mike Aguinaldo from the COA. May I ask my last couple of questions to him, Mr. Chairman?
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Mike?
Yes, magandang hapon po.
Magandang hapon po, Chairman Aguinaldo. Chairman, just to round up my questioning to Mr. Dargani about Pharmaly earlier, mukha pong may pattern talaga dito ng mga transactions with dubious suppliers. In addition po to Pharmaly, based on research from the Right to Know Right Now Coalition, sabi po nila, of the top 20 suppliers, only 3 others had registration documents available at the SEC. Hindi po ba ito red flag?
Yes, it would unless the other suppliers were sole proprietorships.
In which case that would, well, but until we get that kind of explanation about the balance of 17 suppliers, posible, probable na maging red flag ito, Chairman.
Yes po.
Okay, salamat, Chair. According to that same research of Right to Know Right Now Coalition, of the 22,000 awarded supply contracts, sorry, maybe I have a typo here. What I see here is 27,000 awarded supply contracts enrolled sa Government Procurement Policy Board database as of September 8, 2021. Sorry, I see here September 3, 2021. At least itong 27.4 billion or 24% went to the top 30 suppliers. Isn't this something that arouses suspicion?
Well, we'd have to see the context of it. No, obviously, whenever a large percentage or a huge percentage of contracts are backed by a certain entity, it would make you want to take a closer look and find out why that would be the case.
Yes. Oh, and I have to correct myself again, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, and Chairman Aguinaldo as well. I have a typo here, but important, which underscores yung pagtaas ng kilay ko. It's not 24%, but 42%. So yes, a little more than 2/5 of all the contracts. If stretched a bit more, halos kalahati ng mga kontrata went just to the top 30 suppliers. So I submit, Mr. Chairman, what Chair Aguinaldo has said. We need to study the context. But again, the sheer numbers would really make us want to dig deeper. Kasi
I think with your permission, I think we should ask Chairman Aguinaldo, isn't it more than eye-browsing, but eye-popping? And, to see that Pharmaly cornered 13%. And that is only up to June, no? The 8.6 billion, they went up to 11 billion ultimately, which means that Pharmaly would be red flag as a favored corporation. I mean, I would look at it that way. I don't know how COA would look at it.
Again, Mr. Chairman, we'd have to look at the context. Here, I think, regardless of the percentage, looking at the peso volume, from at least a risk-based audit standpoint, that would be something that you would take a look at more closely. because of because not so much on the percentage in this particular context, but because of the amount in pesos.
Especially when you look at the purchase order. For example, on a certain date in April, if I'm not mistaken, they bought 1.2 billion. On 2020, they bought from BGI 600 million, and on the same day, they bought 688 million supplied by A-Star Fortitude to Farmali, and which totals about 1.2 billion in the same day. Would that be popping and certainly red flag?
Well, obviously something that you would want to take a closer look at. Again, you look at the context. Obviously, there was a need at the time, but just the sheer amount involved would already be what we would call one of those areas where there is a great audit risk. And so that would be one of the areas of focus.
Chairman Aguilar, I'm just following from Senator Risa Hontiveros' interpellation of Mr. Dargani on selling to, what was it now? DOTR, right?
UTR, PNR, Mr. Chairman.
Private, no? The prices vary dramatically. But upon the other hand, you know, you said something that ticked me off again, Mr. Chairman Aguinaldo, that, you know, depending on the pressure, you didn't say pressure, but you said on the requirements of the time that they are going to buy. Would you buy the whole barn if you can buy only a certain portion of it and then spread it around for the next few months? Is that what we're talking about here? They're saying that they must buy in total bulk, otherwise they will be left behind. As if and the Bayanihan allows them to do that because they were in a crisis situation. But when you look at how they treated EMS, where they bought at 13 pesos, which is much lower than the 22 pesos or 24 pesos, 27 pesos that they were setting, and then, you know, a few months later, they forced them to sell at 2 pesos and 35 centavos. There are so many eye-popping scenarios that occur, and I don't think it's sufficient to say there was pressure, because all I have to do, Mr. Aguinaldo, Chairman Aguinaldo, is to go back to what I and Senator Risa said, that on the same day that they bought from Farmali, on the first day, where they bought, I believe, 13.8 million pesos worth and of surgical masks and 54 million, they were able to buy at Metropolitan from DOH, they were able to buy at a cost of 16 pesos. So there is no basis to say we have to buy everything, because the fact is they were also able to buy through, if you like to believe that there is a green trends, or like there are green men or green Martians here, that's as atrocious as it is, you know. And they were able to buy it at 19 pesos and 23 pesos. They sold it to Falbarni and Farmali, and then sold it to 27. There are 2 points I want to make. You can see that there was available supply, that they didn't have to buy everything inside, and at the same time, they had leeway. They had leeway to charge another extra so many pesos to the government. And the third point I want to make is that this is just not even a manufacturer, he's a broker, which leads me to my first point earlier, that they could have bought government to government because of the purported influence of Michael Yang, the best friend of the president in China. They could have gone government to government, but here, they were buying it through a broker. The Red Cross, I must tell you, bought our machines and bought our kits directly from Sunshore. And it certainly was a much lower cost. Our cost was 750, if I'm not mistaken. The government, in the case of this from Singapore, that they got from A-Star Fortitude, was being sold to them at 1,720. We're not comparing apples and oranges. We divide. So there is really a lot of discrepancies, and we really need to get this down the line. And I hope people realize that it is a sinking ship that they're defending, that it is full of holes. That's all I wanted to say, Your Honor. I know you're gonna have a hard time commenting because you're still you're still doing the I don't want to put you on the spot because the ire of a volcán might be upon you. You know, and it's not very comfortable. Go ahead, Senator Hontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I saw the minority leader raising his hand earlier about the table I presented. I wonder, Mr. Chair, if the minority leader still wishes to interject on that.
God, my Senator calling my attention every time the Senate major. That's how prominent the Senate minority floor leader is. Yes, with the permission of Senator Hontiveros, I call Senator Dilo. Just funny. Just funny.
I can ask my questions on Chairman Aguinaldo after Senator Hontiveros is finished, so I will not interrupt her train of thought. Just a few questions on Mr. Aguinaldo afterwards, after Senator Hontiveros is finished.
Yes. Go ahead, Senator Hontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So actually, just a last question from me, Chairman Aguinaldo, kaugnay nga nung table that I showed. And yun, what I was first saying, nakakataas ng kilay, pero sabi nga ni Chairman, actually eye-popping, no, that 42% of the supply contracts awarded went to the top 30 suppliers. Ano rin kasi, Chairman Aguinaldo, kanina, the last point I wanted to make with Mr. Dargani before he left the room without by your leave to the chairman, ay mahirap din naman kasing sabihin nila na because of their cost, for which documents they still refuse to show, no, as the minority leader has said, na because of their cost, na kaya ganun ang presyo nila in April and May, despite having a price list catalog in April that was lower. At saka the irony that they would sell higher to government than even to the private sector entities that they were supplying. So yun lang po. Salamat, Chairman Aguinaldo. And Mr. Chairman, just one last point for the record kasi yung pinakita ko pong table were for contracts awarded using Bayanihan 1 and Bayanihan 2 funds. Sa akin ko pong pag-alala, kaya nga natin dito sa Senado pinasa yung Bayanihan para di umano mas mabilis makaabot ang serbisyo sa ating mga kababayan. Hindi para busugin ang iilan. Mukha dito sa table na ito, mukhang busog na busog sa Bayanihan funds, which is really very regrettable, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po, Chairman Aguinaldo.
In other words, Senator Hontiveros, ginamit lang yung Bayanihan to perpetrate their greed, to get away with their greed, di ba? Yun ginamit lang. Kailangan makabili tayo kaagad, no? Which is why I commend Senator Drilon for insisting and Mr. Abrea that I invited here today para maliwanagan natin. And I'm glad Chairman Aguinaldo was here to listen to the points made by Mr. Abrea. Because ang lumalabas dyan, yung keywords ni Senator Drilon, cost of goods sold, na ayaw pakita nito si Mr. Dargani, doon mo makikita kung magkano talaga ang layering, ilang layering ang ginawa, at ano ang tong patch. Patong Pare-pareho yung pattern ng corruption, may tong patch palagi. Nung pagbago ko senador, narinig ko na yung tong patch, hindi pa rin nawawala. So in other words, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman Aguinaldo, my point lang is, lumalabas talaga na pinagsamantalahan nila Undersecretary Lau yung Bayanihan at yung sinasabing emergency, because my point is, I don't know if you will get that, and I hope you find out, kailangan magdagdag pa tayo ng hearing because hindi pa nga natin nakikita yung cost of goods sold. Magkano nila binila sa China? Magkano nila binili? Kung saan nila binili? Kung may binili sila. Dito lang, huli na Sa cost of goods sold na binili nila kay PhilTrade. Di ba? Kay Green Trend at saka Tiger Phil. Doon lang makikita mo, nagpapatong-patong na At that is early days. Early days. Nakabili na sila ng mas mura at pinatukan na kagad ang gobyerno nitong broker. So the principle is, why will you go to China, meron palang available dito, at ba't ka papapatong? May available na dito, papayag ka pang patungan ng 2 beses itong mga supplier na ito. Ano pa ba na? How obvious can we see? How much more obvious do we need to demand? Kitang-kita na. And then again, going back to Metropolitan, I know, paulit-ulit ako dyan, nakabili sila on the same time ng 16 pesos lamang, 64 cents. Nakabili sila dito sa EMS na nakakapag-supply at tapos they put them under the bus, binili nila ng 2 pesos later on, much later on. At sinasabi ngayon ni Dargani, yung kay Senator Risa, na April, March sila bumili. That's baloney. April, tapos di ba, May yung sinasabi mo, or April, bumaba na dihamak yung presyo. Yun ang
April and
palusot.
May, Mr. Chairman.
Yun ang palusot. That's really wrong. And we're not fools here. Yes, Senator Dillon, go ahead, please. I just wanted to reiterate those points.
Thank you. Just a few points on our good friend, Chairman Aguinaldo. Sir, correctly, you were quoted in the papers before that your audit for your annual audit on PS DBM that you could not immediately conclude that there was an overpricing because all you did was to flag the fact that 42 billion and that was transferred lacked the proper documentation. That was your statement, and that was based on facts. Now, and then you said, so there was no evidence yet of overpricing. You saw the price list catalog issued or presented by Senator Hontiveros, admitted by Mr. Dargani, where it was so for the same article sold, the price list was, I don't know how many, or the price to PSDBM was very, very much higher. I have not computed how much it is, but indeed very, very high or compared to the price catalog. Remember that these are also sales to other government offices. Senator Hontiveros said these are sales to DOTR and PNR. Now, my question, Mr. Chairman, is, would you consider this as a red flag of overpricing?
Well, as you know, we're doing a special audit ongoing, so I wouldn't want to preempt the findings of our special audit team.
Okay.
But certainly, they've been advised to pay attention as well to these Senate hearings, because you are able to uncover some information which, in the normal course of audit, would not have been uncovered. So, but I will agree that it would raise a flag.
Yeah, I'm not saying that this is proof of overpricing. I'm just saying that as a COA, you would consider this as a red flag that there is overpricing, and therefore look at requires deeper examination. But on the surface, there appears to be overpricing. Is that a correct proposition, sir?
Well, it is a red flag. Of whether it's overpricing or not, of course, is another issue. But it is a red. Yes.
We're not saying that. Well, I'm not asking you to already conclude that there is overpricing. All I'm asking you is, as an auditor, you would consider this as a red flag of overpricing, and therefore should be examined closely.
Yes, should be examined closely. Definitely.
Okay, that's all that we. Okay, so when can the public expect, Mr. Chairman, a completion of the special audit, if we may ask?
Yeah, as I mentioned before, they had been given, I think, 45 days. But I do expect that they will ask for an extension because of a lot of new data that comes out every so often. Our target is, of course, before the year ends.
Yes, because you see the public interest here involved and the faith of our people on the integrity of our process of acquisition of cost of goods and services is on the line. There is already so much data, and we you are an independent body, but we would pray that we can have an earlier report on this, or at the very least, if you're saying that you need until the year end, I hope that it happens before the year is over, Mr. Chairman. And this is very important for the public interest, Mr. Chairman, that this audit be finished. The whole nation relies on you in this particular case. We are sorry to remind you about that, but that's the burden of your leadership in the COA, to come out and tell the people what really happened. You have seen so many red flags here, and incidentally, here another red flag. Out of the 27.4 billion in purchases by PSDBM, over 8 billion, if the chart of Senator Hontiveros is correct, and I have almost the same chart. 8 billion out of what? Is it, Madam Senator Risa, can you just plus that again? Is it 8 billion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Minority Leader. Paki-flash natin ulit yung table. What was the total for which the top 30 got 42%? Ito po, Minority Leader.
It is 8.6 billion out of 27.4 billion supply contracts won. That is a full 31%, Mr. Chairman. 31% went to Farmally with here at least I think this is up to the end of up to June of end of last year. It's already 8.6 billion. This excludes the contracts signed between January and June of this year. Here, if I suspect this is here, government procurement data as of September 3, 2021, 8.6 out of 27.4 is 31% for a single company capitalized at 625,000 pesos. Would you consider this as a red flag of giving undue advantage or favoring Farmally? Just a red flag. I'm not asking you to come up with a conclusion. Is this a red flag of favoring Farmally?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, it would be considered a red flag. It would necessitate deeper inquiry.
Yes, it would necessitate deeper examination, because indeed, to us more than accountants, this would be something that would raise eyebrows. Bakit naman siya ganun kagaling? And also, let me from my initial research on this, many of these companies are not even registered in the Philippines. I think I recall Senator Hontiveros saying only 3 out of the top of all of these are registered in the Philippines. The second highest, the company that got the second highest in terms of supply was registered, if I'm not mistaken, 6 months ago in Hong Kong, and is not registered in the Philippines. So all of this raises really more than eyebrows. It's eye-popping, as our chairman said. So I'm glad that the good chairman of the COA has indeed recognized that these are red flags of overpricing, red flags of favoring Farmally, and without coming to any conclusion, at least this should provide him a basis to dig deeper. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That's all my intervention insofar as COA is concerned, and we call on COA to indeed help the Filipino people in uncovering what the truth is in this particular case. And we are sure they're going to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Yes, Senator Risa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for the record, kinompute ko nga yung percentage of overprice that the minority leader mentioned earlier on those 3 items that were contracted by DOTR PNR from Pharmaly in April and May last year. So the infrared thermometer, comparing the regular and discounted price in their catalog with the actual sale price to DOTR PNR, the infrared thermometers were overpriced by 62 to 69%. The goggles were overpriced by 70 to 75%. And the face shields were overpriced by 53 to 61%. So if we just average out those overprices, Mr. Chairman, in that one purchase order of DOTR PNR to Pharmaly, the average overprice was 62 to 68%, Mr. Chairman. Parang baligtad. We would hope that suppliers will give government a discount, lalo na panahon ng pandemic, at hindi i-overprice ang gobyerno at ang mamamayan. Just for the record, Mr. Chairman.
And if I may add to that, Mr. Chairman, if I may add to that, we must not forget that the reason for PS Pharmaly, for PSDBM, the reason for their being is that they're supposed to purchase in bulk so that the government can avail of a lower price. Eh dito po, baliktad. Mas mataas pa yung kanilang, I would repeat, the charter of PSDBM would show that the purpose for their being organized is that the different national government agencies can avail of lower prices for services and equipment, because PSDBM would supposed to buy them in bulk at a lower price. This one, the opposite happened. DOTR and PNR were purchasing at a lower cost than, or were offered a lower cost by Pharmaly than what they sold to PSDBM. Kaya po importante yung cost of sales dahil dito natin makikita that they could not support the 7.2 billion cost of sales. That is why they are keeping this from us, Mr. Chairman. And this is why it is very important that this be produced. The cost of sales would indicate how much they purchased these goods, because they are not manufacturers. They are traders. So how much did they purchase this? They say 7.2 billion as the cost of sales for sales of about 7.4 billion. I hope I am wrong, but they cannot produce receipts to support their 7.2 billion cost of sales. So saan napunta yung what is the difference? I do not want to think that these are bribes that they paid to certain officials in order to get the contracts. That is quite obvious. Let them. They do not want us to take a look of the cost of sales, even if that is required. These source documents are necessary in order to judge the correctness of the reports. Unfortunately, Ms. Illuminada was just shown a list. She was not even allowed to look at the source documents. Ms. Setial was not allowed to look at the documents. That is why it is very important this Mohit Dargani, who now has gone into hiding, and Ms. Twinkle Dargani should be brought before this committee, and Jeff Mariano, just to tell us what are the support documents for the cost of sales, because I suspect, Mr. Chairman, this is where it is hidden, kung ano man po yung kanilang other payments, which they now want to deduct from their sales in order to save on taxes. So that is why it is very critical. Apart from the fact that they save taxes here improperly, this could serve as a proof of the payments and improper payments made. And here, Mr. Lincoln Ong, would you know anything about this?
Tungkol saan po, Mr. Chairman?
Tungkol dito sa source documents ng cost of sales or the pricing of your company? No, you wouldn't know?
I don't have the record, Mr. Chairman.
You don't have, yes, you wouldn't know.
No, he said he doesn't have the records, but he knows.
I don't know.
What is your answer? You don't have the record.
I don't.
You know.
I don't know, and I don't have the records, Your Honorable.
You do not know, and you do not have the records.
But are you aware of these sales to DOTR and PNR, which Senator Risa brought out?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You're aware of that? Yes?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You're aware that the cost under your catalog and the purchase price of the DOTR and PNR are much lower than what you sold to PSDBM.
That I have to check the record if I got the chance. I cannot comment on that kasi it was last year, so I have to check.
But you said you were aware of the prices in your catalog.
I'm aware of the transaction, and then I'm aware that there's a catalog that's existing.
Okay.
But
you are aware of the purchase of the price list in your catalog. Is that correct?
Even the price in the catalog, I cannot recall kasi during that time, every month or every week, the price are fluctuating talaga, Mr. Chairman.
You saw what Senator Hontiveros presented. Do you confirm that this price list appears in your catalog?
Well, that's really our price list.
Okay.
That's really our price. I would assume that, yes.
Now, so why is it that your sales to PSDBM are so much higher? How many percent, hundreds of percent higher than your price list? When
again,
you're selling to PSDBM at bulk.
Again, the PO is from DOTR PNR, not from PSDBM. And then
forget PNR. Your price list in your catalog, you just confirmed that you know this, that this is the price list in your catalog, and you are also aware of the price that PSDBM purchased from you, or the price of the supplies that you issued to PSD, that you used in your transaction with PSDBM. Why such a huge difference in prices?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I really have to check the context, the timeline, kasi I don't have the record. I cannot comment on that. But ayun, kailangan ko talaga muna masilip yung lahat.
Okay, because the prices really indicate a wide disparity between your catalog, which is already of general a general price that you sell the products to the public and even to the government in the case of DOTR and PNR, and yet you sold it at double the price when you made a deal with PSDBM. And you know, you cannot explain this, of course.
Well, I really have to check the whole context, the timeline, kasi importante po rito yung timeline, Mr. Chairman. So I cannot comment on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, thank you very much. The timeline has been asserted and is a uniform defense of all of your statements. But unfortunately for you, the timeline for this catalog and the sale, the price catalog and the sale are almost the same time that you made sales to PSDBM. So anyway, let us leave it at that. I have no more questions, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, I was on mute. I'm sorry. Thank you, Senator Dillon. Let me just now call on from the representative from Su Zhao Construction Machinery Group, Mr. Ray Isidore Lenogon Gulyeban. Mr. Gulyeban? Mr. Gulyeban. Oh, talagang hirap. Mr. Gulyeban, please. Of South.
Hello.
Can you switch on your microphone?
Hello.
Can you switch on your video, please? There.
Your Honor.
Okay, I can see you now. Thank you. Mr. Gulyoban, you are the representative, authorized and designated representative of Susao? Or Zuzu, how do you pronounce it?
Your Honor.
Ang gana, ano? Susu?
Susho. Yes, Your Honor.
You get to be the representative of Susho.
Yes, Your Honor. Binigyan ho nila ako ng special parang authority, Your Honor, to transact, but my participation in this transaction, Your Honor, is purely something like liaison, Your Honor. Kung ano yung ino-auto sa akin ni Mr. Robin Han, yun lang ho yung sinusunod ko.
Sino yung Robin Tan?
Robin Han, Your Honor, he is also in this room right now, Your Honor.
Ano? Sino si Robin Tan?
Robin Han po.
Robin?
Han. Opo. H-A-N po.
Yeah. Ham or H-A-M as in ham sandwich or Han?
Hotel Alpha November po.
Oh, kaya nga, Han. Oh.
Apa.
So, is he from here? Tiga rito ba yan?
Ano po, Chinese po.
Tiga saan siya?
Nandito rin po siya sa meeting ngayon, Your Honor.
Andiyan siya?
Aha.
Ano siya? Anong trabaho niya? Siyang boss mo?
Siya po talaga. Apa, yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Siya ang boss mo, ha?
Apa.
Can you show Mr. Robin Han please sa TV? Mr. Han, can you please show yourself?
Here.
Okay. Mr. Kimbo, can you please put Mr. Han under oath?
Mr. Han, kindly raise your right hand.
You're raising your left hand, sir. Right hand. Right hand.
The other hand. Yes. Not, yeah. Do you swear?
Yes.
I don't. Do you understand English, Mr. Han?
Just a little. It's better you. It's better.
Interpreter.
Yes.
Interpreter,
Yes, Mr.
please.
Chairman. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Interpreter.
你可以举起你的右手吗？这先是。
Ano sagot?
Yes. 举起你的右手。举起你的右手。
Please translate, Madam Interpreter. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
那你可以在这次听证会上，你所陈述的都是事实，没有作假。
可以，
你
没问题。
愿意做这个宣誓吗？ Yes,
可以的。
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I will.
Mr. Han, thank you for your cooperation. 谢谢你。
你好。
Kung saan yan? Yung list of suppliers.
List ng suppliers daw yung
What is your position in Suzhou?
I'm the country manager, representative, chief representative.
Country manager.
Chief representative.
Chief representative. How long have you been chief representative for Suzhou here?
10年了吧。
About 10 years.
10 years.
Mr. Chairman, yes.
And when did you become aware that the government was going to buy all these supplies?
你是什么时候知道或是得知这个消息说政府需要这些抗疫物资，这些抗疫用品？你什么时候知道的？
那个时期，20年我们就是疫情出现的时候，我们一直在给就是全球好多国家供应这个防疫物资。我们公司是具有这个防疫物资的叫经营权的，就是出口经营权，也有进口权。那个时期我们也给我们中国的好多政府部门进口了好多这个防疫物资，同时也在国外这个有疫情的时候啊，我们好多的这个因为客户了都找我们采购，就紧急采购这个防疫物资。我们是给有那个新加坡、马来西亚、印度尼西亚、泰国、孟加拉，包括澳大利亚都有供应这个防疫物资。平时因为我们是个国企，同时我们具有这个一直都具有经营医疗物资的许可证。我们对这个国际这个一些机构提供过好多的医疗设备。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, his answer is since 2020, year 2020, when the pandemic started, our company has always been in the business of supplying medical supplies to combat the pandemic. Actually, in China, we are into export and import, and we have been supplying Chinese government agencies. We have also been supplying countries like Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, Australia, Thailand, when they are in need of these emergency medical supplies, we are also able to supply them. And we are a licensed state-owned company who supplies medical equipment and medical supplies.
When exactly? Do you remember?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Anong month siya? buwan?
差不多几月你才知道说政府有这个需求？
因为我们20年开始，我们跟其他的国家也在就是供应。那时候因为我负责菲律宾嘛，所以我想菲律宾肯定政府会也有这种采购需求，所以我们经常留意一下是这个叫什么？这个中国商会这些消息，这个什么消息群啊，我们也咨询了我们那个经参处，就是中国驻菲律宾经参处，他们说菲律宾政府应该会这个采购防疫物资。
所以是在2020年。
2020年应该是3 3月下旬啊，因为我们那个时候已经在给其他国家供应了，所以我们就关注菲律宾这边是不是采购。
His answer is around March 2020, because at that time we were already supplying to other governments. So we were aware that, and also since we have also been in contact with the business community, we were aware also that the Philippine government would have a need for these medical supplies.
Bakit napakahaba niya sumagot? Can you tell him to confine himself to the question and then he can explain afterwards?
好的，那参议员想提醒你，如果他问一个问题，你就直接针对那个问题做答案，不要再做特别的解释。
好。
Yes,
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Are you an accredited importer of the Bureau of Customs?
你是海关认可的进口商吗？
对，是中国海关允许的进口和出口商。
I'm accredited by the Chinese customs.
No, I'm talking about Philippine Customs. We are not the province of China. We are in the Philippines.
参议员是想问你是菲律宾海关，不是指中国海关，因为我们菲律宾不是中国的一个省，不是中国的一部分。
我们是做的 CF， 然后发货，这边的清关是 DBM 他们自己进口清关的。
So we export it, and then the DBM, they are the ones.
That's not my question. My question is simple. Are you an accredited importer of the Bureau of Customs?
参议员想问你，他的问题其实很简单，他想问你，你是菲律宾海关认可的进口公司吗？是还是不是？
医疗物资吗
？Is it for medical supplies?
The question is very simple. You're an importer. Are you an accredited importer? Do you have a license to import?
不是。
No, I'm not.
And you have been importing goods here without an accredited license, is that it?
所以你是说你进口这些物资，但是没有这个许可证，没有这个认可。
不是，我们没有在菲律宾进口，是 DBM 自己进口，我们给他交货只是叫 CF。
We do not directly import. It's the DBM who gets from us.
How do the PSDBM get it then if we do not directly import?
但是他们如何从你们那里拿货呢？如果你们不是把它进到菲律宾来
？DBM 自己清关的。
The clearance is handled by DBM.
Sorry?
The clearance with customs is handled by DBM.
DBM handles customs?
你是说 Yes, the clearance is handled by DBM.
That's the first time I ever heard of DBM handling clearances for a Chinese company. Do you pay taxes when you import?
你有付税吗？税款吗？
DBM 是扣税之后付我们钱。
So actually, the DBM deducts the taxes from them and then pays them after deducting the taxes.
The DBM collects the taxes from you and DBM pays the government?
According to him, DBM deducts the taxes and then gives them the balance.
That's weird. Are you sure you're telling us the truth? Who in do you work with?
他们是扣完税的，我们只做的 CF， 这个您可以问问 DBM。
Yes, they pay us after deducting the taxes.
Who in DBM do you work with?
你跟谁在 DBM 跟谁在一起工作呢？就是合作。
我看看那个之前的联系人啊。
Let me check the contact person.
Can you speak louder, Lynette?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. He will check the contact person.
My gosh. Let me ask you another question then. You claim to be a country manager, correct?
你是说你是菲
And
律
you are the
宾，
local representative,
就是
correct?
销售代表。
你是菲律宾区域的经理，总经理对
You
吗？
register yourself with the SEC?
你有在我们的证券交易所注册吗
没有没有，
？No，
我们是做的国际。
Mayo means no, right? Hindi siya nag-register. Wala na siyang dapat ipaliwanag. Hindi siya registered, alright?
所以你没有在菲律宾证券交易所注册。
没有，我们是国际贸易，国际贸易
Because
不是地方贸易。
We're
But
an
you're-
international trade company, not a local company.
What's that?
We're an international trade company, not a local company.
No, but you're doing business in the Philippines. You say you keep supplying medical supplies to our companies, to our government.
但是你是在菲律宾做生意，因为你提供给我们提供这些医疗用品给我们的，给菲律宾政府。
是国际贸易。
你可以再讲一下吗？
是这样哈，我们做的是国际贸易，就是因为我们没有国外的经营权嘛，我们没有国外任何一个国家经营权，包括菲律宾，我们只是做的这个 CF 或者 FOB 这种出口的合同，具体清关都由买方自己来操作。
So we are an international trading company. We don't have an overseas or a local office. So all our transactions are based on FOB. So the clearance is done by the one who bought from us, from the company who bought from us.
I don't know what law you're talking about, but certainly this is not an isolated transaction, correct?
所以这不只是单一的一笔交易，对吗？
什么意思
？Mr. Chairman, can you repeat the question again?
Hindi isa lang yung transaction nyo, marami kayong transaction, tama?
所以你有好几笔交易，不只是单一的，对吗？
和我们与就是不仅仅是菲律宾，其他好多国家，我们有给10多个国家都供应这个物资。
We're not only doing business with the Philippines, but with many other countries, more than 10 countries.
I'm not talking about other countries. Would you please answer the question?
但是你这个交易不只是一笔交易，就是好多笔交易，就是跟菲律宾政府。
In the Philippines.
在菲律宾有好多笔交易吗？
只有两笔交易，只有2笔。
We only had 2 transactions.
2 transactions. But you made it appear kanina na marami kayong transactions sa medical supply sa Pilipinas kanina. I must have read you wrong. Go ahead.
但是刚才你有提到说你在菲律宾有做很多就是这个医疗物资的生意，对吗？
没有，我刚才说我们和其他很多国家做过医疗物资，但是没有说和菲律宾政府做过很多医疗物资。
I would like to reiterate that what I meant is we have done many transactions with other countries, but not with the Philippines, but not specifically with many transactions with the Philippine government.
What is the answer? Marami siyang transaction dito sa Pilipinas?
No, with the other countries, but
Hindi
not
nga tinatanong
but
yan
not
eh.
with the yes.
Pero
He meant not with the Philippine government, but with
Can I
other
please
countries.
interpret correctly because this guy is a slick operator.
和菲律宾政府只做过DBM 两次交易。
With the Philippine government, we have only done 2 transactions.
Do you have other transactions with other entities in the Philippines other than the government?
那除了菲律宾政府，你还跟其他菲律宾的机构或公司有交易吗？
没有。
No.
Are you registered with the Department of Trade?
那你跟工贸部有注册吗？
As a representative office?
就是代表所，注册代表所。
什么意思？不好意思。
你有在跟工贸部，我们这里的贸工部，贸工部
没有
你有注册吗
没有没有。
？No, we are not registered.
When you import, dapat meron kayong import clearance certificate, tama?
但是你们应该是有进口清关的单子，对吗？
我们
证明
我们发货的那个收货人都是 DBM 啊。
你是说你再讲一次？
我们发货的是做 CF， 然后收货人都是 DBM。
The one who accepts the goods is DBM, so we just provide them with the goods, with the supply.
So you have no BIR, import clearance certificate. So we don't know kung nagbabayad kayo sa kinita nyo dito sa gobyerno namin.
所以你也没有税务局的这个清关证明，所以我们不会知道说你到底有没有在菲律宾付正确的税。
因为他付我们钱是扣税的，所以具体你说这个我不大清楚了，因为他是扣过税付我们的。
I'm not very clear about this because when they pay us, the tax has been deducted.
Now, are you enrolled with the Client Profile Registration System or CPRS with the Bureau of Customs?
那你有就是在那个海关客户档案系统你有注册吗？就是海关它有个客户档案系统，你们有注册吗？
因为菲律宾我们这边不需要做这个进口，所以我们没有在海关注册。
We are not because it's not required. We are not registered with the customs.
You're not registered with the customs. All right. Sa DPS, DBM lang kayo registered.
所以你就是在DBM 注册而已吗？ Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Now, nung nagbenta kayo sa PSDBM, anong sinabi niyo sa kanila? Magbebenta kayo sa kanila, di ba?
那你要卖给DBM， 你跟他们讲什么呢？你就跟他们讲说你要卖货给他们。
我们在，我想想啊，在我们给发了那个叫什么letter of intent， 说明我们能够供应这个防疫物资。
So we provided DBM with a letter of intent, expressing our intention that we can provide them with these medical supplies.
You that DBM is buying and that you can go to DBM. Who told you?
那是谁跟你们说你们可以直接去接触，可以直接去找 DBM？ 是谁跟你们讲的？
那个时候，因为各个国家都需要防疫物资，所以我们也就是那种市场感觉他们肯定会买，因为同时我们也有给其他国家供嘛。另外是我们咨询了我们这个，因为我们是国企嘛，我们也咨询了经三处、中国使馆，经三处，然后他们也是给我们反馈说，菲律宾政府肯定是需要防疫物资的，让我们多留意，所以我们就后来写了这个信嘛。
So at that time, we were aware that all countries would have a need for this anti-pandemic medical supplies. So we were really paying attention. And also through our contact with the embassy, with the Chinese embassy in the Philippines, they also told us that definitely the Philippine government would have a need or requirement for this medical supplies. So we need to pay attention. So we wrote a letter to DBM offering our supplies.
Okay, sige, I'll take that for now. I'll take that. You are a country representative since 2020, tama?
所以你是在菲律宾的代表，就是从2020年菲律宾的代表，对吗？
对，从2012年嘛。
Yes
2012年。你可以再讲一下，2020年还是2012年
2012
？From 2012, he was the accounting representative.
From when? 2012?
2012.
Kala ko 2020, eh, 2012. Andito ka na sa 2012 pa.
所以你2012年就在菲律宾了吗？
没有，我是今年过来。我意思是，我负责菲律宾这个市场，从那个时候。
But starting 2012, I was responsible for the Philippine market.
Ang tanong ko sa'yo, country representative ka. Sabi mo, ang pakilala mo, country representative ka. Tama? Yes or no?
所以你是菲律宾的代表吗？菲律宾区域的代表。
是，我是来回走动的，就是比如说在菲律宾待几个月，然后回国，然后再过来，这样来来回回的。
So I would come back frequently to the Philippines. For example, I'll stay for a month.
Hindi ang tanong ko, Lenny. Ang tanong ko sa kanya, country representative ka ba o hindi?
你是不是菲律宾区域的代表？是不是？
我们公司就是负责菲律宾市场的业务代表。
So I am the one who is responsible for the Philippine market.
You're based here since 2020, tama?
所以你在这里2020年开始就住在这里了吗？
不是，我从2012年就负责菲律宾了，但是与菲律宾这个做供应防疫物资只是2020年。
No, I'm not staying here in the Philippines, but starting from 2012, I've been responsible for the Philippine market. But it was only in 2020 that we started to supply them supply the medical goods.
Why are you here today? Bakit ka na andito?
那你今天为什么会在这里呢？
我出差过来的嘛。
I'm here for business.
Anong business? Monkey business?
所以什么生意呢？出差有什么？
是这样哈，因为我们是生产那个工程机械设备嘛，我们负责这个菲律宾市场嘛，所以今天因为你们给我发了好多的邮件，就邀请我来参加这个会议，所以我就好几次了吧，一直在。
So because we are responsible for the Philippine market, and I have received several emails inviting me to attend the hearing, so I am here.
Mr. Kimbo, did we send him emails?
Your Honor, we sent in an invitation to Mr. the Filipino representative. I'm checking right now whether we sent him an email, Your Honor.
Now, take your mind out of China. You're in the Philippines. Sabihin mo, Lynette. Dadagdagan ko. Sabihin mo, Lynette. Take your mind out of China because ang tingin mo sa titulo mo, ikaw may hawak ng Pilipinas from China. Yun ang ibig niya sabihin. You understand my question, Lynette?
Sure.
You understand it, Lynette?
Sorry. Hello. 参议员想跟你说，你不要一直想到中国，因为你现在是在菲律宾，因为你在通话在过程中好像是你是在Mr. Chairman, can you repeat the question?
My God.
Sorry, the audio was a bit.
I will change my question.
XMG. We are basing.
Yes, Senator Dillon.
Yes, just an intervention. I am now looking at a video that Mr. Han knows how to speak English. He is speaking English, Mr. Chairman. He understands and speaks English. Here, I'm looking at it right now. Marunong po mag-English, so napapahirapan pa tayo.
Scope of the heavy equipment, including crane,
Do you speak English, Mr. Han?
And
I can speak.
construction and foundation concrete machinery, and even for the
You can speak English, right?
Yeah, I can speak, but not so well. And also sometimes, it's a little hard to understand the full meaning. Other things.
No, but that's why we have an interpreter. So don't worry about that. He will interpret for you and to me. But I will ask you in English.
As I say, Philippines is one of our biggest
Again, very simple questions lang.
in the past few years, and
You are in charge of the Philippines from China, correct?
Yes.
Business of Huso, correct?
Yes.
Then you said earlier that you were here since 2020 as the country representative, correct?
From 2012.
No. You're going back to China. You're in China since 2012. But you are the country representative right here in the Philippines. That's what you said when I asked you earlier. 2020, you were here because you were scouting for the business here. Correct?
2020, I was in China.
Are you the country representative of Husao here in the Philippines?
Yes, I back to China. You know,
since when?
It's how to say?
When?
It's how to say? It's sometimes I'm in the Philippines, sometimes I'm in China.
That's not my question. Of course, you're in the China and the Philippines.
Yeah, it's routine. So
you are the country representative of Husao here in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. How long have you been the country representative here in the Philippines?
Normally, every year I stay in Philippines for like 2 months in Philippines, 1 month in China. 2 months in Philippines, 1 month in China.
All right. And when you're here, are you paid in pesos?
Sorry?
Are you paid in pesos? Your salary, are you paid in pesos in the Philippines?
No. My salary is in China because I just a trip, business trip to Philippines. So no any salary in the Philippines.
Okay. And you supply directly, Husao supplied directly to DBM, correct?
Yes.
You had nothing to do with Farmally. You went supply directly to DBM, correct?
Because we are.
The answer is simple, yes or no. You supplied it directly to PSDBM.
Yes.
There was no agent in between.
No.
All right?
Yes. No.
So Farmally, so PSDBM dealt directly with you. Who did you talk with in PSDBM?
A director, yes.
Who did you talk with PSDBM when you offered it? Mr. Lau?
Yes, we send intent of letter. I think we send a letter of intent.
You sent a letter of intent. To whom?
At that time, I think we send the letter of intent and brochure, our brochure to PSDBM.
To your broker?
No, not to broker, to DBM.
Who did you send it to in particular?
Because we know the.
Do you have a name?
Because we know they will purchase the.
That is not my question. You know that they're going to buy. Who did you address the letter to? Of intent?
Yeah, we we sent the letter intent, but didn't address the specific person, and we deliver to PSDBM. Then someone email me. Let me tell you the email. The lady named
Who sent you the email from BSDBM then?
Jeff Anthony Liuga.
Lloyd Lau?
Jeff Anthony. Jeff Anthony.
Jeff Anthony?
Yes.
How do you spell Jeff? Do you have a copy of the letter?
Jeff.
Jeff, all right? Then what is the family name? Surname?
Liegue.
L-I?
E.
E?
J.
Huh? L-I-E what?
J-U-E.
L-I-G-U-E?
L-I-E. J-U-E.
Liege?
I-E.
Matt, can you pick up from here? Tanong sa kanya sa Chinese kung anong pangalan ng tao.
那你可以再讲一下吗？我写下来。
L-I-E-J-U-E.
Okay. I think it's Liegue. L-I-E-J-U-E.
J-U-E.
Yes, L-I-E-J-U-E.
J-U-E.
Yes.
Yeah, J-U-E.
Kaya mo na. Just a moment. Di ba may sinabi siya, Li Wang? Lynette, pareho ba yan sa Wang J, yung sinabi ni Ong?
这个跟王杰是同一个人吗？
谁？
跟王杰。
王杰是谁？我不认识啊。
I don't know who Wang Jie is.
Okay. Can we find out from BSDBM whether they have a name by the name of Jeff Liege or Liege or something close to it? Jeff Anthony Liege.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Kimbo.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. Okay. Like one. So, anong unang order na nakuha mo? At anong petsa? Anong date?
你拿到的第一个订单是什么订单？还有是什么日期？
第一个订单。
第一个订单是什么时候？还有是什么？关于什么物品？
看看。第一个订单。是4月
几月
？4月3号吧，4月3号。
4月13号或是4月3号。
4月3。
Yeah, the first order was on April 3.
Nasa Pilipinas ka ba?
你现在在菲律宾吗？
对。
Yes, now I'm in the Philippines.
Where exactly?
在哪里？具体
Sa
的地
mutual
方
address.
是
Kunin
在
mo
哪
yung address niya kung nasaan siya.
具体的地方是在你具体的住址是在哪里？
在 BGC 了。
In BGC.
Ano?
BGC.
Anong building?
在什么大楼？
apartment 不 Awat apartment.
What?
Awat.
What apartment?
AVANT.
What?
AZ.
VANT.
Azant. AZNT. AZNT.
Yeah. 26街。26
26th Street.
26th Street.
AZNT Building, 26th Street. 对吗？
AVANT.
Avant. AVANT.
Yes, Avant, 26th Street in BGC.
Apartments. Anong address niya? '26th Street, 3rd Avenue. Okay. Sige. How long have you lived there?
你在那里住多久了？
因为我是经常出差嘛，我是到处走动，有时候在这，有时候去宿务，或者其他城市。
Hello？ 没有听到。
我是负责这个市场，我不是固定在一个地方，我是经常走动，比如说去其他城市。
I am not always here because I would always go on other business trips. I would go to Subic or other places.
But who owns the apartment?
那个公寓是谁的？是谁？
租的。
It's rented.
哈？
It's rented. 谁租的？
Yeah. Who's renting it? You?
我租。
谁租的？
我租的这个什么运营公司吧，就是像一个这个 hotel 性质的。
是谁租的？是你租的吗？
我租的，对。
Yes, I'm the one who's renting it.
So you're renting it here.
你是在这里租的。
And for the whole year and for several years, right?
所以几年？你已经租几年了吗？已经租几年？
说什么？
租几年了？
没有，因为我不是说了嘛，我们是负责这边市场的，所以不能固定在一个地方，没办法是固定在一个地方居住。我们经常要到处走动去见客户，所以不是固定的租赁。
I am not always here, so I will always go to travel to different places. So this is not a permanent place for me or permanent residence for me.
You know that, but it is reserved for you. You go home there all the time when you're here, correct?
但是你如果在菲律宾，你就会在那边住，对吗？如果你在菲律宾，你是会住在那个地方吗？
我是住的地方不固定，因为我有时候在就是马尼拉区，有时候去北部碧瑶，有的时候去宿务，有的时候去卡建岩这种，因为都要见客户嘛，所以我是没有固定居所，经常会走动的。
Can you ask him to answer a simple question? He's answering kilometrically. This is a game of Chinese patience against Filipino patience. I know the game, so don't do that to me.
如果你可以简单，如果陈理员问你话，你可以简单回答吗？
Naasar ako. Naasar tayo. Mag-aasaran tayo dito. Hanggang mamayang gabi tayo. Hintayin kita.
Mr. Chairman, would I translate his answer?
Tell him. I do not
His
respect and appreciate his answers. They're kilometric and it is designed to make us lose our patience. I will be patient. I will wait for him till hell freezes over.
参议员说他不喜欢你这样子的答复，因为他好像这些答案就会让他失去耐心。
是的，但是我这个实际情况，因为我是一个销售人员嘛，我不可能固定在一个地方的，我要经常走动去见客户的。
To answer your question, Mr. Chairman, he said that because he doesn't have a fixed permanent residence or fixed place of residence here, because he would always need to go out to different places, like he would go to Cagayan, he would go to Cebu, because he's a salesperson, so he would need to travel around. So this is not.
I know the drill. I'm just asking him, is it a long-term lease in his name or the company name?
那你这个租的地方是长期租赁吗？还是长期的吗？
非长期租赁，我现在在这边住了1个多星期了吧。
多久的？住多久的？
现在租了一个星期了。
No, it's not a long-term contract. I've been here for about a week. I'm staying here for about a week.
And when you leave, you will go to another apartment when you come back, or is it the same apartment?
那你如果离开菲律宾再回来，你还是会住在那个地方吗？那个公寓吗？
不一定了。
你可以再讲一次吗？
我说不一定了，因为我看我计划。
I'm not certain. It will depend on the needs.
All right. How long did it take you to get the first contract with the PSDBM?
那你拿到第一个合同的时候，需要花多少时间拿到你们跟 DBM 的第一个合同？
这是什么意思呢？
你拿到跟 DBM 拿到的第一个合同花了多少时间？
花了多少时间？因为是这样花了多少时间？我们是3月，我看看3月，大概1周的时间。
Maybe 1 week.
1 week.
In March, yes.
All right. And did you offer right away a PPE sale to supply PPEs?
那你也有提供个人防护用品吗？
不好意思，
你也有提供 PPE 吗？个人防护用品？
对，我们供应的就是 PPE 防护用品。
Yes, we supply PPE.
What?
We supply PPE.
I know he supplied PPE. I have it here. When did he get the supply? When?
你什么时候拿到那个订单
？What date?
什么日期？
第一个订单是 April 2，不是 April 2，不是 April 3。
April 3, the first order.
April 3. Oh, that's the first honest answer that you gave. And how much were you paid? How much was the amount that you were paid?
那你拿到的金额是多少？
第一批是25万套，然后他们扣税之后是一套是1785.71比索。
你可以讲
1785.71。
85.71。17.85.
I'm wondering how he got the contract, Senator Dillon. With the way he communicates, it's almost impossible to communicate with him.
这样，我在英文说一下。Chairman, the first order, the whole set price of a PPE set is 1,785.71 peso.
Pesos, yeah. And you were paid you're paid 446.4 million, correct? In pesos.
Yes. No, no.
What?
They, they transfer, they pay us by US dollar instead of a peso.
And how much did they pay you? They have the check?
不好意思，
你有那个支票吗？
they bank transfer.
Bank transfer. And you were no longer interviewed. They just bought they just bought their supply. When did the supplies arrive?
什么意思啊？
那他们没有在访问你。那这些物品什么时候到菲律宾呢？
什么时候到的
？Mr. Chairman, your question is when they arrived and when did they arrive in the Philippines?
Yeah, from the time you ordered in April 3, when did it arrive in the Philippines?
所以他们就是4月3号的时候，你拿到这个订单，那这个货什么时候到菲律宾呢？
我得看看
Let me check.
Let me make it easy for you.
4月10号之后吧，4月10号之后吧。
4月10号。4月10号对吗？
对。
Yes, April 10.
April 10. For 20,000, right?
就是2万对吗？
How many batches did it take to complete the order? When was the final delivery of this particular set of 446 million pesos? How long did it take you to deliver the entire quantity?
你花多少时间把这些全部的货交给 DBM？ 就是分几个批次？分几批？
我看一下
Let me check.
分几批？我得看当时的批单呢。这个我这没有那个，应该是分了2批或者3批。
It could have been. I think it was in 2 or 3 batches.
Sorry?
It was delivered in 2 or 3 batches.
3 trips. How did they arrive? By plane
他
or
们
by
是
ship?
飞机还是船运进来的？
第一批是飞机，好像是第一批是飞机的，那时候着急，然后后来的都是船。
The first was by plane because it was an emergency and they needed it. But the second and third was by boat.
And which plane picked it up?
是哪个飞机
Delivered it.
送的？是哪家飞机送的？
是宿务还是飞航？或者是飞航
？It was I think Cebu Pacific or Philippine Airlines.
Choose one.
是哪一个？你可以确定吗？
时间太久了。
You have all the papers there. You can tell me. You have the papers that will show PR.
我没有准备，我这只有这个 award 或者是这个 contract， 其他的运输单据我这都没有。
I don't have those documents right now because I was not able to prepare them.
应该没错的话，应该是飞航。
But if I remembered correctly, it was the Philippine Airlines.
Philippine Airlines.
飞航 Philippine Airlines.
So it arrived when? April when?
那它到货是什么日期？到货运进来是什么日期？
稍等啊，我看看啊。
Let me check.
April 10. Is Mr. Tangkintik there?
第一批是10号
The first batch was April 10.
All right. George Mendoza, are you there? Mr. George Mendoza.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you show me your face on television? Thank you. Did you inspect this package, or did you certify that it arrived?
Yeah, through our iCarriers, Your Honor.
So you are aware that this arrived?
Yes, Your Honor.
What plane?
Mga commercial flights po yan, Your Honor.
You're aware that it arrived from China April 10?
On the dates, Your Honor, I'm not very specific on the dates.
Saan bumaba yan? Sa Manila International Airport?
I think so, opo, Your Honor. Opo.
Ito ba yung shipment na sinabi mo, hindi mo na tinignan, basta pumasok na lang yan?
Yung yung mga inspector po ang Your Honor, ang nag-inspect. Opo.
Ang nag-inspect si Mervin Tangkintik, andyan ba siya? You certified?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Be careful with your answer here.
Opo. Wala po siya, Your Honor. Ako lang po.
Siya nag-inspect, ikaw nag-certify?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're familiar with this particular shipment of PPEs from Suzhou?
Po, yung po yung galing China, opo.
Hindi mo na nakita yan, correct?
No, Your Honor, hindi na po.
Hindi nyo na pinirmahan. Pumasok na lang, pinapirma sa'yo, pirma ka na, tama?
After nung kanilang inspection po, Your Honor, joint with the DOH.
Pero hindi ikaw nag-inspect, ikaw lang nag-certify.
No, Your Honor, opo. Just po.
Is Mr. Tangkintik there?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Katawagan mo kayo din. Ilan ang batches na alam mo dumating dito galing sa China from this company, Suzhou?
I'm not po, Your Honor eh. Ang pagkakalam ko lang dyan, Your Honor, dalawang POs po ang inisyo kay Zuzu.
Paano?
Ang pagkakalam ko, Your Honor, dalawang PO po ang inisyo kay Zuzu.
Dalawang?
Purchase order po.
Ang binigay sa Suzhou?
Opo, Your Honor.
And they cost around, saan ba yan? Una, 446 million, tapos yung sumunod, 1.89 billion.
That the record po. Kuya po yung nasa record, Your Honor.
Saan dinala yan? Pagkatapos dumating sa airport, saan dinala yan?
May mga specific po sila, Your Honor, destination. It's either DOH warehouses po sa Lagcom and the rest maaaring sa yung mga warehouses po ng DOH.
So, but it ratios sa warehouse system?
Yes, Your Honor. Pero po yan, Your Honor, manual lang po yung kanilang warehousing po.
All right. You have any questions, Senator Dula? Go ahead, please. Pagod ako doon sa isa eh.
Mag-aaral ka muli, ako muna. Anyway, your full name is Mr. Hong Chi Han, is that correct?
Right.
Hong Chi Han. Tama po yan, ano? Hong Chi Han, all right. Yes, sir. You said you were a country representative of Shushu Construction Machinery Corporation in the Philippines since 2012. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay, now, what was your business, what were the businesses that you engaged in as a country representative of Zushu Construction since 2012? That's about 10 years ago. Ano po yung mga negosyo na pinasukan mo bilang kinatawan ng Zushu Construction sa ating bansa, sa amin, sa Pilipinas?
So, you know, maybe I just, you know, Shushu Construction Machinery is a government-owned manufacturer for the heavy equipment, and the country is number one all over the world, number three all over the world, and number one in China for the manufacture of.
Sir, my question is very simple. You said you were the country representative of Shushu Construction Machinery in the Philippines since almost 10 years ago in 2012. The question is, what kind of business activities did you engage in as representative in the Philippines of Shushu Construction?
这个谁帮我翻译一下？
好的他的问题是，你说你是菲律宾区的国家代表，对吗？那你从2012年开始，你就在菲律宾做菲律宾区域的这个代表，那你参与了或是做什么样的商业活动，还是做什么样的生意？
我们是做国际贸易，就是把我们的设备销售到菲律宾这个客户者或者经销商呢，都是做的国际贸易 ，CIF 或者是 FOB， 我们自己在菲律宾就是不销售不经营。
你是在销售，在菲律宾销售
设备。
We are an international trading company. So we also like provide our machineries, and we are also in the business of FOB. Engage in FOB.
I repeat my question. We know that they are an international trading company. He was the country manager in the Philippines, according to him, since 2012. Question, what businesses did his company engage in since he was the country manager since 2012? Ano po yung mga negosyo na pinasukan ng kanyang kumpanya dito sa atin dahil sabi niya 2012 nandito country representative na siya? Can you just answer the question? Just limit it to the Philippines.
你可以直接回答参议员的问题吗？他知道你们是一个国际贸易公司，但是你是说，自2012年你就当菲律宾的代表，菲律宾区域的代表。那在这个期间，就是从2012年，你有做哪些在菲律宾你有做哪些生意？只是局限在菲律宾，不是在国外，就是在菲律宾你们有参与哪些生意？
在菲律宾，我们就是把我们的设备，有一些是直接销售到用户的，有一些是销售给经销商的，就是这个生意，没有别的生意了。我们那个防疫物资是因为我们有经营权，我们公司因为经常会帮助就是 中国有个叫援外机构，经常会出口一些这个什么医疗物资，所以我们这20年的时候，也是就是对菲律宾包括其他做了一些出口。
So what we do, our business is we provide these machineries in the Philippines. We provide these machineries directly to consumers or to other companies. But it was only in 2020 that because we are also a licensed provider of medical supplies that we start to provide medical supplies.
So, from 2012, just 2012 to 2019, they supplied machineries and sold machineries in the Philippines.
所以是说，从2012年到2019年，你就是在菲律宾提供这些设备，对吗？
是这样哈，我们企业是国企，就是我们公司成立了30多年了，一直在做给国际贸易。
Our company is a state-owned company, and we have been in business for 30 years. And our main line of business is really to provide machineries.
My question is very simple. I am just reconfirming that the business of the company in the Philippines, since Mr. Han became the country manager in 2020, was just to supply machineries. Yes or no?
其实参议员他的问题很简单，他只是想向你确认一下，你自从2012年你是担任菲律宾区域的代表，那你们的生意就是在菲律宾提供这些设备，对吗？是不是？
对，我们出口设备。
Yes, we export and then we provide these machineries.
Yes, all right. Who were the companies that you dealt with in the course of your doing business in the Philippines in behalf of Sushu Construction?
那你代表徐州公司在菲律宾跟哪些公司有生意来往？
跟哪些生这个太多了，我们在菲律宾，已经经营20多年，这个客户很多呀。
There's a lot. We have a lot of clients because we've been here since 2012.
You have a lot of clients. Can you just enumerate a few of them?
那你可以举一些名字吗？一些公司的名字，就是你们的客户。
你像这个 DMCI、EEI、MDC 这些大的建筑公司，包括那个叫什么 SMC， 都是我们的客户啊。
So some of the companies like big construction companies like DMCI, EEI, MGC, and also SMC. These are our clients. These are some of our clients.
Yeah, can you say it again, ma'am? You very fast.
Sorry. Some of the big construction companies are our clients like DMCI, EEI, MGC, and SMC.
All right. As a construction company. So you've been doing business in the Philippines since 2020, supplying machineries to these companies that you mentioned with you as the country manager, just for the record.
Senator Drilon, you mean 2012 or 2020?
2012.
所以参议员想再跟你确认一下。所以，自从2012年，你身为菲律宾区域的代表，你就是提供这些建筑公司这些设备吗
？Yes.
Yes.
Do you have a license to do business in the Philippines?
你在菲律宾有这个许可证，可以在菲律宾做生意吗？
我来说明一下，我们自己在菲律宾不销售。是我们跟他谈都是做 CIF 或者 FOB。
We don't need that because what we our transactions is based on CIF or FOB.
You are of the view that you needed no license because all your transactions are FOB China or whatever port from China. Is that what you want us to?
所以据你的了解，是你不需要这个执照。如果在菲律宾做生意，不需要执照，因为你所做的是 FOB， 对吗？
我们自己在菲律宾不销售，我们做的也不在菲律宾收款，就是不会客户给我们打比索在菲律宾境内，他们都是直接汇款到中国，我们中国公司。
Because we don't really sell directly in the Philippines. The companies do not pay us in peso. They transfer the money directly to the Chinese company.
And it was only in 2020 that you engaged in the supply of medical supplies for the first time.
但是2020年你第一次参与了这个防疫物资的供应。对吗？
防疫物资只能这个时候，因为之前没有任何的国家去采购防疫物资。
Yes, because before that there have been no other countries who have a need for this anti-pandemic supplies.
Now, for the record, how much in medical supplies did you sell to PSDBM?
那我可以
total sales to PSDBM.
我想问一下你全部总额，就是你提供给 DBM 的这个抗疫物资的总额是多少？
总额第一次的
总销售额
说过了第二个
总销售额。
第二个是，第一个是25万套，第二个是100万套，然后这个金额是扣税后大概是1694.64比索，然后他们付我们的是美元。
是1600。
1694.64。
1694.64.
This is the no one.
对不起，听不清楚，你可以再讲一下吗
？No what?
No what?
没税，无税的价格，无税的价格。
No VAT.
对，
所以第一次是25万套。
对，第一次25万套，刚才那个总额不说过了吗？然后第二次是100万套。
The first order was for 250,000 pieces, and then the second was for 1 million pieces. 然后总额是
总额
这个销售总额。
销售总额，我这个还要我
OK. The per piece it's 1,694.64. 对吗？1694.64。
Yeah, Ma'am, I'm just interested in the total.
对，总额。
Yeah, how much in supplies? How much is the value in peso terms of the supplies that Shushu Construction gave to or got from PSDBM? How much?
就是这个总共的销售总额是多少？就是 DBM 跟你们拿到的那些抗疫物资，这个销售总额是多少？
那我说美元吗
？Is it in dollars?
我们这是美元。
Whatever in pesos, or in dollars or in pesos? I have
什么都可以啊，美元或 peso 都可以。
第一次的25万套是没写没？这个没这个比索刚才知道是400 446 million 428,571 第一次的。
So the first 446 million, and then
第二次是
第一次你可以再讲一下吗？446 million。
第二次，稍等啊。446 million 427,000.
So the first order for 250,000 pieces was 446 million.
No, sorry, I calculated it wrong. 446 million 428,571.43.
So the first for the 250,000 pieces, the total amount was 446 million 428.
对。
571.43.
对。
Yes, correct.
第二次的
The second
第二次是我这里有美元了哈，因为他那个是应该是扣税6乘以1。第二次应该是194 million
94 million. 对吗？
1 billion 1 billion
1,694,000. 对吗？
记得吗？
1,694,000.
不是1 billion
1 billion. 1,694,000.
不是这样吧？我说美元吧，这样更好一点，因为我这美元有。
I will give you in dollars. I will give you the amount.
yes, please. Whatever, in dollars, it's fine. We'll just multiply it by 50. We just want to know how much in how large or how small is the sales contract he entered into with PSDBM. Yun lang.
因为我们只是想参议员说，他只是想知道这个金额是多大，这个合同是多大多小，这个规模，这个合同的规模是多大，所以他想知道这个金额。
的后款是美元，这个是33 million 122,396.8.
So the second transaction in dollars, in US dollars, it's 33,122,396.8.
Can I have that again, Let? No, 30.
Yes, in US dollars, it's 33,122,396.8.
So 11 times 50. So if you multiply that by 50 pesos, that's roughly how much? Is it 1,656,119,800 pesos? Is that I will repeat. The answer is 33,122,396.8 US dollars. You multiply that by 50, it's 1,19,800 pesos. For the record, that's multiplied, the amount in dollars multiplied by 50 will give you this amount. So that's settled. All right. Prior to 2020, you never engaged in the business of supplying medical supplies.
所以在2020年前，你没有参与这些供应这些物疗用品的生意，对吗
？2020年我们没有给菲律宾供应过，但是其他国家我们一直都有供应。
For the Philippines, we have not. Before 2020, we have not provided for the Philippines, but for other countries, we have been supplying them.
Okay.
我们是政府。这个企业，国企，我们很早以前就有经营许可证，有医疗器械经营许可证。
We are a state-owned company, and before that, we already are a licensed company that provides medical equipment and supplies.
Now, in the Philippines, you had no license to provide medical equipment and supplies. In fact, you are not registered with the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration. Is that correct?
但是在菲律宾，你没有这个许可证可以提供这些医疗用品，不是吗？而且你没有在
就是因为我们没有在菲律宾的经营许可，所以我们只做的国际贸易。
Yes, we are not we are not registered in the Philippines. That's why we are only focused on international trade.
You are not registered also with the PhilHealth.
你也没有在PhilHealth 注册。
PhilHealth 有。
Yes,
you are not. No, you are not registered with the BIR as a Philippine taxpayer.
但是你没有在菲律宾税务局注册，是菲律宾的公司。
这是国际贸易，而且他们你看他付我们的钱是不含税的，他们都把税扣掉了。
We are an international trading company, and if you look at their records, what they pay us is already tax deducted. They have already deducted the tax.
Withholding tax is that the payment to the company Shushu Construction is already net of withholding tax. Is that what he's telling us?
所以就是他们如果付你们钱，就是已经预扣税完了吗？
对，是扣过税付我们的钱。
Yes, they have already deducted the tax, and then they give us the remaining amount.
What were taxes deducted from the 1,656,119,000 pesos worth of contracts that you got from PSDBM?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, your question is how much taxes or was taxes deducted?
Yes, okay. What were taxes deducted?
刚才有提到说你有拿到那个33 33 million 的美元的这个合同，它有扣税吗？
对，扣税的。
Yes, they deducted taxes.
How much?
多少税？
这个我看他们这上有写啊，是
Let me check.
他们写 less 12%。
It was written there, less 12%.
12%. That's the value-added tax that was deducted. Is that correct?
那就是扣的增值税，对吗？ VAT
这个我就不知道了，因为他们后面就写了 less 12% Philippine VAT。
Yes, it was written there. Yes, less 12% Philippine VAT.
You are not registered with the as an accredited importer in the Bureau of Customs.
你也不是我们海关注册的进口商，对吗？你没有在我们海关注册。
我们不在菲律宾做进口，所以没有做注册。
Because we are not an import company in the Philippines, so we are not registered.
Prior to your transaction with, Senator Ping, you want to intervene? Yes? Senator
May I
Ping?
just be clarified with the permission of the minority leader?
Yes, of course.
I thought I heard that the company of Mr. Chuchu is not registered with the BIR in the Philippines. So therefore, hindi rin VAT registered. So saan siya nadedeka ng VAT? Probably in China, because ang export from China, I was informed, is tax-free. Dinideduct and then nire-rebate. I think that's what he meant. Kindly confirm that, because if he is not registered with the BIR, he cannot be VAT registered in this country. So how could he be deducted 12% by the Philippine government?
参议员现在是想问你，如果你没有在菲律宾注册，没有在我们的税务局注册，那菲律宾政府为什么会税务局为什么会从你那个订单里面扣12%的 VAT 呢？为什么会有这个扣税？
因为我们做的是国际贸易，国际贸易肯定是没有税的。
Because we are an international trading company, so there should be no tax.
What?
That is correct.
是国际贸。
So which jurisdiction deducted 12% from him?
那是谁扣了这个12%的 VAT 呢？的增值税呢？
他们 DBM 给我们付款的时候就自己扣了。
It was DBM before they gave us the amount. They already deducted the 12% VAT.
因为他在给
I cannot quite reconcile that, Senator Drilon.
less 12% Philippine VAT， 他写着了。
It is written there in the paper that it says less 12% Philippine VAT.
See, so can you give us a copy of that?
可以给我们这个档案吗？这个文件吗？
这个合同你 DBM 应该有啊。
I think DBM has a copy of this.
Yes, but you have a copy, so I am asking you to provide the committee a copy of that instead of our going to the DBM.
所以参议员可以向你要这个报告吗？一份吗？因为你现在手上有这份报告，你可以给蓝带委员会这份报告吗？
不是报告，就是合同。
不是，对，就是这个合同，这个金额。
可以。
对 ，yes。
DBM 也有的，这就是个合同。
对 ，it's a contract. Yes, he can provide it.
Yeah. Can you provide this? Okay, now. How did you know about this need for medical supplies from the PSDBM?
你是怎么得知DBM 他们有这个需求，对这个物疗需求？
这样，因为我们是国企，然后和我们的这个各种协会，中国企业协会、中国驻菲律宾的经三处都会有联系，我们也会汇报，所以这个在我们给其他国家供应的时候，我们那个时期20年嘛，因为我本来是负责菲律宾，就通过这个一些这个协会，还有我咨询了我们的经三处，他们就是确定我菲律宾肯定是需要采购这些防疫物资的。
Because as you know, we are a state-owned company, and in 2020 there were other countries who were in need of these medical supplies. And based on our contacts with other organizations, associations, and also the Chinese embassy in the Philippines, we know that the Philippine government, also would have a requirement for this medical supplies.
Can you repeat, ma'am? Can you repeat?
Okay, because we are a state-owned company, and we have always been in part, and we could see that other countries have a need for this medical supplies, and we were also in contact with other Chinese associations, business associations, as well as the Chinese embassy in the Philippines. And about 2020, we also learned that the Philippines, because we are in a pandemic, would have a need for this medical supplies.
Yes, okay. Mr. Han, did your company pay income taxes on your sale of the medical supplies to PSDBM? You said you paid value-added tax. Did you also file your income tax return for the transaction that you did here?
那你们对你们所得到的这个金额，这个合同，你们也有付所得税吗？还是你们有提交所得税这个申报表？因为你刚才有提到说你们有
对吗？
你们也有付所得税吗？
我们是国企，在中国必须交税的。
We are a state-owned company in China, so in China we would definitely pay an income tax.
Sorry, ma'am?
We are a state-owned company in China, so definitely we will pay an income tax in China.
But you entered into a transaction in the Philippines where you made income, and therefore under Philippine laws, you are liable for income taxes. Did you pay income taxes on your transaction with the PSDBM?
但是你这笔交易是在菲律宾完成的，那你对 DBM 你有付所得税吗？你有向 DBM 付所得税吗 ？Income tax 吗？
你这个问的我有点不明白啊，因为我们是国际贸易，我们没有在菲律宾的经营权，所以我们不可能在菲律宾这个收钱和交税。我们没有在菲律宾收款，也应该没有办法在菲律宾交税，所以这个问题问的我有点听不明白。
Because we don't accept payments here in the Philippines, so we also don't pay income tax in the Philippines.
All right. Whether or not you're liable for income taxes here is for the BIR to decide. It would appear that you're doing business here since you have been here, since you have been supplying machines since 2020, since 2012, as you said, and in fact, the last transaction was in April of 2020. Now, I already forgot. Did you get in touch with anyone in PSDBM?
Mr. Chairman, you mean get in touch now or before?
I'm sorry. Okay, who? I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Did he have personal contacts with anyone in the PSDBM, either personally or by phone or by other means of communication?
你有跟DBM 任何的人联络吗？就是通过电话或其他方法跟DBM 的人联络吗？
我们是邮件。
就是 email 吗？
对。
Yes, through email.
Who?
谁？这个人是谁？
我刚说过了，这个人叫 Jeff Anthony.
His answer is he was in contact with the person he mentioned a while ago, Mr. Jeff Anthony Liejue.
Okay.
还有几个人啊，还有其他的人，反正联系方式就是邮件来往。
But the main method of contact was through email.
Through email. But during all those times that the deal was being done, you were in the Philippines?
所以在这整个过程，这个交易过程当中，你是在菲律宾吗？当时？
没有，我不在，我在国内。
No, I was in China.
In China, all right. I have no questions, further questions in the meantime, Mr. Chair. I yield the floor to Senator Lacson.
I would just like to be clarified again, no? Do you have a business address in the Philippines? Being an international trader, you said, you're not registered with the BIR and you're not paying taxes sa BIR. So, do you have a business address in the Philippines?
蔡立年想问你在菲律宾有个公司地址吗？因为你没有在我们的税务局注册，也没有在交税，但是你在菲律宾有个公司地址吗？
没有，我们做的是国际贸易，所以不需要这个地址的。
Because we are engaged in international trade, so we don't need an address, a local address.
Yeah, thank you. That is why I was wondering a while ago, why would you be deducted 12%? Because the Philippine government has no tax jurisdiction over your company. So, yeah, Senator Dillon is correct. We should get the copy of the contract to find out where the 12% of $33 million went.
所以蔡立也是说所以他觉得奇怪，因为你不是在菲律宾注册的公司，为什么DBM 会向你们扣除12%？所以他想，因为其实菲律宾政府对你不是在菲律宾政府的管辖范围内，所以他们想看这份合同，想知道这个12%的税收到底去了哪里。
这个你们可以问 DBM 吧，这个我也真的不知道。菲律宾的你说这些我也不懂啊。
Actually, I also don't understand, so maybe it's better to ask DBM.
Senator Dillon should know, no? Because I just asked a friend from the BIR, and he's also wondering why he would be deducted 12% he was actually the one who told me to ask his business address, because if he has no business address in the Philippines, we have no tax jurisdiction over this person or over the company. So why would he be taxed?
Yes.
By PSDBM?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Senator Dillon, kindly help out.
Well, okay. It is clear, Mr. Han, that you do not pay a single peso of income taxes in the Philippines notwithstanding the fact that you were awarded a contract worth 1,656,119,000 for the supply of medical supplies to PSDBM. That's a fact. You have not paid a single peso of income taxes.
所以参议员现在想跟你说，这个事实是你在菲律宾做这笔交易，你没有付一毛钱，没有付一毛钱都没有付所得税。
我们
你
没有在菲律宾有
付
收
所得
入，
税。
我们没有在菲律宾有收入，应该是不需要付税的。
Because we did not accept, or we were not the ones who accepted the money in the Philippines, so we don't really need to pay the income tax.
Well, that's I dispute that because you are liable for income taxes for income earned in the Philippines in our jurisdiction. You sold goods here, you made profit for the commercial transaction. You are liable for income taxes, and I now call on the BIR commissioner to take a look at this company, how you can collect the taxes on the 1.6 billion in sales that they made in the country. Now,
参议员是说，因为你是在菲律宾这里卖货，而且得到的利益也是在菲律宾，这笔是在菲律宾完成的商业交易，所以你应该是要缴纳所得税。所以他会把这个让我们的税务局部长去处理。
Mr. Chairman.
Just a moment. Yes, I was just about to comment with Senator Dillon. He is a non-resident foreign corporation operating here, and I think he's subject to 25% withholding tax. Would that be correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. There should have been 25% income tax withheld based on growth.
Subject to importation tax because this is bayanihan. But upon the other hand, he's subject to income taxes earned in the Philippines, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
That's what we're trying to say.
yes, they're subject to income taxes here because they earned income here, and even if you just focus on this one transaction, that's 1.6.
So actually, it's 1.890 billion, Senator Dillon. 1.90 billion, almost 2 billion.
Yes. Okay, sir. Now, do you recall, Mr. Han, if the delivery of the medical supplies you supplied was delivered with the duties paid? In other words, it is a contract where which required that all the taxes and duties would be paid on the delivery site. In fact, it's called DDP, tax delivery duty paid.
韩先生，我们参议员想问你说，你们送了这些、交了这些医疗用品，你知道这个医疗用品交付时需要缴纳这个税款，所以你知道这个缴纳税款，它是在交付就是用第还是就是交付关税？这个交付关税是交货方要付的。
It is not an FOB China.
这个不是这个交易，这笔交易不能说是FOB 中国 FOB China。
是 CIF。
It is CIF.
Okay,
你的回答是
To the committee, To the committee, if I may, to my fellow senators, you know, this is one very clear case where the president's instructions to his people not to attend is hampering the ability of the BIR to collect the right taxes. We're not even able to find out whether they're able to they paid taxes. We're not even able to find out whether they're operating. This is for purposes of the Supreme Court case, which really clearly shows that the interest of the government is being hampered by this stupid order issued by the president.
Okay, so can I consume my questions?
Yes, please go ahead. I'm sorry. Did I disturb you? I'm just so frustrated and exasperated.
I
It's
know.
very hard to cross-examine this gentleman here because he speaks conveniently in English and in Chinese, and you know he understands you. But anyway, we have to go by it. Go ahead.
So it is clear that this company, after having secured or having been paid 1.6 or 1.8 billion for goods delivered to the government, did not even pay income taxes. And the BIR should look into this. Can you, all right. In all your other transactions since 2012, you followed the same rule. You were not paying taxes, income taxes.
Yes.
所以在
Now, who is your resident agent here in the Philippines?
这个说什么？
你在菲律宾的代理人是谁？常驻代理人。Do you mean in sales?
The resident agent in the Philippines.
你在菲律宾的这个代理人。
我们没有。你说是代理人是我们的人吗？还是指经销商？还是什么意思？
Do you mean by agent someone from our company or another company?
Yes, whatever, that's internal to you, but under Philippine law, you must have a Philippine agent upon whom notices from government can be sent, and summons or let's say orders from the department of from the BIR, etc. can be served. Who is your Philippine resident agent? Who is in the Philippines upon whom processes can be served?
你们在菲律宾应该是有个代理人，因为在我们按照菲律宾政府，按照我们菲律宾的法则是，你应该在菲律宾有个常驻代理。所以如果说税务局要找你们应该有个人去面对他，去跟他。 去面对我们的税务局，
因为我们做的是国际贸易 ，FOB 或者 CF， 所有的菲律宾的进口的税都由我们的买方来去支付的。
Because we are an international trading company, so all our transactions are either CIF or FOB. So it's actually the buyer who pays for the taxes.
Just answer my question. Who is your resident Philippine agent today?
那现在你们在菲律宾的代理人是谁？
我们没有个人代理人，只有经销商。
We don't have an agent.
You do not have a resident agent here.
你说的不好意思哈。 我再问一下，他说的是个人还是指公司？
Mr. Chairman, he's asking if what you're referring to is personally or for the company.
For the company, of course, for the company.
公司。
我们有好几家经销商。
We have several distributors. 你是说经营商吗？
对，经销商对。
You have distributors.
对，我们要，否则我们没办法就是销售这个工人经验，工人经验都是经销商来做的。
So it is our distributors who provide or sell these products, these equipments.
But in this particular case of your contract with PSDBM, you dealt directly with PSDBM, not through a distributor.
但是你跟 DBM 这笔交易是你直接跟 DBM 合作的，是你直接销售给 DBM， 不是经过经销商。
因为只有我们公司有这个出口权，没有
Because it is only our company who has the license to export.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Because it is only our company who has the license to export the medical supplies.
It is only. I'm sorry, I didn't get that clearly, ma'am. That you repeat.
It is only our company who has the license to export the medical supplies.
It is your company. It is no distributor for medical supplies in the Philippines.
所以这个医疗用品在菲律宾没有经销商，对吗？
没有经销商。
Yes, there's no distributor.
Okay. Do you know Mr. Michael Yang?
那你认识杨先生吗 ？Mr. Michael Yang？
前几次听证会我听你们说过这个名字。
In the past public hearings, I have heard you mention this name.
In the past public, I'm sorry?
Yes, in the past public hearings, I have heard you mention this name.
So you do not know him?
所以你不认识他？
不认识。
No, I don't know him.
Yes. I have no further questions at this point, Mr. Chairman. I yield the floor to any of my colleagues who would want to ask questions.
Sir Chairman.
Senator Lacson, are you recognized?
I would just like to rectify my statement earlier regarding the Bureau of Customs.
Go ahead, please.
We did receive an email, although it was sent to our admin email, not to our legislative staff email, regarding the record of importation of facilitated by the broker Jeffrey Manalo Pababier, consignee online trading, 105 cartons, 101 cartons, 101 cartons, all shipped on March 19, 2020. No. So, yeah, I just like to correct myself that we have not received any response from Commissioner Guerrero. So, I'd like to apologize to Commissioner Guerrero in this regard, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
That's okay. Are there any more questions? Senator Risa?
Just an official request to the BIR for the BIR to look into the operations of this company, because obviously they're not paying taxes.
Definitely. That will be sent. Director Kimbo, please prepare a letter to the BIR informing them that this company has not paid taxes, and maybe that the PSDBM might have filed VAT payments. They were deducted by them. Was it given to the BIR?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, talaga nakakapagtaka kasi pag ikaw supplier, ilelevy mo, dadagdag mo yung 12%. In this case, sabi niya, binawasan siya ng PSDBM ng 12%. How could that happen? Di ba pagka VAT registered ng corporation in the Philippines, dinadagdagan mo ng 12% yung buyer mo, yung consumer mo. Because VAT is a consumer tax. So why would PSDBM deduct 12% from Mr. Han?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Risa.
For this representation, no further questions for today's hearing, Mr. Chairman. But I share the incredulity and curiosity of Senping and the minority leader. And it makes me wonder kung ano ba nangyari sa PSDBM at that time. Inagawan ba nila ng mandate ang BIR? So there are really questions that are raised in our mind by that mysterious happening, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Are there any more questions for the witnesses?
Mr. Chairman, is Mr. Lincoln Ong ready to answer questions? No.
He was answering a while ago. Mr. Ong, are you ready to answer questions from Senator Lacson?
Lincoln. Good morning, good afternoon.
Magandang hapon po.
Yeah, magandang hapon. Do you happen to recall if you had any dealings with One Link Trading regarding the supply of face masks, face shields, etc.?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ping, wala po akong dealings with the One Link na binabanggit nyo, Mr. Chairman.
So, ang dealings lang ng Parmali is Tiger Field.
Yes.
Yeah, initially, but eventually, you imported,
Yes po.
on your own. Kasi meron ding through Jeffrey Manalo Pabiere,
Yes po.
Pababier. Kilala mo
Yes po,
siya,
yes
di ba?
Yes, I heard his name, Mr. Chairman, but I personally don't have a transaction with him. But that's correct po. I think he is really our broker yata eh.
Yeah, broker ng Parmali eventually.
Yes,
I think it started importing in June, no?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, kasi initially, you were just buying from an importer or a trading company.
Yes po, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, and then after June, kayo na yung nag-import miso and you enlisted the services of the customs broker named Jeffrey Manalo Pababier. Is that
Yes
correct?
po, That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Okay, is that correct? Just to reiterate. Mr. Lincoln?
Yes po, Mr. Chairman, naputol yata po kayo kanina.
So up to June, from March to April, May, June, you're buying from local suppliers, correct?
Mr. Chairman, I do not deny na ginamit namin si Mr. Javier as a broker, but as to the specifics na yung tinatanong nyo about the time frame, I really have to refer to the record to avoid wrong answers.
For the most part, you bought local, right?
Ano po?
For the most part.
For some part of our face mask, yes po.
And face shields.
Face shields, which part? Face shield, parang wala kaming
Hindi ka makakabili ng local yung mask yan, di ba?
Well, face mask, yes. I bought it locally, yes.
All right. Yes,
just
Mr. Lacson.
to clarify, Lincoln, how many boxes are there in one carton?
I do not know, Mr. Chairman. Kasi sometimes yung mga boxes nagdi-differ in quantity eh. Depende rin sa
Alam
package.
po ang isang box, 100 ang laman, di ba?
Well, there's a small boxes there, 50 pieces eh, Mr. Chairman. And then
Yeah,
sometimes...
but yung small boxes, pero yung regular size na box, 100 face shields or face mask ang laman. Face mask, I mean. I'm just wondering how many boxes are there in one carton? Kasi ang importation nitong One Link, yung sa isang araw, yung March 19, isang 105 cartons, isang 101 cartons, and another 101 cartons. And I think, kasi yung timing nito, March 19, nakapag-supply yung Parmali March 25. So, I'm just wondering if these are the same supplies na nabili nyo from Tiger Field. And Tiger Field from Green Trends na hanggang ngayon, misteryo. Kung talaga ba may Green Trends o saan bumili yung Green Trends because naputol.
Well, to clarify, to share with you, Mr. Chairman and Senator Ping, some of the boxes sometimes naghahalaga ng 800 pieces, naghahalaga ng 1,000 pieces or 1,200 pieces. That's based on my experience.
Okay.
That's to answer your question about the boxes. But for the Tiger Field, to the Green Trend, to the One Link, that I cannot comment, or I don't have the knowledge to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, Senator Ping.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions from everyone? I was going to call Mr. Rose no, but I think everybody's gotten tired.
Just
Yes.
one final question to Mr. Ong. Mr. Ong,
Yes, po, Mr. Chairman.
want to tell us how much Mr. Michael Young provide your company by way of a loan or a financial assistance for purposes of bidding or selling to PSDBM face mask and face shields? Are you still refusing to provide the answer as to
Mr.
the
Chairman,
money Mr. Michael Young extended to your company?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Drilon, I'm not refusing, but what I'm trying to say is I'm just trying to not incriminate myself. If I disclose, I might get sued by someone else, you know. And then we have a pending petition sa Supreme Court na which I cannot comprehend what will happen to me if I further discussing things in the Senate hearing. But I'll do my best to cooperate with your honorables. Yes.
I do not. I have a very simple question. If you can remove your mask for 1 minute, okay. Are you now ready to tell us how much money did Michael Young lend or give to Farmally to be able to enter into that supply contract with PSDBM? You're not in a position.
I'm not ready, Mr. Chairman, to answer you. I'm not ready to I'm not ready.
Yeah, you are not ready. And you will say, okay, so I just want to place it of record that you continue to refuse to provide us with the answer to that very crucial question as to how much Michael Young gave to Farmally, either by way of a loan or a donation or whatever, for purposes of this transaction. We just wanted to break that of record, Mr. Ong. That's all. So we have no further question, Mr. Chairman.
There being no questions, the chair will entertain a motion to suspend proceedings until Wednesday or Thursday, October 28th at 11 a.m.
October 28th.
At 11 a.m.
Okay.
That's next week. All right. We still have budget hearings and we have to do our job as well. So there are no more. I'd like to thank all the doctors that came here. Your statements were much appreciated, and certainly your concerns are very much respected, and we'll constantly address them. And also to all the resource persons, Mr. Abrea, thank you. Your interventions were quite good, and also to my fellow senators, thank you for your invaluable support. We will have the other resource persons on Thursday next week, so that we'll have time to prepare more. Obviously, it's very, very difficult to conduct this investigation, especially when you have somebody speaking in Chinese who pretends that he doesn't speak English, but he does, and quite difficult. Yes, Senator Dillon?
Yes. What time on October 28th, Mr. Chairman? What time?
11 o'clock.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. There having been since there are no more questions, the chairman suspends this hearing until 28th October, Thursday at 11 a.m. Session is suspended until then. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.